In the darkest corners of this world dwelt creatures, undead, that could not die even after death. For them, immortals who had escaped the cycle of life and death, dominating one dimension was not difficult. Conquering the dimension called Earth was only a matter of time for these monsters. But maybe that was just their cocky thoughts, because this world wasn't going to give up that easily. One of the undead representatives saw that some common man was able to survive his fiery, powerful attack. The Walking Dead couldn't realize how his opponent was able to withstand such a blow. This person, whose skin was completely burned, continued to calmly stand still as if nothing was happening. His eyes burned brighter than even fire itself because this guy was going to destroy any of his enemies. That immortal madman shouted out that he was far stronger than any undead. In the next second, he burst out of the flames and punched the skeleton in a way that it couldn't resist such power. Now the events are transported back 2 years to an apartment in one of the ordinary houses in the city. The girl reprimanded the main character because she let him live in her apartment because he was going to get a job, but ends up spending entire days drinking and playing games. She was sending the guy back to mom and dad if he wasn't going to change his lifestyle. Our hero had a hard time formulating a thought because of the drink, so he couldn't clearly answer his sister. He simply agreed that he couldn't rely on his parents at that age, but the girl wouldn't settle down. The girl reminded him that the guy also has an allowance, and once again asked him to find at least a part-time job. The young man decided to leave all these problems for tomorrow because now his head was spinning and it was not enough to think about his work. After the girl finally fell silent, the protagonist sighed with fatigue from these arguments. The protagonist immediately plopped down on the bed to rest after his evening outings. The boy ducked into his pillow and thought about the fact that he looked as pathetic as possible in this state. Kang Hyun has only succeeded in getting an internship at a large corporation after moving, but now he needs to find a job in a warehouse or somewhere else. He looked at his computer and only now realized that he had forgotten to turn the game off before he left. The guy wondered how much better real life would be if it were a video game, because then he might be able to get a pretty decent job. The main character began to slowly fall asleep, thinking about the fact that he could have been a warrior, a wizard, or a swordsman. Eventually, sleep gently came over him like a wave, carrying away his last thoughts. Meanwhile, the game's system, which did exist, reported that a common link to the Hokken dimension had been detected. While Kang Hyun continued to slumber peacefully, the Earth's defense system was activated and communication with Hokken was temporarily prohibited. The new player's training was to start in the world where the protagonist lived. Already after a few seconds, the guy woke up abruptly because he felt some strange sensations. Kang Hyun looked around and realized that he was in some unfamiliar bright place. His breath caught as he saw that the reality around him was somehow wrong, frighteningly alien. The protagonist couldn't understand why the plaque with the words seemed to float right in front of his eyes. Kang Hyun was welcomed into the training and informed that there are 5 years left to fully connect with the Hokken dimension. The new player has also been warned that his training will take place in 8 stages. Death is out of touch with reality in this place, but the guy can't give up halfway, and if he fails, he can't try again. All of this was backed up by the fact that Kang Hyun would receive an awakening and some reward after completing the training. Our hero immediately thought that such a dream could only happen to people who are heavily addicted to games and need treatment. He became very embarrassed and in his mind apologized to his mom and dad for having such a loser son. But in the next moment, Kang Hyun had already calmed down and forgotten about his worries. The young man came to the conclusion that it was just a dream and some sign from God for him to give his best one last time. Kang Hyun saw that the entrance to the first stage of training was already taking place and read the notification that the system believed in his courage to save the Earth. The guy couldn't understand why he had to save anyone or anything anyway. Next, our hero reads that during the first stage, he must cross the bridge, conquering his deepest fear, and any death here will be final. Eventually, Kang Hyun saw reality begin to distort right before his eyes, as if he had been abruptly teleported to another place. The guy's eyes began to reflect the bright flames that enveloped this unknown place from all sides. It turns out that Kang Hyun wasn't alone here, and this dangerous thin bridge also had other players to cross. The young man looked down and was even more frightened because right under their feet was bubbling real hot lava. He looked once more at the pale, horror-stricken faces of the other players, who also didn't seem to realize where they were. The protagonist tried to realize how he could have ended up in this place, but all he could remember was that he was definitely in his home. Kang Hyun kept thinking that it was only a bad dream, but he felt the heat from the rocks burning his feet in an all-too-realistic way. At that moment, the boy looked up and saw his sister's familiar face nearby. Kang Ah-hyun was even more frightened when she saw her familiar beside her, so her eyes immediately filled with tears of despair. Our hero immediately resented the fact that the girl was in his dream, but the girl was about to tell him the same thing. Forgetting all the quarrels and grudges, Kang Ah-hyun decided to move on to their main problem because she didn't have the impression that everything around them was a dream. The girl talked about the system reporting some sort of Earth rescue, but Kang Hyun didn't let her finish. The guy asked her not to pretend like it was her dream because he was sure he was the one who owned this reality. The girl thought it didn't matter at all, because the heat from the lava was too realistic and they could hardly have such a natural conversation in a normal dream. Kang Hyun only laughed because he thought the human was very easy to deceive. He admitted that sometimes he dreamed he was peeing in real life, but he woke up relieved that the bed was dry, and Kang Ah-hyun didn't understand why he would say such embarrassing things in front of his sister. Either way, the protagonist was going to go ahead, but the girl wasn't going to be in such a hurry. The young man explained that their assignment said to walk to the end of the bridge and thought his sister didn't see it. Our hero concluded that it was his dream after all if Kang Ah-hyun didn't know this information, but the annoyed girl immediately emphasized that she had seen these notifications from the system. The girl wondered if her brother was afraid of falling down, but he wasn't afraid of anything because he still thought it was just a dream. Kang Hyun convinced himself that he would just wake up if he suddenly plopped down and fell. At this moment, one of the players who had already failed his task flew between the brother and sister. Watching this horror, the protagonist slowly lost confidence in his past words. The next instant, the terrifying scream of this man, who was now literally burning alive, echoed throughout the cave. Silence hung between Kang Hyun and Kang Ah-hyun as they watched what might happen to them if they failed. All that former confidence had already been weathered away, so no one dared to continue their journey across the bridge. Kang Ah-hyun asked what the main character was talking about there to reiterate all his beliefs about the dream again. The guy tried to keep his composure, but his look and demeanor gave away that he was really scared. The girl thought about the fact that he looked rather pathetic and exhaled heavily to calm herself down a bit. To be safe, she got on all fours and asked her brother to follow her example and not do anything stupid. Kang Hyun continued to pretend that he wasn't scared at all, but decided to repeat after his sister because she had asked for it herself. All the players also began their progress towards the end of the bridge, trying to control their fear. The heavy breathing of the people could be heard on all sides, which they could not restrain because of the intense excitement. Kang Ah-hyun couldn't take the tension any longer, so she decided to talk to our hero. She asked how the main character had any ideas about what had happened to them that night. The guy kept telling himself that it was just a very realistic nightmare. Kang Ah-hyun was sure that her brother was actually lying and had already realized that his guess was wrong. She thought there was definitely something here and they couldn't even imagine what had happened to them. The sister was afraid that if they died here, perhaps such a fatal outcome would await them in real life. The protagonist wasn't holding back his emotions now because all this time he had been trying his best to ignore it, but she kept reminding him of it. He fell back on his bridge because now he just couldn't budge because of fear, and the girl thought he was the most unreliable big brother ever. In the end, Kang Hyun offered to rest for a while before continuing because his legs and arms were shaking a lot. Now the guy was beginning to guess how he could get out of this nightmare after all. He was going to just lie there like that and assume that then he could finally wake up, but suddenly a notification window appeared in front of his face. The sister and brother immediately fell silent because they began to read the system alert carefully. The system reported that a certain amount of time had passed since the training had started, so now the difficulty had increased. Kang Ah-hyun and Hyun looked forward in confusion and couldn't understand what would happen to them now. The other players also tensed up because they felt some strange sensation under their feet. At that moment, the protagonist heard some kind of explosion behind his back, which didn't mean anything good. All the players immediately started running forward to cross this bridge in time, causing some of them to lose their balance and fall down. Eventually, our heroes realized that now was not the time to continue standing still. Kang Ah-yun rushed forward with all her might, but the guy didn't even have time to react and continued to lie on the bridge. The protagonist rushed forward at the last moment, barely managing to dodge the destruction. Cold sweat poured down Kang Hyun's face because death was stalking him at point-blank range. The young man, in spite of such danger, tried to calm himself down, insinuating to himself that everything was fine. Our hero realized that the bridge was not too narrow, so if he stumbled, he would reach the end without any problem. All he had to do was look ahead to run straight and control his path. The boy, after covering the last meters, finally caught up with his sister, who was running quite fast. The protagonist realized that he had almost succeeded, so the fear was slowly receding. Kang Hyun already felt a surge of confidence because he had managed to overcome this difficult path. A smile appeared on his face because the horror was over. At that moment, Kang Hyun saw that something was going on with his sister. He tried to shout to Kang Ah-yun because the bridge above her was starting to collapse and the shards might just nail the girl. The sister looked up sharply, and her eyes widened with horror, for it appeared that her life was in mortal danger. The protagonist realized that he couldn't leave his sister in trouble and tried to come up with a plan of action. He finally decided to take a chance and jump onto her bridge to save Kang Ah-yun. The young man was just in time to grab the girl by the waist and push her forward, dodging the falling cobblestones. The very next moment, the bridge completely collapsed, but our heroes and some other participants of the test managed to jump to the finish line of their challenge. The players froze in a mute stupor as they watched the last fragments of stone blocks fizzling away into the red-hot lava. At that time, a system notification appeared in front of Kang Ah-yun and Kang Hyun's eyes that they had passed the first stage and temporarily awakened to receive the reward for passing. The guy was finally able to exhale quietly and relax because he couldn't even move his fingers anymore. Meanwhile, the sister read into these words that spoke of a temporary awakening and began to suspect that this was not the end. Kang Hyun asked if the girl wanted to thank the man who saved her life, but the girl gave a short expression of gratitude and continued reading the notices. The girl could not understand what all these inscriptions meant, but the protagonist was immediately interested because he had seen something like this in video games before. Kang Hyun instantly realized that this was a status window, the #1 thing a man wanted for his birthday. Such information made our hero rise, despite the fact that he had no strength left at all. The guy managed to look up a bit and saw that he had a unique resurrection ability. He continued to move through the force, overcoming the resistance of his own weary body. Eventually, the protagonist abruptly jumped up in his bed, where he had been the whole time. Now the young man sat in complete silence and breathed heavily, trying to comprehend what he had just experienced. For a while, Kang Hyun stared at the ceiling because it all seemed too strange to him. The guy was still trying to convince himself that it was just a weird dream. He decided to immediately post about this nightmare in one of the chat rooms, but as it turned out, Kang Hyun wasn't the only one who had a similar dream that night. Other users also started writing posts about entire families having the same dream where they were dying. Some laughed that their relatives, who used to condemn novel reading and video games, were now listening intently to their opinions on this strange situation. Anonymous published a post saying that a chat room had already been set up for those people who now had unique abilities. Meanwhile, Earth's full connection to the Hakan dimension came another day closer. The next morning, Kang Hyun jumped out of his room as quickly as possible to talk to his sister about the strange events of tonight. The girl also wanted to talk about it, so they started talking loudly about this scary and very realistic dream in one voice. Kang Ah-hyun was very excited, so she got angry because the guy wouldn't let her finish. Irritation flashed in his eyes as he watched his sister interrupt him once again. Eventually, the brother and sister went to different sides of the room to calm their emotions a bit and have a normal conversation. Their stomachs both rumbled, signaling that they needed something to eat before such serious conversations first thing in the morning. The protagonist remained calm and decided that their sleep could be put off for later after all. Kang Ah-hyun felt the same way, so she didn't yell at her big brother anymore. They decided to have breakfast first, and while checking their phone, they saw on the social media top that everyone was now posting about the end of the world and mixed sleep. Now the brother and sister just kept silent because they realized that they were not the only ones affected by this unusual vision. The girl began to worry, realizing that this night they had seen more than just a dream, because this phenomenon had been observed even in other countries. At the very least, our hero calmed down, because now he was sure that death in a dream had no effect on reality. Kang Ah-hyun still had an unpleasant feeling, because it looked so realistic in the dream that the fall was probably quite painful as well. She had already read that those who did fall during the ordeal were indeed traumatized. The protagonist remained stubbornly silent, and the girl caught herself thinking how strange this peaceful breakfast seemed amid the general chaos. She realized that there was a mess going on outside the walls of their home right now, but it hadn't affected them so far. Kang Hyun continued to chew his food carefully and pondered how they should act in a situation like this. After a while, he put his chopsticks on the table and said there was nothing left for them to do but eat well. The protagonist decided to look out the window for the first time and wondered if his sister wanted to jump into this chaos. Meanwhile, a sizable crowd of people had indeed already gathered outside, starting to panic after the latest news. The people of the city were already fighting over various products as they tried to stock up in case the apocalypse did hit the earth. Other religious zealots came out to protest and shouted that the time of judgment had come. The others saw only their own gain in all this and quickly ran to loot the stores that were now left unattended and destroyed everything in their path. Kang Ah-hyun stood behind her brother's back and also silently watched all the chaos that was going on right under the walls of their house. She guessed that they just couldn't go to work now because of the world situation, and Kang Hyun agreed with her concerns. The protagonist was sure that if they left the house now, they would only hurt themselves, and asked if the sister remembered anything about the connection to the Hakken dimension. The girl guessed that Kang Hyun just didn't have time to look at the status window that said all this information and decided to check it out right away. Eventually, she informed us that it would be almost 5 years until full connection, but our hero wasn't entirely sure that they would be able to prepare for such a situation in that amount of time. Kang Ah-hyun noticed that her older brother, who she had always thought was a complete jerk, suddenly started speaking in clear facts that she agreed with unconditionally. Unlike the chaos of the morning, nothing significant happened throughout the day, and by the evening, most citizens had returned to their daily lives, so stability was restored in Korea in just a day. Thus, the first day came to an end and the main character fell asleep again, but immediately saw a window with another system notification. The system welcomed him into training, and the guy himself almost forgot that he was now a full-fledged player. Kang Hyun was asked if he wanted to see the explanations and instructions on the basic interface first, but he wanted to see his status window. Eventually, the protagonist was finally able to view his original characteristics and additional abilities. The guy wondered how good his stats were, but he didn't have anything to compare them to, so it was very hard to draw any conclusions. He saw that there was a characteristic of magic power and began to suspect that he could use magic or something similar in the future. Anyway, there was a cool and attention-grabbing line, namely the one about the unique resurrection ability. The protagonist was very excited to have such a strong skill and couldn't believe that he was actually given the opportunity to have an extra life. The system asked if the player wanted to move to the second stage, and he agreed with confidence in his voice because he now knew of his rebirth ability, which protected him from any harm. He wasn't afraid of the side effects of having his other skill levels reduced after resurrection because he could return to the original value anyway. Until this moment, the guy was very enthusiastic as a resurrection skill holder, having no idea what awaited him next. As it turned out, the protagonist had to fight with terrible monsters that could resist him for quite a long time. Kang Hyun continued to wield his weapon skillfully, but his strength was already at its limit after such an intense fight. Eventually, the young man was finally able to land a crushing blow on his opponent and bring him to the ground. In the second stage of the challenge, the newly awakened player had to defeat enemies to prove his skill. He thought it might be a normal fight since the system looked like a computer game, which didn't make him suspicious. The protagonist managed to take down his opponent with a surprise mace attack, but the sensation of striking a living creature made the player's entire body tremble. Kang Hyun found it hard to believe that he had really just killed something living, even though it was an ugly monster. It was quite hard for the young man to hold on, because he had the feeling that he was about to vomit. In any case, our hero was sure that he had defeated his opponent only because the latter was only an ordinary goblin. In his thoughts about what happened, the protagonist went to further explore the location and noticed that another monster was waiting for him around the corner. The guy was scared out of his wits and immediately put his mace in front of him to defend himself against his new opponent. The huge goblin himself also didn't seem to expect to see a stranger here, so he froze in place for a few seconds. The monster looked behind our hero's back and saw what he had done to one of his allies. The goblin warrior immediately became enraged and was definitely not going to spare the person who had allowed such a thing to happen. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun couldn't believe that there were two monsters from the beginning and couldn't figure out what was wrong because he was sure that goblins must be low-level mobs for beginners. This same opponent was much larger than the previous goblin, and the sword he was holding was over 1 meter long. The guy realized that if he got hit like that, it wouldn't just end in tetanus, but meanwhile the goblin screamed fearfully, preparing for the next attack. The monster attacked our hero with one sharp blow, who in the end could not close against such a huge power. Kang Hyun had a body chronically deprived of exercise due to long-term unemployment, as well as a mace. The weapon he had chosen at the beginning of his training was only 70 centimeters long, which definitely didn't play to his advantage. As a result, the goblin simply knocked the only weapon from the guy's hands with his meter sword, so the guy only had to endure numerous blows to his body. The protagonist has resigned himself to the fact that with his stats, it is impossible to face such an opponent. After suffering numerous injuries, Kang Hyun was covered head to toe in his own blood and just couldn't hold back tears from the pain. The guy's entire body was mutilated, and he himself couldn't understand why he had to go through such an ordeal. It turns out that it wasn't enough for the goblin warrior to just kill his enemy, so he dragged the half-dead young man to an unknown destination. Before, Kang Hyun hadn't even considered how much blood was in the human body, but now he could experience it and felt the slowly approaching fear of death clenching coldly around his neck. The next second, he woke up in real life and screamed loudly in fear, waking his sister. Kang Hyun was very angry because it was early morning, and on top of that, she had a bad headache, which only made things worse. When the girl saw what was actually happening to the main character, she froze in place and calmed down a bit. The boy wrapped himself completely in the blankets, and with eyes full of terror, did not stop talking about the goblins he was now scared to death of. Eventually, Kang Hyun managed to drag her frightened brother out of the bedroom to calmly tell him that he had died of bleeding due to the goblins brutalizing him in that dimension. The younger sister covered her ears because she couldn't listen to such horrors, and noted that she had also died during the trial, but not in such a monstrous way. Now she wasn't surprised that our hero cried out in his sleep, but the young man himself was embarrassed by his reaction to the pain. Kang Hyun suddenly jumped up from his chair and started yelling that the girl wouldn't understand him until she experienced the horror herself, but she immediately tried to calm him down. The nurse asked if the protagonist needed medical attention because it is still unknown how the death in the game could affect his condition. She said that the news had reported that the number of visitors to the psychiatric ward had doubled in the last 2, and suggested that in another dimension they had also had a similar experience. The protagonist wondered for a few seconds if he needed that kind of help after all. He eventually came to the conclusion that he didn't need it, but the main factor was lack of money. Of the good news, the girl reported the fact that when she died, it was likely that the training would finally be over. She explained that people who died in the first stage did not dream of the second stage, so our hero was able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, after his rebirth, Kang Hyun saw a notification that there was an error in the second step, so it had to be retaken. The system reported that right now the second round of the second stage of training was starting, which made the guy just overflow with anger. The protagonist did not restrain his emotions and covered the whole dimension and those involved with scolding from head to toe. The only thing that was glad was that Kang Hyun wouldn't get a fine for his death because he was still in training. Meanwhile, the guy was in no hurry to fulfill his mission because the fear made him pass out, fall asleep, and pass out again for hours, hoping that he would come out of this horrible dream, but it didn't happen. The young man realized that he had to do what he was being asked to do after all, and began to feel like he was hungry as hell after this long wait. Before the second round, he needed to pick out a new weapon, so he walked over to the stands by the exit. Last time, Kang Hyun had chosen the mace because he thought it would be easier in terms of destructive power and use, but that wasn't the case. Since close combat frightened our hero, his choice was between bow and crossbow, and to help him, he decided to look for a spear. After looking over the entire assortment of weapons, the guy still settled on a set of crossbow and spear. Now the protagonist was going to show his opponents the shooting skills of a South Korean reservist. He quietly snuck through the castle walls behind the monsters' backs and was already aiming to silently hit his target. In the next second, Kang Hyun fired, but the arrow ended up not hitting either of the two goblins. Our hero looked on hopefully and tried to see if he had succeeded in his plan. The goblin warrior, whose cheek was only slightly scratched, immediately turned around and sensed the presence of the stranger. The brave man realized it was time to change tactics because his plan wasn't working after all. He guessed things couldn't go smoothly with the weapon he was using for the first time. In any case, Kang Hyun gathered all his strength to attack his enemies, picking up his already prepared spear. The protagonist slew his opponent with his weapon in one precise blow and already made his task half as easy. A smile appeared on the young man's face because his idea had finally worked and opened the way for him to finish this stage. Kang Hyun quickly turned around because the second monster was still behind his back. Suddenly, the guy realized that things weren't going that smoothly, and he froze in place with fear. His hands began to shake violently because they no longer had the strength to wield the spear. The goblin warrior didn't hesitate for long and had already jumped high to attack the helpless stranger. The protagonist didn't have time to react, so once again he woke up screaming in real life. The guy wasn't so scared anymore because this time he died at once, without terrible agony. The next day he was again met with notifications about the error on the second stage, which began to piss the young man off even more. This time, Kang Hyun decided to opt for a sword and shield, but he thought for a second that he should use a weapon he had already tested. Still, the protagonist decided to stick to his plan because he had spent the day before doing X-tube self-study. The protagonist directly ran out to his opponents and shouted with bravery in his voice for them to attack him. Kang Hyun had already suffered so much that he was no longer afraid of these goblins that he had seen for the third time. The guy ended up waking up in a cold sweat again in the middle of the night because the monsters had come at him after all and won again. The sister immediately came to the screams of the protagonist, who did not even notice the stranger's presence because he thought only about finally taking revenge on his enemies. He laughed very intimidatingly and only dreamed of killing these monsters that he was already fed up with. Kang Ayeon realized that her older brother was getting worse from this ordeal, but she didn't interfere and only watched from behind the door. Before the fourth round, the guy didn't even listen to all the introductory notifications from the system anymore and immediately grabbed his sword to practice a bit. Previously, he had just swung his sword aimlessly because judging from the status window, it was the standard way of fighting. There was a notification at the end that the hero's stamina had increased by 1 mark due to pushing his limits, but he just collapsed to the ground after spending so much energy on such paltry progress. In addition to that, he saw that he had also gained some extra stats back in the first stage of training. The protagonist has now realized that he was so engrossed the whole time that he temporarily forgot the bonus point. In any case, Kang Hyun invested 1 stat point in strength, gaining a total of 2 increased stats to take revenge on the goblins. The main problem was that the young man was too exhausted, so he couldn't get a single one down and died immediately. The 5th round of the second stage of the challenge came, and Kang Hyun practiced again to increase his stamina. In the 6th round, the guy decided to do some strength training, and 10 hours later he increased his scores by another point. Now to deal with 2 goblins became even easier. But our hero fundamentally lacks physical strength and fighting ability, so he still failed to pass the test. For this reason, the guy went to the 7th round in the hope that he would still manage to defeat his enemies. He started swinging his sword vigorously again to increase his stamina in battle. After Kang Hyun saw the cherished notification from the system, he shouted loudly to release all his tension after those hard workouts. The guy once again couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground due to lack of strength. He lay like that next to his sword for a while, trying to catch his breath. At this point, the protagonist finally opened his eyes because a new notification from the system had arrived. The guy was surprised because he was informed that the basic swordsmanship skill had been created and had now reached level F. This skill helps correct posture and distribute force when swinging the sword, allowing for more effective strikes. Kang Hyun was very happy about this news because he finally managed to achieve some significant success after practicing so much. He immediately had the motivation and energy to deal with those damned green scum. Our hero's gaze was full of madness and rage because he firmly decided that today the monsters would come to an end. There are actually 5 bloody goblins in the second stage of the training, 2 of which were at the beginning of the fortress, while the rest settled in the second half of the forest. So far, these 2 initial monsters were the easiest opponents, so our hero suddenly attacked the first goblin with a crossbow and then massacred the second with a sword. Kang Hyun could also handle the others like before, but the last monster was a real challenge. This huge, strong goblin warrior had a powerful axe, which was difficult to counter with an ordinary axe. In any case, the protagonist had already reached such a level of skill that he could easily resist such enemies. The beast was very angry that some weak, insolent stranger could stand up to its power. Kang Hyun, lightning fast, put up his shield to take cover from his opponent's deadly axe strike. Only now did the lad notice that he could clearly see every attack of the goblin warrior, which made this confrontation easier. Other than that, the protagonist felt as if his entire body could react before he thought of his next move. The protagonist was actively using his new ability, so he swung his sword with all his might to once again try to attack his opponent. In the end, the young man finally gets close to his main target, but still fails to strike a fatal blow. The goblin warrior looked up with anger in his eyes as the sharp blade of the blade slightly grazed his cheek. In turn, the young man himself realized that he was already exhausted and had lost a lot of stamina after dealing with only 4 enemies, so victory was in doubt. Meanwhile, the goblin warrior swung his axe again to get rid of the annoying little boy. As a result, he managed to knock the sword out of the hands of the protagonist, who couldn't believe that his opponent would be able to do it from such a distance. Now Kang Hyun had no choice but to bounce back from the monster's fast attacks in time, because any mistake could cost him his life. But the guy managed it because he didn't pump his endurance for nothing before facing the final opponent at this level. Goblin Warrior watched with surprise at the actions of our hero, who, as it turned out, was not such a simple guy. At this time, Kang Hyun made sure that this monster really likes to watch torture, so it doesn't kill immediately, but makes the opponent tired. Eventually, the protagonist managed to disorient the goblin by throwing dust at it, after which the guy claimed the monster's movements were too obvious. His opponent immediately began to growl with discomfort in his eyes and completely lost the ability to control the young man's actions. Kang Hyun didn't waste any time and grabbed a rock that was lying nearby to further attack the monster. He crouched low and aimed directly at the leg of the disoriented goblin warrior who was unaware of anything. The protagonist swings his improvised weapon as much as possible to inflict the most damage on his opponent. The goblin warrior definitely didn't expect such an underhanded attack to the leg, so he screamed at the entire forest in sharp pain. The monster still couldn't see anything, so he just started swinging his weapon in different directions, hoping that he could hit our hero, who had already managed to run away. The young man moved quite quickly, so in a moment he was behind his opponent's back and preparing for his next move. Only now was the goblin able to open his eyes and realize that something had gone wrong because the enemy had simply vanished. The protagonist still continued to use the stone he found under his feet as a weapon and, holding it in his hands, pounced on his opponent, screaming that he was much stronger. Eventually, the boulder landed exactly on the goblin warrior's head and was fatal to his life. Blood gushed from his severed head, and he began to fall helplessly to the ground. Kang Hyun was finally able to exhale calmly and realized how the real fight was going on. Now the protagonist also found it boring that the goblin was just dying, not resisting his blows in any way. At this point, the system reported that the player had finally managed to pass the second stage of training, for which he would receive 5 stats as rewards, as well as a weapon of his choice. The basic shield skill and the basic crossbow skill were also unlocked, and the guy himself was incredibly happy about his victory. He believed that this was where the power of a supreme being lay, and all these worthless goblins were just ordinary cheapskates. The sword remained in the middle of the forest, and nearby was heard only the mad laughter of the protagonist, who could not stop rejoicing at his success. Meanwhile, it was morning in the real world, so Kang Hyun needed to wake up and leave the game world. Our hero rejoiced at such a beautiful morning and already prepared to return to his cozy bed. In honor of the fact that the guy was able to pass the second stage of survival, he decided to make himself breakfast in honor of the holiday. The young man thought that everything here was perfectly cooked, despite the fact that he had prepared it all with his own hands. Suddenly, behind his back, the protagonist heard some loud sound, which seemed to mean that his sister was also awake. Kang Ah-hyun was shocked because she heard her older brother's words that he had managed to pass the second stage of the test. At that moment, they both received a notification that the players were now free to use the system outside of training. The system also reported that the dungeons were now activated, so the brother and sister quickly ran to the balcony to see what was going on outside. They were shocked when they saw the unexpected changes under their windows. Huge doors appeared right under the walls of their house, which obviously attracted the attention of all passers-by. Kang Hyun and Ah-yeon realized that it was all due to the recent notification from the system. Our heroes froze in place as they watched the entrance to the unknown dungeon appear right in the middle of a busy city street. The crowd quickly clustered around the mysterious artifact and began to examine it. The main condition was that only the awakened ones could use the dungeons. Players will need to complete the dungeon challenge in a certain amount of time to successfully complete the mission. Meanwhile, the moment of full connection with the Haken dimension approached for a few more days. After the appearance of the dungeon, the world became even more chaotic, so at first our heroes decided not to leave the house, looked and systematized some information. Kang Hyun suspected that it looked like the training wasn't quite over yet because recently those who had just turned 18 were also joining the training. For her part, Kang Ah-yeon saw that there was chaos in the comments section because of the dungeon, as people said that it was a hasty decision to call the trained awakened and send them to mop up the dungeon. The protagonist didn't see this as anything new and saw a comment about players being able to turn the status window on and off. Sister wanted to talk about how the most important thing was that status windows were beneficial, but Kang Hyun wasn't going to listen to her and had already tried to summon a status window. In the end, the guy didn't succeed, so an awkward silence hung in the room. After a second, a window popped up, notifying him that the training was not yet complete, so he couldn't use the feature. He thought about the fact that the training would be in 8 stages and concluded that while he had passed the second one in 7 attempts, the others had already completed all the stages. The guy immediately asked his sister if there wasn't a way to skip the whole thing, because he wasn't exactly burning to waste his time and energy. Kang Ah-yeon reminded that patience is gold and also added that there is no information because very little is also known about the second stage. Our hero realized that he would have to fight again, but now he was strong enough and would not suffer such an ignominious defeat as before. Night came and Kang Hyun went to pass the third stage again, where he immediately encountered another monster. The guy had to hide in the bushes, where just the monster decided to spit his need, but the protagonist had to just endure in order not to give away his location. On the third stage, the player needs to prove his perseverance and patience, enduring any situation, and destroy the Gurkha's leader, for which he was immediately given a camouflage suit. Kang Hyun had never heard of a monster like this before, so he thought about the fact that he needed to find his main target first. Before his further actions, the young man decided to check what he had gotten after passing the second stage. He opened the statuses and was pleased to see that there were quite a few improvements to a wide variety of skills. The protagonist decided to put extra stats into strength and stamina, which would definitely come in handy, and thought it was worth adding 2 points to dexterity just in case. Kang Hyun suspected that there was something else besides extra points, and was now trying to find that reward among all the status windows. Then the guy found a notification that suggested he check his inventory, which just happened to contain another prize. The sword icon that he was able to obtain from the first stage immediately caught his eye. Right from the inventory window, the protagonist managed to pull out a weapon, which he can now use when completing this challenge. The protagonist was shocked by such possibilities, and now thought it was the most amazing thing he had seen in his entire life. Now the pre-fight inspection is complete, and now Kang Hyun has gone to find this Gorkha to fulfill his assignment. During his journey to his goal, Kang Hyun remembered Carlos Hescock, the legendary Marine Corps sniper who successfully killed a general after crawling over a kilometer for days. Starting today, this warrior has become respected by our hero because he himself is undergoing such an ordeal. The guy finally crawled to the camp where his opponents were and wondered if he should just force his way in. There were strong guards stationed around the perimeter of their settlement, so it would be quite difficult for Kang Hyun to make his plan a reality. It was very unpleasant for the player to be in such a position because his clothes were sticky and wet after the recent incident. The grass around him was stabbing, and all sorts of bugs were crawling all over his body. Suddenly, the protagonist heard some footsteps nearby and instantly froze to avoid revealing his location. It was one of those huge, powerful guards who for some reason decided to move away from his comrades. In the end, Kang Hyun wasn't covered, so it wasn't the first time he got into an unpleasant situation with a spoilsport right on top of him. The protagonist understood that our hero needed to be patient because the notices earlier told him that he had to prove his perseverance and patience. The guy was just shaking with anger because of such humiliation, but in his head he kept the thought that he needed to stay calm and persevere to his goal. Still, his nerves, which were already held by a hair, did not bear such humiliation, so the player completely forgot about any limits. The guy abruptly jumped out of the bushes where he had been hiding all this time and rushed towards the aborigine, who certainly didn't expect it. Our hero was so angry that he was now directly shouting to his enemy that he was going to cut off his head right here and now. In one swift movement, Kang Hyun shortened the distance with his target and quickly used his weapon before the native had a chance to regain his senses. As a result, the opponent flew far away from such a strong and accurate attack of the young man. The tribe warrior couldn't hold back the tears that were now flying out from under his mask, realizing that he had definitely lost this battle that hadn't even had a chance to begin. Meanwhile, the protagonist was able to successfully regroup after a perfect strike and grinned at his defeated foe. Another guard who had come to his comrade's screams immediately ran up to help, but Kang Hyun wasn't as frightened by it. The natives were very angry that an outsider had dared to enter their territory who had also killed one of the soldiers. Then he shouted to warn his tribesmen of the danger, and news of the invasion quickly spread throughout the settlement. All the residents lit torches and went to the right place to deal with the intruder as quickly as possible. In just a few seconds, the protagonist, who continued to stand near the body of one of the natives, was surrounded on all sides. The guy realized he was in too much trouble, so he could say the phrase he'd always wanted to try. He shouted with glee in his voice for all these scum to attack him one by one, and thus created a new skill called Lion's Roar of Fury. A moment later, the blood and masks of the natives that Kang Hyun had knocked off the enemies were flying in different directions, but there was also a scream from the protagonist himself. Lion's Roar of Fury reduces the stats and morale of surrounding enemies, as well as removing debuffs and unleashing rage that beats from deep within the player. Other than that, the young man had even learned something from crawling for 10 hours in the first round of the third stage of training, so he could now put those skills to use in battle. While tracking, he noticed that Gurkha's warriors seemed to go out hunting during the day, only returning to the village at sunset. After that, Kang Hyun concluded that there was a minimum of strength left in the settlement during the day, so he could easily massacre the small boys who remained on guard. Having disposed of the remaining inhabitants, the protagonist quickly ran towards the largest tent, where his target was presumably located. The boy quickly ran inside and already prepared for a fight with the head of this aboriginal settlement. The protagonist turned to the Gurkha chief with a mad grin and stated that he was ready for a serious conversation. The boy froze in shock when he saw what awaited him in this huge tent. It turns out that the head of the settlement was not alone, but had two strong mage guards by his side. The Gurkha chief simply pointed his finger in the direction of the young man for his subordinates to immediately attack the defiant outsider. The mages instantly obeyed their leader and began to speak some spells in their mysterious language. Kang Hyun's body immediately became completely numb, so there was no way he could resist his opponents. The system reported that the TG Rock had fallen under the effect of a low-level magic restraint skill, which simply paralyzed him. The protagonist thought about it for a bit and remembered that the Lion's Roar of Fury ability would allow him to remove any debuffs that were low rank. The guy took a deep breath to gather his strength and activate the skill that was his only chance to win. Immediately, all of his strength burst out of Kang Hyun, and the effects of the paralyzing spell quickly dissipated. Chief Gurkha did not expect at all that some little boy would be so strong and did not know what to do in such a situation. The protagonist, while his opponents were at a complete loss, took a few wide steps and swung his sword to make quick work of his target. Lastly, Kang Hyun noted that everyone always has a great plan until the moment they just don't get killed. So the player completed the third stage in just 2 days, which was a huge improvement considering it took him a full week to complete the second stage. With such incredible stature, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it could all lie in the fact that he was a gifted genius. The young man suspected that, at this rate, he would be able to pass the fourth stage in a matter of minutes. He envisioned himself as a beautiful, powerful knight who could defeat the huge monster with just a few blows. That's what the protagonist thought a month ago, and here he woke up on another morning after passing the test. It's been 25 days since a special unit of Awakened had been sent to clean up the dungeons, and the news said that they had cleaned up almost half of the dungeons found within the country. Meanwhile, the Awakened continued to participate in the sweep, and in response, the government is considering paying bonuses. Kang Ah-yeon, listening to all this news, was standing in the kitchen making breakfast for herself and her older brother when he woke up and screamed for some reason. The girl pointed out that if he kept this up every morning, sooner or later the neighbors would file a noise complaint. She thought her brother had been hit in the back of the head with an arrow today, but he stepped confidently from his room and declared that he had managed to take out all his enemies today. The protagonist spoke confidently about how he had no trouble killing his opponents, but his sister somehow didn't care. In any case, she wanted to congratulate Kang Hyun for already having an easier time with the trials, but when she looked up, she was greatly surprised and couldn't finish. It turns out that the older brother's appearance had changed a lot, and he no longer looked like that puny young man, so the girl wondered what had happened in the guy's dream. Kang Ah-hyun sat down at the table and couldn't understand at all why the main character was acting so strange since morning. The main character, who was burning with anger, explained that all this training was just getting on his nerves. The girl felt this heavy aura around her brother and noticed that his face already looked like the face of a real criminal. In the end, Kang Hyun decided to briefly talk about how there was now a stage like a group project where you had to show leadership skills or something like that. The quest was to lead the group to destroy the core of the dungeon, which was basically like an RPG with NPCs, each playing an assigned role. Guy watched as his partners debated whether to move forward or retreat because they didn't have enough supplies to recklessly continue the mission. Despite strong opposition from the two pairs, it was eventually decided to go forward, so our hero started by boosting morale with a growl of fury and taking the front line. From this story, Kang Ah-yeon concluded that everything was fine with them, so she asked why it took a whole month to get through this stage. Just the mention of it seemed to anger the protagonist, who seemed to catch fire again with his rage. He said that the problem started at night when one of the couple decided to be as mean as possible to him. Kang Hyun, not even getting over his food, started yelling about how his partners were supposed to take turns on duty, but instead they plotted to run away together, and when he caught them, he unfortunately just lost the fight. The sister was very displeased with this behavior and asked our hero to swallow what was in his mouth before speaking. The guy listened and continued the story about how, anyway, the same characters and similar situations were repeated in every episode, so with the help of his brilliant mind, he found a way out after all. Kang Ah-yeon stopped eating and asked with interest what method the main character used to successfully finish the stage after all. The protagonist, like a true madman with burning eyes, declared that it was enough for him to destroy all the pests and quietly continue on his way. Events carry over into the last episode of the fourth installment, when the squabbling between the team members began again. Kang Hyun couldn't stand all this useless talk and shouted loudly to finally get the attention of his allies. One of the girls had to cover her ears because their leader put all his strength into screaming. The protagonist did not become ceremonious and pointed a sword at his subordinate to stop all senseless quarrels. Meanwhile, the young man declared that from now on, everyone must follow his instructions, and if anyone resisted or complained, that team member would simply die. The guy who was paired with that girl thought that Kang Hyun was just crazy for allowing himself such nonsense. The leader didn't stand on ceremony with his subordinate and with all his might charged his fist right into his face. He threw a few more punches while the others froze in place from surprise and reminded them that he'd asked them not to complain. In the end, the entire face of this warrior was disfigured, and his beloved could not believe that our hero could create such horror. Meanwhile, the guy with a cold gaze explained that the subordinates should follow him unconditionally because he already knew the way. The whole team set off ahead, and right along the way, they encountered their first enemy, which turned out to be a living skeleton. Kang Hyun put his hand forward without any hesitation and stopped his opponent's sharp blade with his bare palm. The young man already had enough strength to twist his enemy's sword in the other direction in one sharp movement. Taking advantage of this moment, the brave quickly drew his weapon and struck the skeleton with the hilt of his blade. In the end, the monster's bones simply fell apart, and the team asked apprehensively if this was the last enemy at this point. All the subordinates were stunned that the protagonist had actually managed to take out all those monsters. Quite soon, the protagonist and his allies have successfully reached the main goal of the mission. Kang Hyun guessed that this was what the core he needed would look like and thought that he just had to destroy the pillar to successfully complete the mission. The guy immediately thought that this was too easy a task for him and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. One sharp blow was enough to completely destroy the entire installation that contained the core. The system immediately notified that the player had managed to pass the 4th stage of training, for which he again received a considerable amount of rewards. Amongst all this, he still didn't know the purpose of the magic stone, but if one stocked up on everything, one would eventually find a use for it. He also managed to get his hands on a strong mind ring that granted immunity to all effects of mental magic and mental status rank A and below. In fact, all of the above was not a major accomplishment for Kang Hyun. After such hard trials, the guy managed to become quite strong in reality as well, so 300 push-ups were no longer a problem for him. Our hero began to notice that now even weight-bearing exercises were becoming less and less effective. He began to suspect that maybe he should think about starting to go to the gym. At that moment, Kang Hyun's phone suddenly received some strange notification, which immediately caught his attention. Kang Hyun quickly picked up the gadget and at first thought it was just another advertisement. Turns out it was much more serious than that because an emergency alert popped up on the smartphone screen that a dungeon had opened up nearby, so residents should stay home and stay calm. Meanwhile, the horrible screams of the people who were the first victims of this accident were heard outside. Numerous goblins had already made their way out into the real world, groping and killing anyone and anything they could get their hands on. The locals desperately tried to save from the evil monsters, but not everyone managed to save their lives. The protagonist thought that today was a chance to try his hand because he had even applied for a dungeon sweep, but suddenly he remembered about Kang Ah-hyun, who had gone to work and was now in danger. He immediately rushed to look for something he could use as a weapon against all those goblins. The guy looked around in panic and was angry that there wasn't even a regular long sword here. He was able to calm down a bit and finally found something suitable amongst all the homemade utensils. Amidst the mountain of dirty dishes, the blade of a sharp knife gleamed, which could have been of some help to Kang Hyun. The guy immediately ran outside and started screaming at the top of his voice to attract the attention of all the underground monsters. The goblins certainly didn't expect that after so many defeated people, any of the locals would still dare to oppose them. Meanwhile, the protagonist has already realized that, as expected, he still can't use his skills outside of the training space. In any case, thanks to Kang Hyun's daring prank, he had managed to get the attention of all the goblins. The monsters did not hesitate long and rushed forward to deal with the insolent little man who dared to come out so brazenly against them. The young man was not frightened at all and only scoffed at the fact that he was having trouble hearing the sounds made by the weak second-level trash. But still, there's no guarantee that these monsters will be the same level they were in training. Our hero simply decided to ignore all these concerns and grip the knife in his hands tighter. In any case, he could already tell the level of his opponent by his not particularly skillful moves, so he wasn't particularly worried. The goblin, whose head had been stabbed through with a common kitchen knife, let out its last wheezes before taking its last breath. Kang Hyun was now completely stained in blood and thanked all the monsters for coming to this world. He shoved his opponent's body away from him and took stock of the fact that he could keep using the knife because it was a pretty cool and versatile thing. The events then moved to a nearby office where Kang Ah-yeon, the protagonist, was working. The company's employees barricaded themselves in one of the offices and kept their eyes on the doors, behind which the goblins kept making noise. Suddenly, some more sounds were heard, which made all the workers tense up even more. Among all this crowd was Kang Ayun, who didn't let the phone out of her hands for a second. Obviously, the girl was greatly worried about the fate of her older brother, who was unknown where he was at the moment. She wrote the protagonist a considerable number of messages, but he was too busy to reply to his sister. Meanwhile, the too loud screams of monsters and the obvious sounds of battle could be heard outside the door. Then the whole barricade of office furniture rattled down due to some kind of violent jolt. The next moment, the bloody foot of the savior of all these people in a desperate situation stepped onto one of the lockers. The protagonist apologized for his intrusion and emphasized that he had no intention of breaking anything. The boy was covered head to toe in the blood of his enemies, but he didn't forget to greet his little sister, for whose sake he had come all this way. All of the staff couldn't understand who this strange madman who was able to break through the crowd of monsters was, and couldn't believe that it was Kang Ah-hyun's brother. The young man did not pay attention at all to the fact that all eyes were fixed on him, and simply looked around the office in which his sister worked. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd grudgingly addressed the protagonist, which immediately caught his attention. The old man, who was red with anger, reprimanded Kang Hyun, who dared to break the barricade that protected them from the enemies. The protagonist laughed embarrassedly and admitted his guilt, explaining that he simply couldn't control his power. The guy also added that the staff shouldn't worry and stepped away from the doorway so they could see the bodies of the defeated goblins. Everyone froze in mute shock and couldn't believe that some ordinary young man could single-handedly cope with all this number of opponents. Kang Hyun pointed out to the office staff the weapons the goblins were using and asked them to hold on to a little bit of all those blades just in case. He wasn't sure how long everyone could hold out, but he thought that if no one panicked, they would have no problem defeating their enemies. Brave added that on the way to the office, he saw that there were only more goblins, so maybe there are still monsters on the upper floors. At least, the main character felt that they should all try to get some good sleep and rest this night. Before going to bed, Kang Ah-hyun decided to help her older brother a little and wash the wounds he received during the battle. The guy asked his sister not to waste all the water on him because they don't know how long this whole situation will last yet, so they need to be frugal. The girl agreed that our hero is so cool, but wondered why he still gets beaten up so often. Kang Hyun himself suspected that it was because he hadn't learned how to dodge, but his recovery ability is pretty amazing, so he can withstand most attacks. Anyway, the sister asked our hero to be careful because his revival skill still doesn't work in the real world. She had noticed that the young man's breaking through the monsters was too crazy of an act, but the guy knew it looked really cool. Still, Kang Ah-hyun thought that other people were looking at this whole situation a little differently, alluding to her co-workers. The girl noted that several of her elders who had been asked to introduce the protagonist and asked her brother's own opinion on such an idea. She asked if our hero had a certain type, and he immediately became embarrassed and thought about the question. In the end, Kang Hyun replied that he wanted someone who doesn't mind a man who swears as soon as he wakes up, causing his younger sister to shout indignantly to the entire office, realizing what the young man was implying. After this conversation, everyone finally went to bed, and the guy, as always, saw the system notification in front of him. The protagonist only now realized that he, with all these problems, completely forgot about the fact that he had to pass the test. No sooner had he read what he was to do next than he was surrounded on all sides by new NPCs. They were several beauties who were also getting to know each other, and it already appeared that one of them was a succubus. One of the girls tried to calm her partners down because their conversation was starting to take a wrong turn. In fact, Kang Hyun didn't really have much trouble understanding the situation he was in and just continued to stand surrounded by unfamiliar beauties. Then the system reported that the condition of this assignment was to defeat a succubus disguised as a human. Our hero knew that these demons were noted for their beauty, but the problem was that all the women here were amazingly beautiful. Meanwhile, one of the girls by name approached the player and asked what his opinion was on the whole situation. She explained that she wanted to know Kang Hyun's thoughts on the succubus, and he couldn't think of anything because this partner was incredibly attractive and also smelled nice. Looking away, the blushing young man blushed and replied that he had no ideas at all. The protagonist wanted to say something, but his attention was distracted by a new notification window. Turns out that Hadi used her charms on Kang Hyun, but the strong mind ring blocked it. In the evening, the player's entire temporary team decided to camp right in the middle of the forest. While the rest of the team was getting ready for bed, the main character was sitting by the fire and thinking about the latest events in his life. Before Kang Hyun's eyes flashed the horrible memories that wouldn't leave his mind after the first stages of training. The guy was glad that he could finally enjoy interesting things after agonizing for such a long time while going through all the missions. He knew that he needed to control his facial expression because anyone who recognized the succubus's identity would obviously become a target. The protagonist realized that this demon was likely a powerful being who could also disguise himself as a human and possessed magic. Kang Hyun came to the decision that he needed to use an NPC to unravel the situation with the succubus, but to do so he needed to choose a non-male who could fall under the spell. After some thought, he decided to settle into his sleeping bag and rest after his long journey. The next second, our hero was already in a different place and could not understand why there was such a familiar ceiling above his head. He jumped up abruptly from his bed and shouted in surprise that he was in Aeon's office. The staff was excited when Kang Hyun finally woke up because they wanted to report that the army had already come to their aid. The protagonist didn't care because all he could think about was that the succubus had figured it all out and killed him in his sleep. The guy realized he needed to focus on the real world after all and asked again who had come to help them. Meanwhile, the streets were already filled with khaki-colored vehicles, and the city itself now resembled a war zone. Armored trucks braked sharply. Fully equipped soldiers jumped out of the back and immediately occupied the perimeter. Some of them stayed where they were and fired directly from the vehicles, aiming at the goblins, of which there were quite a few left. Of course, the regular monsters couldn't stand up to the firearms from the real world, so they died one by one. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the window because he was closely watching the actions of the military. The employees thought that they were safe now because these monsters cannot oppose the weapons of the military. For his part, Kang Hyun thought that the end of all this horror wouldn't come quickly and easily. Suddenly his muscles tensed by themselves, for there was some strange premonition of great distress within. The guy continued to watch the actions of the soldiers, but the feeling didn't leave him. All this time he sensed something very dangerous, even though the military was successfully accomplishing their task. Our hero tried to control the situation all around the perimeter, but it was very difficult because the opponents were literally everywhere. The soldiers only had time to reload their weapons, so they didn't stop firing at the monsters for a second. Some started to panic because there was no end to the enemies, but either way they had no choice but to keep firing. One of the soldiers was annoyed that this was happening just before his vacation and felt that this sort of thing should be handled by experts. Meanwhile, the other military man was left one-on-one with a strange goblin that was very different from the other monsters. It turned out that this monster does not take ordinary bullets, so it was able to get close to the guy and brutally kill him. The soldiers who continued to sit in the back of their transport didn't understand why this monster was so strong. The trooper reported that their partners had already been killed, but the others simply could not hear him because of the continuous sound of gunfire. He gingerly looked in that direction and tried to inform his companions that a goblin had appeared that simple weapons would not take. At the same time, this monster continued to prowl onward, completely oblivious to the fact that bullets were flying straight at its head. The monster's skin was as if it was bulletproof, so it could continue to stand on its feet and continue its attack without any problems. The gunshots only made the giant goblin even angrier, who now swarmed with even more force to attack the soldiers who couldn't resist it in any way. Meanwhile, the military didn't even realize what kind of creature they were dealing with, so they didn't even know approximately how to defeat it. Either way, they continued to fire at their unified enemy, but the latter was already preparing for a fatal attack. The goblin jumped high and swung his weapon to deal with the small humans that were blocking his path. The soldiers realized that there was nothing more they could do, so they looked at the monster's shadow that was quickly looming over them. Eventually, the monster quickly dealt with the soldiers in one truck, which immediately crashed into its other comrades. The protagonist watched in horror at what his premonition had been telling him all along. The staff also saw this disaster and could not understand at all how they should proceed in such a situation. At the same time, the goblin was massacring the remaining soldiers with the agility of a predator. Kang Hyun had been watching the carnage outside the window the whole time, frozen in place. For a second, the brutal monster finally fell behind the mutilated bodies of its victims. The hobgoblin raised his head sharply and looked directly in the direction from which the protagonist was watching him. Meanwhile, the other group of soldiers didn't even realize what had happened to their fellow soldiers who had gone forward. Many of them were also injured, but were still alive, unlike the third squad, which was completely wiped out. The concussed Corporal Jung Jae-hoon tried to find a signalman because they need to send a support request as soon as possible. The soldier grasped his head, which felt like it was splitting apart, and couldn't understand what had happened during the battle that things had turned out this way. He wanted to say something else, but stammered when he saw the hobgoblin who had already found his next victims. The monster licked his lips with animal appetite when he saw the number of people he had yet to slaughter. The corporal immediately asked his signalman about the support situation, and the latter reported that they had sent them one able civilian. The squad leader wasn't particularly happy that their team would be sent such meager help, and was already thinking that they were simply doomed. In turn, the goblin was already about to attack them, and Jung Jae-hoon was already sure that he would just go crazy from the pitifulness of the situation. He finally came to his senses and raised his automatic rifle to fire the last shots before his death. The soldier realized that the weapon was inoperable and decided to jam just now, though it had worked without any reproach up to this point. The hobgoblin came closer and closer, waving his weapon, but the corporal was so frightened that he didn't back off even an inch. Eventually, the very capable civilian managed to arrive in time to help and brought a heavy rock with him to use as a weapon. The guy swung and with all his might threw a boulder at the hobgoblin, who certainly did not expect an attack from this side and could not react to such a blow. Even such a tough nut couldn't resist such strength, so his face twisted in pain. The impact was so powerful that the huge monster was carried far away from the truck and literally sealed into the asphalt. After all, the goblin lay dormant after such an attack and was no threat for a while. Corporal Jung Jae-hoon was shocked by the practiced actions of an ordinary civilian and couldn't realize what had just happened before his eyes. The protagonist only exhaled in relief and asked if the rescued soldier was all right. With a sinister expression on his face, he remarked that the corporal, as a warrior, must have a hard time in such situations. An intimidating smile appeared on Kang Hyun's face, which definitely didn't set the soldier up for a kind conversation. It seems that because of all this, Jung Jae-hoon was even more scared of our hero than the recent monster. He immediately pointed his gun at the protagonist, whom he mistook for a monster, but Kang Hyun instantly tried to stop him and bring him to his senses. The corporal's eyes were so clouded with fear that he asked twice if the man in front of him was really a man. The soldier couldn't believe that the volunteer was capable of such a thing, even though our hero looked pretty strong. He got up from the floor and apologized to his savior, explaining that the battle had made him a little out of it. Jung Jae-hoon thanked for helping their team, but the protagonist replied that there was no need because he came here because of his sense of justice. At this point, the young man looked behind the warrior's back and noticed that the hobgoblin still found the strength to get to his feet and continue their fight. Also, our hero was sure that this monster was looking him straight in the eye back then, so it was obvious that if the army was destroyed, all these scum would go to Aeon Company. Kang Hyun realized that there was no point in messing around with all of this, so after asking the soldiers not to shoot, he jumped off the back of the truck to deal with the monster right here and now. At the last moment, the guy asked if the army had some sort of tear gas, and Jung Jae-hoon was happy to report that almost all of their operational weapons were loaded. The protagonist asked for a similar help in battle, but the corporal didn't immediately realize what it was all for. The soldier asked the guy to start by taking a gas mask, but the guy didn't see the need for it and emphasized that he didn't have time to explain his plan. Kang Hyun once again asked the corporal to make sure that there was no shooting in his direction, because then all the team members would definitely be finished. Kang Ayon was still in the office and watched from the window as the soldiers began to prepare to help the guy who had already gone into battle. The protagonist was already close enough to his goal and was sure that everything was already prepared for his victory. The young man stated that he just has a lot of animosity towards this hobgoblin, so he needs to deal with the disgusting monster. Meanwhile, the soldiers were preparing to fulfill Kang Hyun's request and preparing gas grenades. The monster and Kang Hyun froze in dead silence, separated by only a few meters. Only now did the hobgoblin notice some object flying in their direction, not realizing what it was. In a moment, the whole place was filled with a colorless gas, which did not immediately show its chief properties. Eventually, the hobgoblin felt an intense burning sensation and tears poured from his eyes. The main character also started coughing because he had no defense against that tear gas. As it turned out, he remembered that it had also helped him in the fight with the regular goblin, that he had simply disoriented it. Kang Hyun guessed that the hobgoblin wasn't even used to pain because of its endurance, but the guy himself had long ago learned to tolerate any unpleasant sensations, so he rushed to attack the monster. To begin with, the young man decided he needed to confiscate his rival's weapons. As a result, the protagonist managed to knock the spear out of his opponent's hands and toss it far aside to disarm the helpless hobgoblin. After that, the guy didn't waste any time and started delivering strong, lightning-fast blows to his opponent, which made him unable to even raise his head. Kang Hyun was already starting to shake due to the tension because this fight was quite hard for him because the hobgoblin wasn't such a weak monster. The soldiers watched this intense fight in amazement and began to guess that our hero was an awakened man. From the back, someone unfamiliar approached the military man and asked what exactly was going on here. It was a special forces man who was a bit stunned because he had previously thought he was the only one who had been called in to support the soldiers. The face of the mysterious warrior was hidden behind a gas mask, so no one guessed his real identity. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to take a little break because despite his successes, he still failed to injure his opponent. Tears flowed in rivers, but the protagonist, gritting his teeth, did not give up for a moment. It was obvious that the hobgoblin never thought that it wouldn't do any harm, but if things continued at this pace, Kang Hyun's stamina would drop rapidly. Kang Hyun wondered if he should get some kind of implant because he could only cut so far. Suddenly, some shadow flashed from the side and someone else intervened in their duel, giving the monster several deep cuts. Eventually, the hobgoblin cried out loudly in pain because this SWAT man was able to graze his body with his sharp blade. The protagonist was shocked by such a lightning-fast attack and couldn't understand what kind of person it was. Meanwhile, the warrior noticed that there was almost no sensation from these blows, as if he were stabbing at a rock. Abruptly, the commando turned to Kang Hyun, who was standing to the side, and informed them that their enemy was only an F-rank dungeon boss. Our hero once again lit up with the desire for battle and assumed that if the enemy's defense was abnormally strong, there must be other weaknesses. He didn't know who his ally was, but he realized that this man was knowledgeable on the subject, so he didn't mind following his plan. Kang Hyun had warned that his physical strength wasn't that great, and his stamina was probably almost exhausted, but the mysterious stranger only needed one look to realize that. The boy swung his blade once more and decided to wonder what the soldier was doing when his strength was at its limit. Eventually, our hero realized that his weapon was not doing any damage no matter how hard he tried. He realized that he needed to change the course of this fight somehow and looked around for something that could be his weapon. At that moment, the lad noticed the goblin's spear, which he had recently knocked from its clutches. Meanwhile, the warrior reported that he had speed but not enough strength to deliver the finishing blow, so he asked our hero to attack the vital area while he had the chance. Kang Hyun realized that the situation was critical, so he quickly grabbed his spear to help his ally as quickly as possible. The guy realized that it was all just a show, but even the monster himself was aware of that, so he just kept defending himself. The protagonist began to analyze where he should attack his opponent and suspected that the skin behind the joint might be weak. In the end, he decided not to ponder the matter for long and chose the most tender spot on the hobgoblin's body. It seems the brave had managed to find the very spot that wasn't protected by armor, so the monster froze for a few seconds due to the shock. The warrior also didn't expect the guy to succeed and find a vulnerable point after all. As it turned out, to attack the main character chose the fifth point of the monster, which indeed turned out to be unprotected. Kang Hyun froze in place for a few seconds and thought that he even felt a little sorry for the poor guy for a second. The moment the unpleasant sensation swept across the axe's hilt, a philosophical question flashed through the lad's mind. The whole situation made one wonder if the butt was a vital point. The young man still doubted it was a weakness that could lead to instant death. Either way, his brain made a new decision in an instant, deciding the hobgoblin's fate. In the next second, the guy's body was already performing the next movement, throwing the huge carcass over himself. Using his spear, the protagonist slammed the immobilized monster to the ground with all his might. The monster's eyes immediately flashed with rage because no one had ever dealt him such humiliating and painful blows before. For his part, Kang Hyun continued this fierce fight and had so far tossed his opponent aside, but he wasn't going to leave him alone so easily. The guy guessed that the monster's body couldn't be solid all the way to its mouth, so he swung the weapon in his hands again to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. In fact, the monster was already unconsciously lying on the ground after such a painful shock. The protagonist decided not to stop there and embedded a sharp spear in the body of the monster, which could no longer resist. The guy was breathing heavily because he had expended a considerable amount of energy on this attack, and meanwhile, the SWAT officer was still standing back as well. The mysterious warrior definitely didn't expect some ordinary civilian to turn out to be such a strong fighter. He couldn't understand where such an experienced man came from and assumed he wasn't a registered awakened one. Meanwhile, the young man himself noticed some interesting detail in the defeated hobgoblin. He saw some sort of glowing object appear behind the monster's head that just couldn't help but attract attention. The system immediately notified that the item's information couldn't be verified because the training was still ongoing, but Kang Hyun grabbed the strange item anyway. The SWAT officer finally decided to approach our hero and wanted to warn him about something, but he didn't have time to finish. The guy understood that normally items should be distributed among the team members, but this warrior had jumped up in the middle of the fight, so it didn't help anything. He didn't care about this stranger, so he quickly scurried away, explaining that it was as if he had some urgent business to attend to. The SWAT officer tried to stop our hero, but only saw the grin of Kang Hyun, who had already said goodbye to him. The soldier froze in place and looked for a while after the protagonist who had so skillfully avoided unnecessary conversation. He realized that the danger from the tear gas had passed, so he could finally remove the gas mask. Underneath the mask all the time was a handsome young man who was now tormented by the thought of who the main character was. A few hours after defeating the hobgoblin as dusk fell, the situation in the city seemed to calm down a bit. After the showdown, our heroes set off through the streets, looking like the ruins from a disaster movie, towards their home. The brother and sister were only able to return home after it got dark around them. As they crossed the threshold, they froze, for a rather amazing view opened up before them. Kang Ah-yeon guessed that her older brother had forgotten to close the door before leaving because their apartment was in complete chaos. The girl realized that she had made an idiot of herself for actually believing that our hero was able to grow up even a little. She wasn't at all worried that there might be intruders nearby, so she just offered to clean up first, and then some snacks, though it wasn't known if there was any food in the house. Having finished with the cleaning, our heroes still managed to find food to make a decent dinner for themselves. The brother and sister ate in complete silence because they both had little energy left after the events that had transpired today. All this time, Kang Ah-yeon has been browsing social media and seems to have seen something quite interesting. She expressed her surprise in her voice, so the guy immediately turned his attention to his sister. Todd didn't bother to explain what caused her reaction and just turned the phone to the protagonist. When the young man saw this post with his own eyes, he immediately froze due to intense astonishment. As it turns out, a video has already surfaced online where residents captured Kang Hyun's epic duel with the hobgoblin. The guy pulled his phone closer to make sure it was him in the video. The sister explained that one of the employees might have filmed it, but in the meantime, the main character decided to go down to the comments section and read the opinions of others. Many users had the feeling that it was just a graphic or a snippet from some movie, causing Kang Hyun to calm down because he expected to see something worse. His face immediately changed a lot because of all the nice compliments that were written for the hero from the video. Kang Ah-yeon couldn't understand what the problem was and wondered what was wrong with her sibling. Only then was the young man able to come to his senses and was unhappy that everyone around him kept picking on his very handsome face. He lowered his head again and now made sure that the other people were a little afraid of his sinister facial expression as well. After that, our hero went to bed, but he forgot to turn off the light, so he asked his sister to do it. The girl refused to do such a small thing because Kang Hyun could do it on his own, but she still did the favor because he was having a rough day. For this, she asked the young man not to shout tomorrow morning because she too was dead tired. The protagonist assured that everything would be just so and offered his sister a beer on him and a heart-to-heart talk. After that, the guy immediately put his head down on the pillow and tried to sleep to continue his studies. Still, various thoughts were going through Kang Hyun's head, so he opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He thought about the fact that that SWAT player was very strong and tried to guess how many stages that player had gone through. In the end, our hero decided that there was no point in thinking about it because personally he was going to reach the 8th stage and become stronger than everyone else. After calming his train of thought, Kang Hyun was finally able to sleep and move to the dimension where his training was taking place. He actually thought yesterday's Devilis was very beautiful, despite being a succubus, and wanted to meet her sooner rather than later. The guy didn't care that it was only training because he wanted another look at such a beauty anyway. He slowly opened his eyes in anticipation of seeing the very image that was worth coming back here for. Eventually, the player saw only an ugly goblin in front of him who sniffed right in his face. Kang Hyun punched the unexpected guest lightning fast because he didn't expect the monster to appear so suddenly. The monster could not resist the power of our hero in any way, so it flew somewhere far away to the side. The goblin was low level, so it quickly shut down and now posed no threat. Meanwhile, the guy decided to look around to see why a rival had appeared here so suddenly. Then a system notification appeared in front of his face that the player now needed to dodge a horde of cave goblins and mop up the dungeon to pass this level. Kang Hyun couldn't understand at all why the conditions of this stage had changed so drastically and didn't notice that the monsters had begun to encircle him from different directions. The goblins came closer and closer to our hero, who stood with his back to them and was in no hurry to engage. The guy was actually very angry that the system had changed the conditions so unfairly, so he clenched his teeth with all his might. He couldn't take the wave of rage that came at him abruptly and shouted his displeasure throughout the forest. Because of this, after waking up in the morning, Kang Hyun still didn't keep his promise to his sister. The events now shift to one of the supermarkets nearby where the sounds of fighting were coming from. Some fiend with his blows completely chopped the face of the man who was inside. The stranger moved like a hurricane, and his powerful arms tossed his opponents aside as if they were rag dolls. The man who became his next victim was literally choking on his own blood. Still, he found the strength to wonder why this cruel young man had gone to such lengths. Plus, the victim couldn't understand how someone who hadn't even participated in training yet could be stronger than an ability user. The young man gave his victim a squeeze, emphasizing that nothing changes from his words, because there is no use in being stronger if you don't know how to fight. It turns out that this strange guy came to the area specifically because he saw a video of Kang Hyun online. The villain himself was only too happy to see many interesting ability users dwelling here. Meanwhile, the protagonist moved on to the 3rd round of the 5th stage of training, where he had to find a doppelganger monster that hides among humans and eats them every night. He immediately noted that it was very similar to finding a succubus in the 1st round of this challenge. After thinking a bit about the conditions of these 2 missions, the protagonist came to the conclusion that the whole thing was like an ordinary game of Mafia. The young man realized that in a situation like this, he needed to use his wisdom to successfully pass this stage. Now our hero decided to fill his lungs with air to address all the members of his team. He very loudly ordered all the allies to gather in one place to discuss the way forward. The warriors looked over in mute amazement because they didn't expect to have such a loud leader. They all froze in mute shock, each one's eyes staring at the protagonist, waiting to see what he was going to say. Kang Hyun coughed to talk to all the NPCs he needs to find the monster amongst. He declared with an intimidating expression on his face that from now on, anyone who moves becomes guilty. Morning came all too suddenly, leaving behind the night only the bitter residue of an unfulfilled test. The protagonist guessed that just like in a game of Mafia, it is usually the most talkative who are the first to fly out. After waking up, he immediately thought about the fact that he had never been able to win this game before in his life. In fact, Kang Hyun never thought he would repeat the same failure for a month and a half yet. In the evening, the protagonist dressed up a bit and met up with his little sister. The young man nervously adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, the deliberately austere suit hanging on him like someone else's armor and looking like a pathetic attempt to look older. Kang Ah-hyun was shocked when she saw her brother who looked too strange. The girl couldn't understand what kind of mess she had to deal with right after work, and our hero explained that he was trying to change his appearance in order to change internally. She earnestly asked that our hero not engage in nonsense, and the guy replied that he was upset about the spectrum of disgust on her face. Kang Hyun didn't understand how he should be because he thought this whole image was the perfect cover for him. The sister also emphasized that the idea that the glasses made our hero smarter was pretty ridiculous, and also pointed out that smart people wouldn't read something like that. She had already decided not to say that the young man was holding the book upside down and added that the costume was too small on the main character. Only now did the girl realize that her brother had never worn a business suit in his life. Kang Ah-yeon was incredibly angry because they already had no money, and the main character dared to also buy a costume for himself. The protagonist explained that he took a little from his savings, but the girl was already thinking that she would definitely go crazy with a brother like that. She was really upset about the guy being such an idiot, and Kang Hyun tried to make things a little better and asked the girl to listen to him. Kang Hyun explained that he had already died more than 50 times in the 5th stage of training, so he needed to change somehow. My sister sarcastically remarked that it was easier to transplant the hero with a new brain than to wait for him to finally show wisdom in the changing trials. The guy wanted to make a point, but the girl went on to say that he was continuing the same thing as before. She pointed out that our hero had better spend that money on soundproofing his room because the woman downstairs had already installed a subwoofer. After this conflict, Kang Hyun went to sleep and now finds himself in a cave where he once again needs to prove his wisdom to overcome any difficulties. The guy turned around to see what idiotic tasks the system had prepared for him this time. To pass this stage, he needed to completely clear the F-rank dungeon and destroy the tarantula hatchery. The protagonist rejoiced because they finally made simple and clear terms for him. It wasn't long before a spitting tarantula appeared, ready to destroy anyone who disturbed its lair. Kang Hyun immediately rushed to attack the huge spider because there were simply no other solutions to this problem. At last, a guy could make a decision that even Aristotle himself wouldn't think about for long. The player couldn't understand what was wrong with this insect because he had never seen spiders spitting before. He looked at his hand, which had come under the influence of this unknown liquid, and began to guess that it was a dangerous poison. The protagonist realized that the situation was too tense, so he decided to put his blade into action. He decided to just cut off the affected arm so the deadness wouldn't affect the rest of his body. Even the venomous tarantula himself didn't expect his opponent to go to such lengths to win this fight. Kang Hyun reacted quickly and decided to get under the spider itself, which would definitely not be able to quickly escape from such an elaborate attack. The young man had already been through such a difficult ordeal that even so serious an injury he hardly felt. At this point, the system gave the player a hint that tip-offs to the spitting tarantula's weaknesses were hidden in the hatchery. Instant decision of the protagonist, a sharp lunge, and the blow came exactly on the tarantula. Kang Hyun's strength was at such a level that this move alone was enough to cut the huge spider in half. He finally decided to break through by force, disregarding the advice the system had been giving him all along. The guy believed that considering weaknesses and clues was optional if his main goal was to kill the enemy. Now the protagonist believed that brains were only needed for those with bad bodies, and for passing, he gained the power of a giant, as well as an improvement in his characteristics. Immediately thereafter, morning comes and events move to the local school. One of the students was addressing a fellow student named Kwon Min-soo, who just happened to have a birthday today. The guy asked to be left alone for now, because he was already exhausted after the damned all-night training. Only now the classmate realized that his friend had turned 18 and asked how the first stage had gone. Kwon Min-soo felt that the problem was what would happen to him next because there was no decent advice from the 5th level onwards. Comrade was in possession of the information that passing the 4th stage allowed one to enter the top 1% and suspected that they were carefully hiding this information. He also added that there are new rumors that say someone passed the 7th stage yesterday and is going to pass the 8th stage. The young man thought it wasn't all true. but pulled out his phone and read that people on the internet had already and truly written about it. This person wrote about destroying enemies and allies in the 6th step and destroying only enemies in the next step. Quan Min still didn't believe it and thought it was all just a bite to gather more comments. In the discussion below the post, social media users began to write their displeasure that the post sounds like complete nonsense. The main character was very angry at everyone's reaction to this information because he went out of his way to share his best advice with others. Kang Ah-hyun couldn't understand why her brother was making noise and shouting again, and he complained that he had personally revealed the training strategy, but the other guys didn't believe him. The sister was not supportive of the guy and only laughed off the fact that he was trying to please everyone. Our hero was not going to give up and asked his sister to just wait for him to pass the 8th stage and become the 3rd graduate of training in South Korea. He believed that he could rise to the same level as Han Seon, the leader of the Dangun Guild, or Choi Dongwoo, the president of the Alliance of Ability Users. Kang Ah-hyun scoffed at her brother because the young man was definitely not on par with these geniuses who had been trained in one go. Evening came and the protagonist fell into a dream where he was greeted by a notification that asked if the player wanted to start the final stage. It turned out that while completing the 6th stage, the player was able to obtain the rank B weapon Bilgun's longsword. For the 7th stage, Kang Hyun obtained Ronald's armor that had the ability to self-repair. Kang Hyun realized that if he could pass the 8th stage, he would be able to use all the items in reality and finally check the thing that fell out of the hobgoblin. In any case, the guy didn't expect to get through this stage in one go and was afraid it might take more than a week. Suddenly, another notification popped up in front of our hero, which immediately caught his attention. The protagonist froze in the face of the system's sudden questioning of his true beliefs. For a few seconds, he wondered why it was that he was suddenly determined to be asked something like that. The next moment, the young man felt some sharp jolt that almost knocked him off his feet. Kang Hyun looked up and noticed that the walls of this room were beginning to crack. The protagonist then lowered his gaze and saw that even the floor beneath his feet was covered in cracks, which didn't look particularly safe. Eventually, the young man felt the ground from beneath his feet begin to move away abruptly. His hands desperately flung out to the sides to save himself somehow, but in the end his fingers clutched only emptiness. Kang Hyun fell into some unknown abyss where only his terrified scream could be heard. The guy just closed his eyes to avoid watching what would happen to him next. The protagonist flinched, abruptly snapping out of the darkness, and his eyes darted around the unfamiliar space, analyzing every detail. In an instant, he realized he was standing in the middle of one of the busy streets of the metropolis. The player looked around and couldn't figure out how he ended up in this place without noticing the girl in his path. Eventually, the stranger passed through our hero as if he were some invisible ghost. He couldn't understand what had just happened, suspecting that he was now in some formless state. This was actually the first time Kang Hyun had seen in the training space and speculated that it might have been someplace on Earth. At that moment, the young man noticed that there was another couple walking towards him, looking rather strange. Only now did the protagonist realize that he was not in his homeworld at all. Looking closely at the passers-by, the guy saw that they were not people at all, but some kind of humanoids. Kang Hyun noticed with horror that the children's faces were also distorted by the same unnatural mask. He couldn't figure out where he'd gotten to, so he continued to stand right in the middle of the intersection in bewilderment. The boy felt someone else's gaze on him and saw that it was one of the crosswalkers looking directly into his eyes. This strange stranger was looking at our hero like some kind of crazy person, so Kang Hyun suspected that someone was seeing him after all. This humanoid still continued to stare in the player's direction, but it didn't seem to have his attention specifically on him. The protagonist felt something wrong and began to guess that the strange stranger was not looking at him after all. Turns out that behind the guy's back was a whole horde of all sorts of monsters that came to destroy everything in their path. Kang Hyun finally realized what was wrong and turned around in horror to see what was going on behind his back. The humanoids in panic began to shout something in their own language and frightenedly scattered in different directions. Monsters of all shapes and sizes sprinted into the street, trying to catch up to their defenseless victims. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked around and noticed that in all this crowd were monsters he had seen before. But there were also creatures that the young man had yet to meet during his trials. He realized that this was a completely different level compared to what he had experienced in a normal dungeon 2 months ago. Kang Hyun was shocked at what was happening around him because everything that was happening was like the most horrible scenes from the apocalypse. Guy suspected that this was what Earth would look like in 5 years when it was time to fully connect with the Haken dimension. Our hero was so stunned by this thought that he was still unable to move from his seat and take any action. He noticed that there was some sort of huge shadow looming over him, most likely being cast by one of the giant monsters. Then the young man did look up to consider what the next threat was looming over him. It turned out to be a giant extraterrestrial being that looked like a blob of darkness and energy. The frightening creature slowly reached forward with its hand, as if seeking to snatch from the crowd the one who was to be its next victim. His main target seemed to be Kang Hyun, who still couldn't recover, so he continued to stand still. Only at the last moment did the young man decide to put his hands out in front of him, as if that would somehow help him against such a behemoth. One moment, and the guy's body seemed to disintegrate into pieces as it collided with the paw of this horrible monster. In the next second, all the monsters around suddenly disappeared somewhere, and a bright flash of light appeared in front of our hero. One more moment, and the protagonist found himself in a completely different space, which was completely flooded with white light. Kang Hyun was lost in desperate attempts to understand what had just happened to him, and he heard some extraterrestrial voice asking about how the player felt during all these events. He felt himself being pulled down now, where an unknown glowing figure stood, to whom the voice seemed to belong. At last, the boy felt solid ground beneath his feet, and now tried to get a closer look at his opponent. The protagonist assumed he was standing in front of God himself, or something like that. A slight grin appeared on the mysterious creature's face, and it dismissed all of the player's speculation. It tried to explain in simple terms that the young man might think of him as some sort of administrator of change. At this point, Kang Hyun was waiting to have a private conversation with the manager, so the manager asked the guy not to be shy and to ask about anything he was interested in. For a few seconds, our hero stood there in mute shock, realizing what was happening around him, but eventually pulled himself together and asked what he had just seen. He asked directly if all the events he saw would be happening on Earth in 5 years. The admin replied that it all depends on what all the players do next. Kang Hyun couldn't understand why the great beings themselves couldn't stop this dangerous situation. The supreme creature then replied that it was only an administrator, not a guardian, so it was merely maintaining a balance of dimensions. Window state and training were the best things he could give people as at least some help. Now, the administrator himself wanted to ask our hero a question because he wanted to know what beliefs guided him and what he lived for. Kang Hyun thought it was nonsense because the question itself was too deep and wondered what the purpose of asking such a thing was. The creature explained that it was all just out of curiosity, simply because he had a long history of observing people who were particularly interesting. The guy was a little pissed off by this attitude, so he noted with a smirk on his face that the receptionist didn't seem to be watching them enough. At least it is in our hero's environment that no one lives thinking about such nonsense, and everyone is just struggling to be a little happier, surviving day by day. The manager then asked if the player had anything he wanted to protect, and he proudly replied that he was protecting his rude little sister and parents. The mysterious creature continued his interrogation and asked if Kang Hyun had ever thought about becoming a real hero. The guy explained that after a few deaths, he finally realized that such a cool but grueling job just wasn't right for him. The administrator noted that he observed that the characters definitely have natural talent, but Kang Hyun himself just doesn't have it. He admitted that he was a fan of the main character because he watched the young man desperately trying to conquer learning from the beginning and had fun when he saw it all. The player was surprised that someone in all seriousness would call such torment fun. Our hero sharply recalled the 5th stage, where the main topic was wisdom, and wondered if the assignment really had to change every time. The administrator was mysteriously silent and didn't seem to be in much of a hurry to answer the question because he did have something to do with this setup. He suddenly announced that time was up and disappeared right in front of Kang Hyun's nose, who was never able to confirm his speculation. Lastly, the manager added that the training was just the beginning and more challenges lie ahead for the player. He emphasized that whether the player himself wants to or not, he must become a hero who will save the whole world. The young man was trying to stop all of this because he wanted to deal with whoever was responsible for his torment in the cursed 5th stage of training. The administrator only continued to stand still and watch as Kang Hyun simply disappeared in a matter of seconds. He looked forward to the success of Mr. Kang Hyun, who was now the 62nd person to graduate. Meanwhile, the main character jumped up abruptly from his bed, but he couldn't scream because his mouth was covered with something. The guy immediately realized something was wrong and was now trying to figure out what was wrong. Turns out it was all a cunning plan by Kang Hyun, who had already woken up and was sitting on a chair nearby. The girl explained that she had already prepared herself for her older brother's screaming, so she had covered his mouth beforehand. She laughed from the fact that she was able to gag Kang Hyun to wake up without making a noise, and from his facial expression, she concluded that he had failed the final stage. A grin immediately appeared on the young man's face because his sister didn't even realize that he had managed to complete his training the first time. He decided to show his success with a demonstration of a status window that can now be used in the real world as well. The main character started laughing out loud because he was very proud of his powers, only problem was his sister couldn't see anything. In the end, the girl praised her brother and immediately suggested that he go earn some money, adding that she even made breakfast for Kang Hyun today as a special treat. The young man took offense at such coldness from his heartless sister and now wasn't surprised that she still didn't have a soulmate. For such words, a kitchen spatula flew lightning fast into our hero's face. After breakfast, Kang Hyun sat down on the couch to explore his new abilities while his sister went to work. The system informed the player that he now had the title Graduate of Training, which gave him +2 extra points to each characteristic, which was not a particularly meaningful effect. Also, the protagonist noticed that the titles can't be combined, so he has to choose one that gives him more power. The notification confirmed the player's speculation that other than the selected rank, the other effects only apply halfway. It was obvious that the training graduate would provide more benefits, so Kang Hyun applied it and moved on to the very thing he had knocked off the hobgoblin. He carefully opened the box that held the mysterious book all this time. The protagonist took the item in his hands with anticipation and tried to study it a second time. Raising the object above his head, it was as if the young man commanded it to reveal its true nature, and it turned out to be a skill book that allows you to learn the skill Magic Blast. Kang Hyun thought seriously for a few seconds as he realized what kind of thing he had managed to snatch. He clutched the book as if trying to absorb its contents through his skin, shaking with the feelings overwhelming him. The protagonist rejoiced greatly at this acquisition, but did so silently because after 4 months of screaming in the open, he had finally mastered the art of screaming in silent mode. The system immediately asked if the player wanted to learn the Magic Blast skill right now. Of course, Kang Hyun instantly agreed to this, so the book from his hands slowly began to disappear. Kang Hyun's loot sorting was finished, so he could move on to his other tasks with peace of mind. The young man decided that now that he had dealt with his loot, he could think about applying for admission to the Awakened Training School. Now the events are transferred to the area of the city, where just this educational institution was located. A girl named An Myeon, who was also heading to this place, was walking here. She had just recently been appointed as a civil servant, so this was quite a big moment for her. The girl's first job was at the Awakened Training School, where those who had already completed their training were given a certificate of it. The Awakened's training system was rapidly developing in their country and becoming one of the best in the world. An Myeon was excited to watch the gifted people because they were all potential heroes despite just starting out. That's what she had thought just a few hours ago, until she was confronted with the realities of how things work. The girl was receiving another Awakened and could no longer bear the strain of this not particularly easy job. Her self-control had reached its limit, so the poor civil servant could not hold back her tears. Turns out it was all because of the main character, who looked so threatening that he drove the girl to such a state. In turn, on the photo in the documents, the guy looked as friendly and harmless as possible, which did not match the picture in real life. The girl asked Kang Hyun for his ID, but she spoke so quietly that he simply couldn't hear and asked again. She was so startled by the usual question from our hero that she closed in on him and shrieked softly. An Myeon couldn't understand why the Awakened one was doing this to her, but the guy didn't even try to hurt her in any way, so he couldn't understand what the problem was. The protagonist immediately tried to justify himself and asked the school employee herself what was wrong. He heard the people around him turn their attention to their rather tense conversation. Those present thought the young man started threatening the employee or something, causing her to cry. Others, however, silently pulled out their phones and started filming this to share the video on social media. Kang Hyun panicked and tried to rectify the situation because he hadn't even done anything like that to the female employee who was taking his paperwork. Then they were approached by some other person who inquired as to what was even going on here. Turns out it would be instructor Kim Hyun, who noticed that the application process was going rather slowly. The supervisor froze in place for a few seconds when he saw the protagonist next to the female employee. Kang Hyun was also surprised because he felt as if the instructor was familiar to him. Kim Hyun immediately thought that this awakened man looked somehow familiar, and our hero noted that he had heard that voice somewhere before. The instructor turned to poor An Myeon and asked her to give him the papers of this awakened person. He immediately noted that the main character looks quite different from the photo. Kang Hyun tried to prove that his appearance had changed so much because of his acquired skills, and swore that he wasn't fooling them. The guy even agreed to do a fingerprint or DNA test if the board didn't believe him, but it seemed the instructor was already interested in something else. Kim Hyun asked if it was true that our hero had managed to train to the 5th stage, but even that wasn't true because the young man decided to downplay his achievements so as not to attract attention. The instructor then noted that the guy had a pretty high level and began to suspect that the guy might have made an illegal dungeon raid. Our hero, he tried to lie that he had been there before the law was passed, and Kim Hyun believed him, then asked him what was meant by manpower, which he called a unique ability. Kang Hyun replied that this skill doubles his strength, which was enough for the instructor, who thanked the awakened man for his cooperation, but decided to ask one more question. There was a pattern of players getting a skill for completing the 3rd stage, and then respectively an accessory and another skill. The instructor explained that he needed to see all these awards that the protagonist was able to get his hands on. The guy didn't fight back and decided to start by showing off the skill he had learned for passing the 3rd stage. Kang Hyun had to bite the skin on his arm hard to fully demonstrate this skill. The manager didn't seem to have expected such a radical approach from the awakened man. After that, our hero raised his hand higher so that Kim Hyun could fully appreciate what was going to happen next. Kang Hyun concentrated, and with the help of his strength, he quickly began to treat the wound on his body. After only a few seconds, only a small scratch remained from the bite. The mentor had now guessed for himself that the awakened one had obtained the 3rd stage self-healing skill. Next, the protagonist quickly demonstrated the ring he was given when he passed the 4th stage. Only now did the guy remember that he had turned the giant strength into human strength as his unique ability and asked the instructor for permission to use this skill right here. Kim Hyun asked the young man not to be shy and demonstrate this ability to direct show within the walls of this building. It turned out that the very same villain who brutally massacred people in the supermarket also showed up for this registration. He was just looking around and his attention was caught by the instructor and the main character who were having an active conversation. Kang Hyun had already taken in a lungful of air to fully display his ability to instill fear with a loud shout. Meanwhile, the awakened noticed that this guy looked too much like the very character dubbed the Goblin Killer on the internet. He was also the first person in the building to feel the effects of the protagonist's skill. The guy behind this villain couldn't yet understand why he suddenly covered his ears. Eventually, everyone involved in the registration process heard this incredibly loud scream that filled the entire space. Everyone around them also covered their ears and couldn't understand where that horrible sound was coming from. After demonstrating his abilities, Kang Hyun quietly coughed to recover his voice. The instructor looked at the candidate in horror because he certainly didn't expect to see something like this. The protagonist himself wondered with a smile if that was enough to prove his power. Kim Hyun was a bit confused, but gathered his strength and asked the guy to go to the 2nd floor of the neighboring Hanmu building for the next steps of registration. At the same time, a confused smile appeared on the face of the strange villain who was literally obsessed with Kang Hyun because he couldn't wait to meet the Goblin Killer anymore. Thus, our hero almost got rejected because he looked different from his personality picture, but everything went well after he caught the attention with a ferocious roar. After that, the guy went to the right auditorium, where everyone did not stop whispering about his person. He decided to get a little something to eat, and from the conversation he overheard, he began to suspect that everyone around him didn't like him. The mysterious stranger was also able to register, so he was now sitting behind Kang Hyun and didn't take his eyes off of him. At that moment, the instructor, accompanied by guards, walked into the auditorium and thanked everyone for waiting. Kim Yi-hyun introduced himself again and explained that he would be leading training at the Seongnam branch of the Awakened Training School. All the future ones immediately greeted their teacher with loud applause. Then the instructor said that the training would consist of 10 days of morning theoretical and afternoon practical sessions, and food and lodging would be provided right there. He decided to start the class right away and reminded the students that it had been less than 6 months since the world had changed. Now every day they had new information about dungeons and monsters, so tactics and strategies were also constantly evolving. In other words, what the awakened are about to find out is not absolutely the right answer, which greatly displeased the protagonist. Kim Yi-hyun emphasized that the situation may be irrelevant or may soon become useless, so he will only teach the student what is necessary for their survival. The instructor was also looking forward to working with all the students over the next 10 days. After a while, he announced the end of the first lesson and allowed the awakened to take a 10-minute break before the next lesson. All the students started doing some sort of activity of their own or were actively discussing what they had just studied. One Kang Hyun thought it was as boring as mental training in the army and couldn't believe that they would be doing something like this throughout their studies. At that moment, the young man shifted his gaze and noticed one of his classmates approaching his seat. He was a pumped-up, rugged man who immediately extended his hand to our hero as a sign of acquaintance and introduced himself as Gwak Soo-il. In fact, the guy didn't even expect anyone to dare to talk to him after the recent events. He wasn't particularly happy about it and couldn't understand why this muscular pig had so suddenly decided to talk to him. In the end, Kang Hyun decided to respond to the gesture after all and extended his hand. A sort of suspicious grin immediately appeared on Gwak Soo-il's face, as if he was thinking of some cunning plan. The protagonist instantly noticed the change in his new acquaintance's facial expression and suspected something wrong. Meanwhile, the man squeezed his hand even tighter and asked the young man in a friendly way to take care of him. Gwak Soo-il was only doing all this to put such a cocky guy in his place from the start. He disliked Kang Hyun ever since he'd started making a fuss over something so insignificant. Behind his thoughts, the awakened man did not notice the moment when the situation abruptly turned not in his direction. The man was surprised that the main character, who didn't look particularly strong, could hold his own against his handshake. Kang Hyun was very angry that his classmate had allowed himself to do such a thing, so he decided to use his giant force against him. This ability allowed our hero to strengthen his muscles with magical power for 10 minutes, so it could help in a situation like this. At that time, the previously cocky Gwak Soo-il felt that his opponent's grip had become even stronger and he no longer knew what to do in such a case. The man simply couldn't believe that he could really lose in the strength competition because all the points he invested in this characteristic. He noticed that everyone around him was watching their fight, so he didn't have a chance to pathetically retreat. The awakened had to hold on with all his might and somehow resist the powerful grip of the protagonist. Eventually, the veins in his arms swelled up considerably and were already holding at their limit. A few moments later, his hand suddenly exploded with a bloody fountain from the way Kang Hyun squeezed it hard. Gwak Soo-il, whose face was now contorted in mute horror, definitely did not expect his little prank to turn out this way. It seems that even the guy himself didn't plan for this outcome and just didn't calculate the capabilities of his muscles. The students who were sitting nearby were trying to avoid the drops of blood that were flying in different directions, and the guy who was possessed by our hero was only watching it with surprise and interest. A mad smile reappeared on that fiend's face, and his cheeks were covered in a blush. It wasn't long before an ambulance was called to the school to rescue the injured student. Meanwhile, the main character was desperately trying to prove that this man was the first to come up to him to say hello, and then started grunting and fanning his arm, which led to this result. The instructor had little faith in this version, causing Kang Hyun to get even angrier and literally go mad because he was in such a situation. The guy emphasized that his unique ability, Strength of a Giant, increased his strength by 1.5 times, and if this skill wasn't there, he himself might also be affected. He suggested that the supervisor check the security cameras if his words weren't enough to justify it. Kim Hee-yeon was already interested in something else, because earlier, the young man had talked about how his unique ability was called manpower. He also noted that this skill increased strength by 2 times, not 1.5 as the student himself had just said. Our hero dismissed himself with the fact that he just wasn't good with numbers, but the instructor still tensely continued to stare at the suspect. Eventually, the teacher exhaled with fatigue, for there had already been quite a few things that had happened during this day. He understood Kang Hyun's position and allowed the student to go back to class. Kang Hyun quickly sat down in his seat and thought about how he was exhausted already from the first day at this awakened school. For a while, the young man didn't notice that someone had sat down to him and wanted to get acquainted again. Turns out, it was the same possessed kid who immediately asked if he could take a seat next to our hero. Kang Hyun calmly replied that he didn't see any problem with it, but tensed up because he had already had the miserable experience of getting to know each other within the walls of this classroom. The guy still also calmly extended his hand to the protagonist and introduced himself as Yuson. He asked permission to call his new acquaintance his brother and told him that he had been trained just after his majority. The guy also added that he could be approached informally, and meanwhile the protagonist reflected that after all his new comrade was older. After all these formalities, Yusong immediately asked how Kang Hyun was able to do such a thing, but the latter immediately clarified what he was talking about. The young man began to talk admiringly about how that man's hand exploded with a rumbling sound. Our hero continued to prove that that muscular pig's arm had exploded on its own, and meanwhile the instructor announced that they were beginning their second lesson. Kim Hee-hyun explained that due to the significant delay, he will focus on explaining the key points. He turned on the presentation and began to talk about how dungeons were currently divided into 2 types, namely regular and incomplete dungeons. The regulars were the most common and usually opened 4 weeks after they appeared. In turn, the opening time of an incomplete dungeon cannot be predicted, so you need to be on guard at all times. Now the teacher moved on to how to prevent the dungeon from opening and was going to talk about 2 ways. The first method was to destroy the main core of the dungeon, while using the second method was to remove normal cores to delay the opening of the dungeon. The instructor also emphasized being careful about the order of attack on the cores, but someone suddenly interrupted him. One of the students who sat on the last row didn't think they needed anything else to fight monsters and didn't want to sit through some useless lecture. The protagonist was now just making sure that it was the muscular pigs and jocks who were the real problem. The security guard immediately intervened and said that if the student made trouble, he would just be expelled, but Kim Hee-hyun stopped him and said it was okay. The teacher decided to speak directly to this disgruntled student and invited him to come down from his seat. The jock did not respond in any way to this request, and the teacher once again firmly repeated his request. At that time, the student only laughed off the fact that Kim Hee-hyun had some pride. He finally complied with the request and inquired as to what the instructor was going to do. Kim Hee-hyun looked indifferently at his phone and stated that the student only had 1 minute. The instructor explained that starting now, he would dodge and block all of the jock's attacks during that time, and if he even grazed his target's body once, he would automatically pass the course. If a student fails in this task, they will be instantly expelled from the school for awakened ones. Kang Hyun and Yuseong couldn't stop thinking about the fact that this jock was annoying them a lot too. Both guys thought the whole spectacle looked pretty funny, so they didn't mind watching this fight. Everyone in the classroom froze in tense silence, waiting to see what would happen next. Kim Hee-hyun re-emphasized what would happen to the student if he loses and asked if he definitely wanted to do the fight. The jock's face contorted with indignation because he thought the teacher was taking him for some weakling. He didn't think long and used his inventory to quickly pull a sword from there to try and damage the instructor. The guard tried to intervene when he saw the real blade, but Kim Hee-hyun was serious, so he didn't listen to him. The teacher suggested with firm confidence that the student finally begin his little challenge. The man was just furious that his opponent wasn't the least bit afraid, so he promised that he would be screwed. He made a leap forward, his voice carried through the audience, and announced that he was ready to begin this fight. Kim Yi-hyun continued to stand still until the last moment, despite the fact that the huge and strong man with the weapon was coming at him at full speed. The experienced warrior only had enough to sidestep slightly to evade this strong attack. He noted that attacks made with warning are pointless because surprise is the main basis for a successful strike. The man's eyes were filled with rage, but he wasn't going to dwell on just one failed attempt. His next blow seemed to literally cut the instructor in half, but that was not the case. After only a second, Kim Yi-hyun was behind his opponent's back and noted that the issue remained in large, preparatory movements. The jock immediately turned around to continue attacking the elusive teacher. All his attempts were pointless because the instructor was literally flying around the classroom while making comments about the student's technique. He explained that a student must be able to observe and understand how the opponent moves without missing a beat. The man was already on edge, so with rage in his voice, he shouted for the instructor to stop all this nonsense. Kim Yi-hyun stopped again and waited patiently for the student to come within close range of him. The aggressive jock tried to strike the instructor again, but failed again. The teacher immediately pointed out that attacking with full force is not always the best approach because such actions increase the warrior's openings. He decided to go for another strategy and with all his might hit the defiant student who had no way at all to confront the instructor. Kachak couldn't hold the sword in his own, so the weapon flew off to the side and crashed into one of the walls. Afterward, Kim Yi-hyun also warned his disciple that he would quickly tire if he wasted his energy so recklessly. The instructor also announced that time was running out by demonstrating a phone screen with a stopwatch. All the students fell abruptly silent from surprise and shockingly waited to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun, while watching this fight, recalled a video of a professional boxer dodging punches from a regular person. But the boy was still surprised that a fellow student couldn't stand up to an instructor and now guessed that even among the awakened, there was such a difference. The main character immediately became serious and carefully analyzed Kim Yi-hyun's actions. The quickness and speed of reaction that the teacher had just demonstrated was beyond even the eye of the guy himself who had raised his stats. Yusong and Kang Hyun watched the fight with a distraught look, and now they couldn't stop thinking that they wanted to fight against such a strong opponent. Only now did the protagonist notice that he wasn't the only one interested in the development of this fight. The guy certainly didn't expect to see that kind of facial expression on his deskmate's face. Our hero wondered if maybe he shouldn't have let that psycho sit next to him because he didn't want to be like that kind of person. After the first lesson, the school's curriculum began, which consisted of theoretical classes in the morning and practical classes in the afternoon. Kim Yi-hyun announced that today's training session was to practice weapons techniques and asked the students to take turns unpacking their equipment. First, he asked everyone to practice in their own way, and the assistant instructors would take turns correcting them. The protagonist chose one of the blades and thought about the fact that it all looked rather boring. Yusun also thought that it was very boring to just practice weapon skills, so he offered his new comrade to work together. Kim Yi-hyun noticed their conversations and emphasized that sparring was forbidden until the 6th day of training. After disassembling their weapons, all the students took their places and began practicing their combat skills. Kang Hyun was still just observing his classmates, who didn't seem to be in perfect command of weapons yet. The young man looked at all this with disappointment because the fighters around him were demonstrating techniques far from his expectations, and now he realized that he had overestimated their skills. He himself realized that he didn't need the practice anymore, so it was better to practice strikes for practice. The protagonist gripped the blade firmly in his hands and prepared for the first strike. Kang Hyun showed his superiority without hesitation, and every punch, block, and move was honed almost to perfection. The guy kept swinging his sword around, showing off all his skills, but the instructor still wasn't paying attention. Kim Yi-hyun finally noticed that the main character was practicing so vigorously, and his eyebrows immediately crept upwards due to surprise. The awakened one paid no attention to the stares he attracted with his technique and continued to cleave the air with his blade. Eventually, the instructor told the protagonist that he shouldn't train in such a way. The man explained that Kang Hyun should narrow his legs slightly and change the angle of his sword a bit, and remarked that the young man was showing off a bit, which was useless in practice. It seems that the protagonist did not expect to hear such not-so-nice words in his direction. The instructor went on to say that the guy would see for himself in the future when he entered the dungeon that he would have a hard time applying his sword skills. In the end, Kang Hyun couldn't stand this unnecessary advice from the school staff member and grabbed his clothes. The protagonist stared at the man inquisitively with a burning gaze, asking if he wanted to test his skills in real combat. The young man knew that he needed to be calmer after all because this behavior could get him in trouble again. That's when the employee was approached by Kim Ah-hyun, who asked instructor Kim Seong-han to come over for a moment. The man tensed when he heard his superior because he thought he had already done something wrong. The instructor asked all the students to turn their attention to him and announced that from now on there would be demonstration sparring between the trainee here and the assistant instructor. Kang Hyun and the assistant immediately froze in place because both of them didn't expect the leader to make such a decision. Kim Hyun explained that staff member Kim Seon-han should only follow the instructions given, and trainee Kang Hyun will continue to swing his sword as usual. He also added that the contenders will only have one exchange of punches during this fight. Our hero and a member of the school staff did not object to these conditions, so the teacher suggested that we start this little duel. The instructor began the countdown to the battle, and the opponents concentrated on their target. On the count of 3, they synchronously rushed towards each other like two lightning bullets. Kang Hyun was just waiting for an opportunity to fight someone, so his eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Kim Song-han didn't seem to have expected an ordinary rookie student to have such a level of ability. In the next second, the protagonist spun his sword in such a way that he was able to sidestep his opponent's weapon. The blade, knocked out by the powerful blow, soared upward, glinting in the sun, leaving the aide unarmed in the face of the impending threat. The man staggered and collapsed right in front of Kang Hyun, his body sprawled helplessly on the ground. In the next second, that very same blade landed behind Kim Seong-han's back. At the same time, everyone watched in bewilderment at this unexpected outcome of the battle. Kim Yi-hyun immediately reminded them that the weapon skills they were practicing now should prepare them for real combat. He swept up that Kang Hyun showed that it was very important to be able to react to any action at the right moment. The instructor also offered a round of applause for the two men for their excellent demonstration. He then reached out apologetically to the aide who had to assume the unfavorable role. The man replied that he was fine and thanked the supervisor because this fight had taught him a lot. But he also noted that it was a bit unexpected, so Kim Seon-han apologized once again for this fate. Teacher looked around and noticed that Yushong and Kang Hyun were already actively chatting about this battle. Turns out he wanted to check something out, so he put on this whole show. This is how the first day went when Kang Hyun fought with a guy and befriended a guy named An Yusin. The boy concluded that the theoretical classes at this school were rather boring, and the practice was not particularly useful for him. The second day wasn't much different from yesterday, as they studied attack in the morning and then went back to practical training in the afternoon. Our hero noticed that Yusan was very agitated in the gun class, so it was best to stay away from him. On the third day, this guy was still the only person who dared to talk to Kang Hyun. In practice, the guys tried to finally engage, but the instructor assistant noticed this inappropriateness in time. During the fourth day, out of boredom, Kang Hyun started doodling in his journal and wrote about how depressed he felt. This time in practice, our hero tried to take 2 blades at once, but the employee stopped him and explained that each person is allowed only 1 weapon. The 5th day was even harder, so he just fell asleep in the middle of class, wishing he could go home sooner. Kang Hyun didn't even have the energy to do the exercises, so he didn't even try to do anything. The next day, the guy still kept complaining that he was incredibly bored. He suggested his comrade arrange a prank to dilute his studies, but Yusin reminded him of his own words about the necessity of good behavior for successful graduation. The protagonist indifferently replied that it wouldn't be his problem if his friend got kicked out of here, and the latter noted that Kang Hyun was good at casually saying some nasty things. In the end, Yusin stated that in general, the young man shouldn't worry too much about all of this. He explained that today was the 6th day on which sparring was to begin, so something interesting might happen in the practice sessions. The guy emphasized with a smirk that it was his intuition that was telling him something like that. This time, the afternoon practice moved to the hangar that was on the school grounds. Inside, the first sparring was already taking place, and one of the students was dryly losing to his opponent. Turns out his opponent was the main character, who still continued to use his tried-and-true technique and simply knock the weapon out of his hands. The inspector announced Kang Hyun's victory and asked the next group of students to prepare for their fight. Yusin noted that his comrade fights well, since he was able to knock out not only the student, but also the assistant, but the guy did not consider it his merit, writing it all off to the weakness of opponents. The friend immediately began to talk about the fact that our hero had so abruptly become so modest, but the latter no longer listened to him and plunged into his own thoughts. The problem was that to Kang Hyun himself, it all just seemed like some naive child's play. The protagonist had concluded that the level here wasn't that high, even though he didn't know much about talents and such, but it was obvious that ordinary people couldn't pass many stages. He remembered that they had been warned that the sparring would continue until the 8th day, and he had little faith that these people should continue doing some boring nonsense. Meanwhile, a new fight was already developing on the stage, with the participants being quite serious. One of the students still failed to react in time to his opponent's attack due to a severe fright. The protagonist and Yusun were finally at least somewhat interested in what was going on, because the situation on the battlefield was getting more and more heated. The sharp blade still stopped a few centimeters from the eyes of the student who had obviously lost this training battle. The guy opened his eyes in surprise because he was already preparing to feel a sharp pain. As it turned out, the instructor himself intervened in the fight, who felt that this fight could end in a deplorable way. He stated that they should stop the fight at this point and declared the student named Kim Chanu victorious. In turn, our hero noted that Kim Il-hyun is pretty good and he would choose to fight with the instructor. Meanwhile, the teacher asked the next group to get ready to spar, and Yusun immediately stood up from his seat. The guy exchanged a few casual phrases before taking the stage to his opponent. But it wasn't that simple, because the next second a sinister smile appeared on Yusun's face that spoke of nothing good. The protagonist watched his acquaintance closely and immediately saw this expressive change on his face. From this strange behavior of the guy, Kang Hyun concluded that something interesting must be happening now during the fight. In any case, Kang Hyun had a bad feeling because he suspected that his comrade might cause some problems. The young man tried to remain calm and believed that nothing bad would happen as long as the instructor was around. Meanwhile, Kim Il-hyun explained that the mage in training, Lee Yuri, would use her personal weapon instead of her training weapon because it would give her an advantage due to the lack of space. The teacher also noted that trainee An Yu-song used to have a sword as his main weapon and asked why he now chose to use a mace. The young man did not clarify this in any way and only emphasized that there were no rules that prohibited the use of multiple weapons. The head instructor agreed with his student and did not object to his strange choice. He decided to proceed to the fight itself and asked both sides to take a step back, after which he would count to 3 and announce the start of the fight. The protagonist didn't take his eyes off of his comrade because he was never left with this bad feeling. For his part, Yusun continued to stand still and didn't seem at all worried about the upcoming fight. After just a second, Kim Il-hyun finished his countdown, and the mage girl immediately used her strength to attack her opponent. The guy stood firmly and was in no hurry to dodge the magic projectiles that were flying straight at him. With one swing of his mace, he was able to smash all those crystals into splinters in a second. The same sinister smirk reappeared on Yusun's face as he was about to move on with his plan. All the students were shocked by the developments because this fight was definitely different from all the previous ones. In turn, our hero admired what he saw because it was the first time he saw magic in real life and already wanted to learn this fascinating skill. Kang Hyun couldn't understand why he hadn't seen it during the weapons training, so he assumed that this girl might have been practicing separately. Meanwhile, Lee Yuri realized that the situation was far from being in her favor. She didn't mince words and decided to concentrate a large amount of energy to create a huge crystal. Yusun was still acting completely calm, even though there was now a literally huge boulder flying at him. He only threw his gaze somewhere to the side before showing off all of his skills. Kim Il-hyun met his eyes but couldn't understand why the student kept acting so strangely. The young man continued unwavering in his stance and now only raised his heavy mace. It seemed that Yusun was absolutely confident in his strength, so there was no way he could hold back his distraught expression. In turn, Kang Hyun was beginning to realize more and more what his comrade was about to do. The guy started to cover himself in sweat because his guesses weren't the most comforting. He had been watching the battle closely, so he was well aware that Yusun was now trying to twist the trajectory of the magic. Thus, the young man was able to spin the huge crystal that it flew straight towards the instructor. Kim Yi-hyun was shocked by this behavior of his subordinate, but had a good reaction, so he was able to jump aside in time. After coming to his senses, the teacher only had time to see that Yusun had already run towards his opponent. The head instructor was startled because a hunch flashed through his mind as to what the student was about to do. He shouted and tried to stop the furious guy, but he didn't hear him and was already swinging to deliver a fatal blow to Lee Yuri. In the next second, there was a muffled sound of a blow and a silent scream of a girl who certainly did not expect such fate for herself. The protagonist also could not hold back his shock because he did not believe to the end that his comrade would go to such lengths. In the next second, the bloody body of Lee Yuri, who was hard to recognize after such a powerful blow, fell to the floor. Yusun proudly raised his hand up, showing that he was the one who had won this fierce battle. There was only a satisfied smile on the madman's face and a slight blush from the fact that he had managed to put his plan into action. Kim Yi-hyun came to his senses and started yelling for Assistant Kim Seon-han to quickly bring a first aid kit and for Assistant Lee Min-hyuk to call an ambulance. A school staff member explained in a shaky voice over the phone that one of their female students had an open fracture on her right arm and asked them to hurry. Another deputy began to help the injured woman and asked her to bear the pain a little longer. The smile still didn't disappear from Yusun's face either, even when the instructor started threatening him with his weapon. Kim Yi-hyun seriously asked if the guy had thought about the consequences of his actions. The instructor's eyes were filled with rage because he couldn't allow such a thing to happen within the walls of the school for the awakened. The young man then put his hands up and admitted it was his mistake, noting that all sorts of things can happen during sparring. It was hard for the leader to believe the madman's words, but he only winked innocently, not at all regretting the outcome of this fight. Kim Yi-hyun was actually shocked that this student was so insensitive. In the end, the teacher sighed heavily, realizing that he simply wouldn't be able to change Yusun. He announced that they would now take a 20-minute break and students should be seated by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In turn, Cadet Yusun was to follow the instructor to discuss this whole situation that occurred during the sparring session. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun didn't take his eyes off of what was happening between the teacher and his comrade. The boy's attention was immediately drawn to the blade that Kim Yi-hyun was clutching tightly in his hands. The image of the very same SWAT officer with whom they had destroyed the hobgoblin together immediately popped into his mind. Despite the incident, sparring continued as usual for the next 2 days. An Yu-song was also not expelled and he also continued to participate in training, but it seems he was still marked as a suspect. The instructors and assistants were being more cautious with this guy, and now it felt like there were more forfeit wins than usually. The protagonist noticed that even the healers were now attending classes, though their pay was pretty no-nonsense. All in all, through it all, the 8th day passed without any major incidents, but Kang Hyun suspected that things were going too well. After the training session, the young man decided to visit the head instructor's office right away. The guy was too tedious, so he decided to go directly to the teacher and propose a duel on real swords. Kim Yi-hyun was stunned by such a statement from his student and didn't even know how to respond to such a statement. He emphasized that graduation was only 2 days away, so he asked the young man to let the event pass quietly and admitted that the course had been grueling for him. The protagonist didn't really appreciate such a reaction to his proposal and wondered how to turn the situation around. He wondered with a challenge if the teacher had gotten bored with all the childish games. The guy could immediately see that Mr. Kim Yi-hyun Kim was feeling restless and bored and suspected that this wasn't a place where he was just going through documents. Kang Hyun finally decided to talk about what they had previously had a chance to meet with the inspector. Kim Yi-hyun tensed up a lot when he heard such a bold statement from the protagonist. After this conversation, the teacher and our hero immediately went to the training room to have a duel with each other. The teacher now realized that his temporary partner was Cadet Kang Hyun and decided to thank him because the guy had managed to prevent additional destruction. In fact, that wasn't the only thing Kim Yi-hyun was interested in. He asked how the cadet had managed to reach level 5 and emphasized that he had a really impressive sword that seemed to be passed off as level 6. The protagonist immediately made up a story about how it was as if he had found this weapon during a sweep, and the instructor thought it was a good excuse. For now, Kim Yi-hyun didn't see it as a problem and realized that the guy definitely wouldn't want to answer any further questions. In that case, he decided to act drastically and also took out the blades from his inventory. The instructor was going to answer our hero also with what he managed to find during the sweep. The warrior didn't announce that the duel had already begun and just abruptly threw himself into the attack. The protagonist was trying to keep up with the movements of his opponent, who was already standing behind him a moment later. At the last second, Kang Hyun managed to turn around and see his teacher's shadow behind him. The guy's skills and dexterity were still enough to stand up to such an opponent, so he managed to bring his blade out in time to block the attack. Kim Yi-hyun had previously thought that the young man was only focusing on his strength, but his agility was also impressive. The protagonist replied that if a fighter is only good in one aspect, it makes him vulnerable, and asked his opponent to pounce on him with all his might because the recovery skills would quickly heal all wounds. The instructor immediately declared that he wasn't going to hold back, and lightning jumped somewhere in the air. In the next second, he attacked Kang Hyun from all sides, but Kang Hyun continued to actively block all the blows. Kim Yi-hyun was very surprised that the student had such incredible physical strength, but at the same time, he had good stamina. The main character got into the flavor because he thought real sparring should look like this. The teacher realized that his opponent's recovery skills were at a high level, so he needed to be more aggressive. It was as if Kang Hyun hadn't expected the inspector's sharp blade to fly towards him so quickly. Kim Yi-hyun was going to create a gap with his inevitable attacks, but it seems our hero had completely different plans. The young man put his arm forward because he hadn't been afraid of all kinds of pain for a long time, and thus stalled his opponent's attack. The instructor immediately froze in place because he began to feel that he couldn't free his sword. He began to guess that Kang Hyun had managed to clamp the blade using his bones, which sounded pretty crazy. Our hero felt no pain at all, so with all his might he pulled his opponent, who still couldn't recover from this turn of events. He punched Kim Yi-hyun in the forehead with all his might to disorient the teacher residually. In the end, the guy really couldn't keep his balance after such a precise attack and ridiculously fell to the floor. The instructor sprawled right at the feet of the protagonist, who stood proudly beside his defeated opponent. For a few seconds, Kim Yi-hyun just stared at the ceiling, realizing that there was a man who could defeat him after all. After that, the guys sat down together at the wall and decided to drink some coke, talking about this duel. The protagonist admitted that this sparring actually ended in a draw because they had previously agreed not to use skills in sparring, but it's like he did it anyway. The instructor decided to joke that in that case he had won that battle and the cadet himself could be expelled for a foul. Kang Hyun reacted as if it was true, starting to get indignant because he can't do anything with a passive skill, but the guy only laughed with that kind of reaction. In any case, the teacher was going to thank our hero because now he was feeling a little relieved. He suggested that the young man go to his room and get some rest because they would have dungeon exploration training tomorrow. Events are taken to the door of one such dungeon where there was some suspicious person hiding behind a cloak. The suspicious-looking man stopped in front of the entrance and looked closely at those tall doors. He seemed to be quite nervous, so he looked around before proceeding with his plan. The mysterious stranger calmed down a bit when he realized that he was alone here. Suddenly, the man took a few steps forward and began to seem to dissolve into thin air. After only a few seconds, all that was left of him was a barely visible silhouette that was rapidly approaching the door. In this way, the stranger could stealthily enter the dungeon. In a moment, there wasn't a soul on that street, and there was dead silence in the air. In the morning, a group of students headed to these same doors because this place was designated as the training dungeon for their school. Kim Yi-hyun explained that this is a Geiki forest of rank F, and the monsters that appear here are stronger than the monsters in a normal dungeon of the same rank. He emphasized that there were reasons why this place was chosen for study, and the first was that it was a field-type place, and there were various traps present, but other than monsters, there were no threats. The second reasoning was that geeks don't live in groups, so the students could lure them somewhere and massacre their opponents one by one. the instructor ended his story by saying that more details would be explained by her after everyone entered the dungeon. The main character was a bit excited because it was his first time going to a dungeon in real life. Since the training started in the dungeon, the guy had never entered a door like this before. Kang Hyun immediately felt a slight sensation of levitation as he passed through this mysterious passage. A moment later, when he opened his eyes, a whole different world opened before him. In just a few seconds, the entire group of students were transported to a dense forest with a wide river running through it. Our hero immediately started questioning his comrade about whether it was some sort of portal or gate, but the latter only explained that they had gone over all of this in class, reassuring the guy that they would be able to return to the starting point. Kang Hyun didn't want to be thought of as crazy, so he asked his friend not to talk to him, but Yoo-sung pointed out that he was the first one to talk to him. Meanwhile, Kim Yi-hyun announced that the assistant instructor will first lure the Giku and do a demonstration, and after that, the students will lure one monster each in a group of 5. He immediately turned and motioned for his assistant to proceed with their plan. In parallel, the teacher explained that while the students were luring the monsters, they should move to an open space where it was easier to fight. The instructor said that the Gikas were a bird-type monster, a little over 2 meters tall and similar in appearance to an ostrich. The distinguishing features of these monsters were fast legs and a strong beak, so their attack could penetrate even plastic armor. The standard strategy was that they simply surround the bird with several people tying his legs together. Suddenly, Kim Yi-hyun stopped the theoretical part of the class because a notification appeared in front of his eyes that the central core of the dungeon had been removed, causing a portal to the outside to open. The students also turned their attention to the sudden message that you had already made them pretty much tense up. The sky of the dungeon began to crack as if it were made of glass, and everything around it gradually collapsed. The instructor asked the students not to panic and to slowly go through the portal one at a time because they must get out before the dungeon completely collapses. He tried to reassure them that they had plenty of time, so everyone had to move in an organized manner. When the students came outside, they immediately began discussing what had just happened and could not understand how the main core could have been removed. A slightly startled Kim Yi-hyun tried to carefully count all of his charges and came to the conclusion that everyone had gotten out without delay. He was trying to figure out who had managed to sweep the dungeon. Meanwhile, his assistant was trying to get his supervisor's attention. As it turned out, some destructive force was already trying to escape from the dungeon. When the instructor saw with his own eyes what was happening to the entrance, he was immediately taken off guard by the thought of what had caused the recent incident. He immediately turned to his assistant to urgently request support for their team and asked the trainees to leave the dungeon. Kim Yi-hyun warned that there was a dungeon breakthrough happening right now, which was a very dangerous phenomenon. The terrified protagonist would run up to him, who couldn't understand what was going on, and the instructor was glad that the cadet had come to his aid in time. The teacher explained to the lad what was just happening and added that he was just about to have the cadets help me with this disaster. He also said that if you destroy the core right now without killing the boss monster, when the dungeon collapses, the remaining monsters will jump out through the portal. Kim Yi-hyun was surprised that the student didn't know such obvious information because they were just going over it in theory class. Our hero turned away embarrassed and pretended it was as if it was a test to see how well the instructor knew his business. The instructor will emphasize that he doesn't have time for jokes because the geika is about to come out, so he will already lead the cadets into battle. Turns out it was already too late because one of the bird-like monsters had broken free. Hearing animal squeals behind his back, Kim Yi-hyun realized that it was already too late. Eventually, the instructor stated that he was leaving this opponent for the main character, but the latter wasn't even ready to fight. The teacher no longer heard the boy and turned to the cadets to quickly gather in groups of 5 and clearly follow his instructions. In fact, Kang Hyun was glad for this opportunity to show his strength, so a confident smirk immediately appeared on his face. Kang Hyun saw that there were more and more enemies, so he was already beginning to doubt that he could handle so many monsters. In the end, the young man decided not to think about all these aspects and just ran forward to straighten out each geika. He didn't even realize that Yoo-sun, who also couldn't resist the opportunity to fight, would come to his aid. The comrade was faster than the protagonist, so he overtook him and hit one of the monsters in the head with all his might. His eyes burned with hellfire, and a mad smile played on his lips as he tasted the sweetness of killing, savoring every moment of the life he took. Geika herself could do nothing against such power, so only cried out helplessly. The main character still stood still and watched in surprise as An Yusong took the lead in this fight. He noticed that after the first monster he killed, Yusun began to chicken out strangely. It turned out that the crazy guy was just happy that, as expected, the best way to crush these monsters was with the head he had recently started using. In turn, Kang Hyun was disgusted to see his only comrade in school behaving so disgustingly. The madman didn't stop at just one opponent and had already thrown himself into the crowd of monsters, inviting our hero, who was thinking more and more about how much he hated it all. The guy realized that he had no other choice, so he began to prepare for the clash and pulled out his blade from his inventory. He was beginning to notice some confidence emerging when there was a real psycho on backup. In just a second, the protagonist began masterfully wielding his weapon and massacring the numerical geeks. He was literally surrounded, but his attacks were so precise and fast that they simply prevented the monsters from doing anything. The guy decided to use his special skill, so he stopped for a second and asked An Yusong to cover his ears. Kang Hyun activated the lion's roar of fury and shouted loudly to weaken all the chicken-headed monsters. Geeks immediately froze in place because they could withstand such a loud sound, causing their stats and morale to decrease significantly. The head hero's shout reached even Kim Il-hyun, who was standing far away. All the warriors immediately began to notice that the creatures suddenly became weaker, and the instructor himself guessed that it was Kang Hyun's skill, which was able to impose a group debuff effect. The instructor realized that support would be arriving very soon and began to calm down a bit because he believed that everything could go without a loss. Meanwhile, the main character decided to use the magic blast, which he learned with the help of a book he got from a goblin. This way of fighting was even stronger than using the ball, so the geeks could not resist the brave. After the first attack, the guy saw his arm completely burned and was surprised that the skill worked in such a way. Our hero realized that he could use this skill the way it was personally his, but other people couldn't use it. Yusong kept watching his friend, so he immediately noticed that he was using magic, and Kang Hyun explained that he had acquired the skill some time ago and wouldn't reveal his secret. Eventually, the comrade reported that there was something more important here and asked Kang Hyun to take a look at it. It turned out that at this moment, a geika that was significantly different from the rest of the monsters came out of the dungeon doors. It was a huge mutant that was also the final boss monster. Kim Il-hyun tensed up at this turn of events because the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, but the main monster had already shown itself. But he also didn't panic because he realized that Kang Hyun, who had already dealt with bosses as well as his crazy friend, was around. Meanwhile, both guys were about to kill such a serious opponent on their own, causing their eyes to immediately light up with a predatory glint. Eventually, the whole team was able to straighten out these incidents, so now the events continue in the instructor's office, who was talking to someone about the graduation ceremony tomorrow. The school leader's guest had already heard that there had been an accident in the dungeon during practice today. Kim Il-hyun revealed that there is speculation that this is a continuation of the dungeon terror that has been going on since last month. The girl immediately inquired if any cadet had stood out in this battle, and the instructor at once informed her that there were 2 such students. He was talking about the main character and Yusun, who dealt with the dungeon boss, the mutant geika, on their own. His familiar wasn't verbose, but it was obvious from her reaction that she was immediately interested in such strong warriors. Kim Il-hyun said that one of these cadets had tremendous physical strength, speed, agility. The guy's main feature was his incredible healing and endurance ability, allowing him to fight recklessly without fear of injury, making his tactics unpredictable. The second, however, was of a completely different type, and it was quite difficult to call him a genius because he was only a cadet with excellent combat sense. Yusun's quick reflexes and technical skill are truly outstanding, but his overkill was a huge flaw. The girl pointed out that if they were paying attention to the last line, the height of the story was pretty amazing because Kim Il-hyun rarely praises someone like that. She asked if he had made them a job offer, but the teacher immediately emphasized that it was forbidden to sell students as an instructor. A co-worker immediately pointed out that Kim Il-hyun was always so stubborn, but the latter replied with a smile that employees are always like their boss. It turned out that all this time, the guy had been talking to a Dagon guild leader named Han Se-young. The girl realized that being an instructor was pretty good, but she asked him to hurry back to the guild because this incident had already shown that something strange was going on. The next day, the graduation ceremony began, where the principal blessed the students for their work over the past 10 days and expressed his hope that they would all become wonderful people. Finally, he announced that this was the end of the ceremonial part, and a wave of applause immediately erupted in the hall. The main character saw the headmaster for the first time and was surprised because all this time he thought Kim Ye-hyun was the most important person here. After they left the assembly hall, the guy was met by someone's bodyguard on the way out. Kang Hyun was shocked because he had never felt like he was treated so respectfully before. Turns out it was Yusan's servant who in addition also had a fancy white limousine. The guy was about to get into his transportation and offered our hero a ride with him. Kang Hyun was very excited about this kind of opportunity because he had never had to be in a car like this before. Suddenly someone called out to the protagonist, so he delayed before climbing inside the limo. The young man once again called the instructor Park Ich-yoon, and the latter, as usual, corrected him without further ado. He immediately thought that the teacher had come to say goodbye to him, although that wasn't the case, but Kim Ye-hyun simply agreed with his student's words. The tutor explained that the reward for mopping up yesterday's dungeon would be given to the two fighters who managed to be late for the big help, and warned that the guild would be contacting them shortly. After that, Kim Ye-hyun just turned around and was about to leave, but the protagonist couldn't believe that he really came here to just say these simple things. The guy couldn't understand why the instructor was so cold to them and didn't say at least a few words of thanks. Then Teacher 4 took a deep breath and recognized that Kang Hyun was indeed very strong. He assumed that the protagonist would become even stronger and was sure that they would meet in the dungeon very soon, but he asked the young man not to forget his responsibility as a man with abilities. Kang Hyun was so happy about his status as an awakened one that he didn't want to part with his license. He pestered his little sister and kept yelling about his potential, but that one didn't care at all. Also, our hero stated that from today, the girl's arrogant behavior stops, informing that from tomorrow he will go through all the dungeons. The young man thought back to the topic in conversation and thought a bit about some of the details. He wondered how he should find the dungeon, and Kang Hyun informed him that they say there is an app for ability users called Radar. Kang Hyun immediately thought that his sister was some kind of genius, but she didn't see it as unusual because everything could be found just by searching on the internet. The protagonist found this app and saw that there was a dungeon map, information about monsters, and a group recruitment was taking place. He couldn't understand why he couldn't do it all himself, but he was still going to make a lot of money bragging to his mom. A whole month has passed, and now it's time to see the results of Kang Hyun's plan. The news was just talking about the fact that they give 20 million won for completing a rank F dungeon, and the items that fall out of monsters are also highly prized. The main character's father was sitting in front of the TV and immediately thought of his son, who hadn't been heard from, even though he had recently gotten his license or something. At that time, the mother said the young man sent her 10 million won as pocket money, and it seems their children had already bought a used car last week. The man was surprised at this news and admitted that the son was now earning more than his father. In fact, the woman was still worried about the fate of our hero because she had heard that many people get injured and die while going through the dungeon. My father didn't see it as a problem because he thought it was a better solution than being unemployed at that age. Plus, they say on TV that you have to make your own team when you get into a dungeon, and Hyun himself was definitely not the type to do rash things. It was at this point that the guy was just working to further receive fabulous sums of money. The protagonist was getting better at wielding his weapon, so some small monsters weren't a hindrance to him. Even serious injuries were nothing to him, so he used magic against his opponents again. Kang Hyun was not afraid of the outcome of this fierce fight, so he waved his sword in all directions and laughed loudly. All this time, the Bentley that the protagonist bought was parked right outside the dungeon. The guy didn't bring his cell phone with him, so someone was calling him in the middle of the night. Turns out it was just Mom who wanted to check on Kang Hyun, but he didn't pick up the phone, which made her worried. The father thought the kid was just sleeping, so he asked his wife not to take the kid for no reason and to call him tomorrow. The man also asked his wife to inform their son about a case when she calls him tomorrow, but she didn't understand what it was about. Then he explained that he was talking about an unknown thing that had appeared near the local supermarket. The mother couldn't understand why their son should be told about it because the country should take care of the problem, but the father thought they would wait too long for help. Eventually, it turned out that his guesses were true, for it was at that very moment that the sealed dungeon opened its doors. The next second, an entire army of orc warriors came out of it, ready to destroy everything in their path. They were followed by a huge monster that seemed to be the leader of this entire pack. When early morning came, our hero successfully removed the central core of the dungeon, then opened a portal to the outside. The guy immediately thought that he should try going to the E-Rang dungeon, but he was afraid that it would be too much, so he needed to be careful. It was still unknown if he could use resurrection in real life, so it wasn't worth risking much. He walked to his car and planned to go home and sleep first and eat beef with Ah Hyun tomorrow. Kang Hyun picked up his phone and saw that it had 36 missed calls from his little sister. The young man didn't even realize what was going on, but he immediately called Kang Hyun back. In just a second, he heard the shaky voice of a girl on the other end saying that something bad had happened. It was very difficult for the younger sister to communicate what had happened to their parents that night. Little by little, the protagonist began to realize what the girl was trying to say, but all the while his thoughts were confused, so he couldn't hear anything around him anymore. Kang Hyun continued to be silent on the phone because it was very difficult for him to understand this terrible news. The guy started to be overwhelmed with emotions, so now he was ready to destroy the whole world. It has already been reported on the news that the government has announced that it will make every effort to resolve the large-scale underground bursting incident as soon as possible. The Department of Homeland Defense, in cooperation with civilian user ability groups, has numbed the area to prevent further damage, but residents trapped in the isolated area are increasingly worried. The protagonist was already packing to make a quick trip to his parents' neighborhood and heard that in response to these events, the Dangun Guild had said that they would actively participate in the rescue operations. Kang Ah-hyun still wasn't sure if her older brother should go to such a dangerous place alone, but he asked her to just have them worry. The boy realized that his silly appearance could be deceiving, but reminded him that he had managed to fully complete his training, which gave him the skills he needed to survive. The younger sister looked at the protagonist cautiously because she was not at all eager to let him go into the very epicenter of the disaster. Lastly, she asked him to be careful and not to show off too much, and the young man only reminded her with a smile that he had asked her not to worry. The main character promised that very soon he would bring his dad and mom so they would be perfectly safe. Kang Hyun sat motionless in his car for a few seconds, thinking about what he was about to experience. At the entrance to the desired area, the guy was met by military officers who informed him that it was impossible to drive further and asked him to turn around. The young man immediately showed his license and once again asked if he could pass on as an ability user. One of the employees who was passing nearby asked to let our hero pass because there was an order to let all ability users pass. The soldiers listened and emphasized that they would not be responsible for what happened to our hero in the fenced area. Kang Hyun paid no attention at all to the military's warning and quickly drove forward. The guy realized that he couldn't waste any time, so now he was pressing the gas pedal with all his might. From the internet, he learned information that there were at least 5 confirmed open dungeons and one of them reached E rank. Kang Hyun hoped his parents were holding up well because I was sure he would be able to arrive on time. He was thinking about the fact that if no monsters appeared along the way, he would be there within 2 hours when a huge boar ran out at him just. The protagonist did not expect such a turn of events, so he did not have time to react, because of which his car fell right under the feet of the monster. From such a powerful impact, the car flew far to the side and flipped several times in the air. The giant's eyes were literally burning with rage, and he wasn't going to just stop. Kang Hyun quickly reacted to the danger and pulled out his inductor to deal with his opponent as quickly as possible. The guy invited the monster over for a little dance so he could get revenge for his completely destroyed Bentley. The boar sensed that the man was being aggressive towards him, so he began to breathe loudly and prepare for a fight. Only now did the protagonist begin to realize how huge this animal was. Suddenly, the brave man was distracted because he heard somewhere in the distance someone's very loud squeal. Even the boar stopped for a while that you see what was going on that way. It turned out that it was at full speed carried "You Are the Very Talk of the Orcs," which this night broke out of the dungeon. Our hero thought he had burned down a country of goblins or something in a past life, because when he thinks he forgets about them, they immediately appear and create new problems. In the end, he decided to forget about defeating this huge boar and, running away from it, shouted that forgiveness was the best revenge possible. Kang Hyun wasn't going to stop at all, so he wished his opponent a good time, but the latter wasn't going to leave his victim so easily. The predator was very angry that his prey was so bold and agile that he was able to escape right out from under his nose. At this moment, a whole rain of sharp ones appeared out of nowhere, which were directed towards the giant beast. The boar didn't have time to react to this attack, so it only shrieked loudly and began to fall on its side. The guy realized that he just might have taken advantage of the goblin attack to successfully escape without any fighting. Now that Bentley was gone, he certainly couldn't waste time on any unnecessary things. The protagonist ran for a while longer through the dense forest that seemed to never end, but after retreating to a safe distance, he finally stopped to catch his breath a bit. He began to suspect that this distance was too difficult to cover on foot in the same day, and realized that he needed to conserve the battery on his phone so he wouldn't even be able to turn on his flashlight. If Kang Hyun had known from the beginning that he would face this kind of problem, he would have walked on the main road with the streetlights on, not trying to take a shortcut. The main character thought so much about the situation he was in that he didn't even notice that he was far from alone here. Already when the enemy began his attack, the guy still felt that someone was behind his back. At the last moment, he turned around and realized that he had to act somehow because there was no more time to think. Kang Hyun had almost perfect reactions, so he swung his sword in time to disarm his opponent. Then the defeated Disfurin, who had been completely invisible before, appeared in the air, causing the guy to be unable to notice him. For a few seconds, even the guy himself couldn't understand what had just happened because he hadn't met such enemies yet. Our hero concluded that there are monsters that can also become invisible and began to suspect that he will not be able to sleep well this night after all. The next moment, the young man started to feel some movements around him, but he still couldn't see those monster wolves. The Disfurines quickly encircled the lad on all sides and began growling menacingly. Of course, Kang Hyun was not confused and quickly prepared himself to face all these predators. He only needed a few sharp movements to inflict fatal wounds on each monster in just a moment. All of the guy's muscles tensed hard to keep his balance after such a sharp attack. The protagonist, who was now completely covered in the blood of defeated enemies, only exhaled quietly to release all the tension. Recent events had increasingly raised the morale of the brave man, who now wanted to see what all these scum were capable of. In the end, the young man decided to stay at the place where the fight with the wolves took place until the morning. Kang Hyun was well aware of the dangers of staying overnight right in the middle of the forest, so he climbed high into a tree to take a short nap. He couldn't really sleep well after fighting all night, and the place to sleep itself wasn't particularly comfortable either. The protagonist quickly rubbed his eyes and immediately thought about the fact that he needed to hurry. In the meantime, the mother kept her phone on, where all this time there was an open correspondence with her son who asked his parents to lock the door and wait for him to arrive. She wanted to say something to her husband, but he gestured for her to be quiet so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The woman asked in a whisper if Hyun could really come to their rescue and noted that they were having communication problems, so they couldn't reach him. His father immediately remembered him saying that everything would be okay, but now he wasn't so sure of his words. That orc monster that appeared yesterday didn't seem that strong to him because it was said to be F-rank dungeon monsters before. But now the man realized that such opponents were definitely beyond him. He carefully looked out the window and something outside seemed to catch his eye. The man was very worried about whether Kang Hyun would be able to defeat the monster that had just appeared. The father froze in horror, mistaking his son's bloody figure for the monster that had just slaughtered all the orcs. The protagonist was the kind of warrior who goes through an F-rank dungeon alone, so dealing with dozens of orcs wasn't a particularly difficult task for him. He could hear that the enemies kept coming, but he wasn't tired yet and could continue the battle. The boy turned around to see who was approaching him and noticed a certain peculiarity in these opponents. It turned out that these orcs were much stronger and were already reaching the boss monster level. Kang Hyun couldn't understand where such strong opponents came from here, if this was an E-rank dungeon. To begin with, the young man decided to warn his parents that he had come for them and asked them to stay in hiding without making a sound. They immediately recognized her voice as their son's, and now they had some hope of rescue. His mother and father couldn't believe that the man was really Hyun and were now afraid to speculate what had happened to him over the past few months. Now the parents were watching from the window as their son bravely threw himself into battle against three rather strong opponents. The orc warriors were just as determined, so they shouted belligerently before responding to our hero's attack. The guy understood perfectly well that he had to act decisively, so he concentrated all his attention on moving towards his opponents. In the end, the orcs still managed to display their spears in time and successfully repel Kang Hyun's strike. One of the monsters immediately thought this was an opportunity to attack the hero in return and accelerated to thrust his sword at him. The protagonist instantly noticed what his enemy was about to do and immediately thought out his next plan of action. He ducked as the orc warrior made his lunge, winning an advantageous position for himself. Thus, the guy divorced had some time to concentrate the magic blast in his hands. After that, Kang Hyun didn't hesitate and immediately struck the orc closest to him. The other two warriors watched in shock as one of their comrades, whose face was now disfigured beyond recognition, fell to the ground. The protagonist immediately noticed that another opponent was already about to attack him from the back. This monster tried to hit the guy with a club, but he managed to stop it in time with his hand. In the end, Kang Hyun's arm still couldn't take the strain and broke in one place. It was already normal for the brave to feel this kind of pain. He didn't get lost and used his blade again to disarm another monster. The protagonist strained hard but still managed to find the strength to throw the huge orc over himself. Thus, the young man dispatched another opponent, throwing him far aside. The orc still tried to resist Kang Hyun's strength, but it all seemed to be useless. Suddenly, the monster felt our hero shove his fist right into his mouth and couldn't understand what was even happening. After that, the guy only coldly said the words to use the magic blast to finally finish off the last opponent. As a result of such an attack, the orc warrior was simply blown to pieces, and the protagonist gained another victory. The guy's arm just didn't have time to recover after he used a magic blast twice in a row that completely burned it. For a few more seconds, Kang Hyun sat on the body of his defeated enemy, trying to recover his breath after such a fierce fight. Despite his success, our hero did not relax because he sensed something amiss. Eventually, it became clear that he was already surrounded by a huge crowd of orcs who had come to avenge their allies. The orcs merged in a single roar, their guttural screams, gnashing fangs, and the stomping of dozens of feet creating an eerie symphony. The next moment, the very giant that immediately stood out amongst this entire crowd of monsters appeared amongst them. The protagonist simply couldn't help but notice such an opponent and immediately tensed up because it was too difficult to resist against someone like that. The huge orc stopped in front of his army and looked intently in the direction of the already tired young man. The general roared loudly, giving his subordinates the command to attack their enemy. Kang Hyun didn't lose faith and laughed from the fact that the leader of these monsters was ugly as hell. All this time, the guy was trying to save his magic for regeneration, but the situation was critical. To begin with, he decided to use the giant's strength, which immediately strengthened his muscles and prepared them for serious combat. The protagonist also took a deep breath to activate the lion's roar of fury. The protagonist boldly called out that the orc leader was a real freak, throwing challenges at him and trying to lower his abilities. In just a second, an incredibly strong blow flew straight into the young man's face, completely destroying his former confidence. Kang Hyun definitely didn't expect to receive such an attack, so there was no way he had time to react to the orc general's actions. Our brave couldn't stay on his feet, so he flew off towards the other monsters. The orcs did not waste the opportunity and pushed the protagonist back onto the battlefield for the general to continue his work. The boy could still stand on his feet, though it was becoming more difficult with each passing moment. The giant monster didn't trifle with our hero and dealt him another crushing blow. For his part, Kang Hyun, who I couldn't do anything about, was thinking about how the orc was just playing with him like some unnecessary toy. After a few punches to the face, the general decided to use his legs and with all his might hit the protagonist right in the stomach. Such an attack the young man definitely couldn't resist, so he helplessly fell to the ground again. Our hero didn't know if his magic power was used up or not, but his body was no longer regenerating, and he had no idea if it was even possible to revive himself. In any case, Kang Hyun still wasn't going to give up, so he gathered his strength into a fist and tried to get to his feet again. The general was even a little surprised at how straightforward and brave this man was, so he watched his actions with interest. The guy screamed that he just couldn't back down while the fate of the family depended on him. The huge orc froze in place because he didn't expect the protagonist to behave like this. Meanwhile, the brave man wasted no more time and made a dash towards his opponent to try and make some sort of difference. Suddenly, our hero was distracted because he saw something strange going on in his parents' window. It turned out that some orcs had already climbed up and were about to massacre these defenseless humans. The young man exhaled quietly and tried to hold himself together for the sake of saving his father and mother. He loudly declared that these freaks definitely couldn't pry at his parents and was already rushing to deal with these monsters. The protagonist tried to break free from the monsters' encirclement, but those immediately reached out to stop him. All the orc warriors pounced on Kang Hyun's back, but he still had enough strength to resist them. Kang Hyun swung his sword sharply once and thus flung all the monsters away from him. After that, a giant orc hand reached for him, which was not that easy to resist. The young man realized with horror that he was doomed when he felt himself being grabbed. The general still acted just as brutally and literally sealed Kang Hyun to the ground, leaving him no chance of survival. The protagonist was such a desperate warrior that he was still holding on to life because they can't let the monsters get to his parents. Now he could only move his arm and tried to at least reach the place where his closest people were hiding. Eventually, Kang Hyun couldn't take all these injuries and slowly began to lose consciousness. At that second, someone finally came to our hero's aid and chopped the boss monster into small pieces. This brave warrior was like a whirlwind that destroyed every monster that met its path. Having dealt with all the opponents, this girl landed and watched the results of her work. It turned out to be the same guild leader who had personally come to deal with the disaster in the area. Her aides reported that they had also finished their mission and were now going to evacuate the wounded and then everyone else. The girl sighed tiredly and concluded that the damage was immense, but thanks to the fact that someone had gathered the orcs in one place, the destruction was less than other nearby areas. She immediately tried to find the brave man who had single-handedly held out until they arrived, but one of her staff reported that unfortunately he had passed away. Han Se-young immediately asked her assistants to take special care of the body, but suddenly she saw something amazing. Everyone witnessed the main character's body suddenly vaporize somewhere. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun himself was indeed in some other place, and his body was completely intact. The protagonist looked around and now realized that, unknown to him, he was back in the tree where he had fallen asleep that night. The system then reported that he had used the resurrection ability and explained that if a specific location was not specified but would occur at the last point of the dream. The boy's mind immediately flashed back to memories of watching monsters climbing into his parents' house before he died. He realized that a full 24 hours had passed, so it was unknown what the fate of his parents was. Our hero wasted no more time and quickly grabbed his blade to immediately head towards the city. The young man promptly jumped down from the tree and rushed forward, realizing that he must return to that very spot as soon as possible. He landed confidently on the ground, but the slight discomfort still reminded him of the recent battle. The warrior's entire body felt very heavy, and he began to suspect it was all because of the fines from the resurrection. Kang Hyun didn't pay attention to all these unpleasant feelings and quickly ran forward without giving up hope that everything would be all right. After 5 hours of grueling running with his body aching with pain, the protagonist finally got a view of his hometown. The town was now an empty ruin, and his parents' apartment didn't appear to have a soul in it. Now the young man finally realized that he had not come to his aid in time, and this realization was truly hard on him. After wandering aimlessly around the city, our hero finally managed to stumble upon a military base where he borrowed a phone and was able to contact Aeon. Only then did he recognize in the news his father, who had lost his arm, and his mother, who was in a coma. Kang Hyun couldn't cope with his emotions and squeezed the phone in his palms with such force that the screen cracked. After these events, 2 months passed, and the news once again talked about the Dangan Guild coming out to hunt in the D-rank dungeon Haiji Plains. Kang Ah-hyun once again continued on to his older brother, who was once again heading to the dungeon. The girl was very worried about the main character because he had already managed to die 3 times this week, but he replied that he would be fine. She tried to calm the guy down and once again talked about how what happened to their parents wasn't his fault, but Kang Hyun slammed the door behind him and wasn't going to listen to any of this. The sister still wasn't going to give up like that, but the protagonist wasn't expecting him and was already coming down the stairs. Kang Ah-yeon only had to stare after her older brother, who now didn't value his life at all. Meanwhile, the Miravlir that was the main monster of this trial had already appeared in the dungeon. This monster had already been dealt with by a group of awakened ones who had managed to get into this song first. One of the fighters was pleased that he had successfully leveled up after this fight. The whole team congratulated their leader for being successful because it was expected from their ace. In fact, the guy thought that he wouldn't have long to yak with losers like his allies because he was an elite who had passed the 5th stage of training. He continued to act like a sweet soul and pretended to be grateful to his partners. Eventually, the fighter was pulled from his thoughts when he noticed that one of his teammates was suddenly surprised by something. It turned out that some unknown person was running at them from the other end of the tunnel. It was the main character I wanted to get through the dungeon as quickly as possible, so I didn't pay attention to other people. The fighters from that group immediately noticed that Kang Hyun was incredibly fast, were surprised that someone was going underground alone. The leader of the group couldn't even say anything because he was shocked by what he saw. He tried to stop our hero because he was running straight into the boss's room, which was too dangerous. The warriors immediately asked their leader what they should do about this stranger, and he replied that they couldn't just leave it like that. All of them quickly set off in pursuit of our hero, but a whole horde of Miravolirs were already waiting for them ahead of them all. The guy realized that he couldn't continue on his way any longer, so he stopped to deal with these opponents. He used a new ability called Wayne's Secret that allowed him to increase all stats except mana, but as he used it, his body was destroyed. Monstrous ants began to encircle the protagonist from all sides, but here was already ready to destroy each of them. The Miravoliris were getting tighter and tighter to Kang Hyun, but he continued to prepare for his powerful attack. Finally, the protagonist sharply sliced the air with his blade and cut all of his enemies into 2 halves with a single blow. All in all, the young man did not stop there and decided to use a magic blast to definitely win this fight. Meanwhile, a group of other warriors stood back and watched as the stranger did the work for them. No one could even utter a word because everyone definitely didn't expect to meet such a strong fighter here. In turn, Kang Hyun didn't hesitate and headed towards the dungeon's core. For a while, the guy thought about the fact that he had only gotten Wayne's Secret yesterday, so he was still testing it and noticed that this skill matched well with his regeneration skills. The protagonist was sure that it would be very stressful if he didn't possess advanced body regeneration. The next moment he was becoming because one of the other warriors who were mopping up this dungeon tried to address him. The faction leader asked if the young man was all right, but he couldn't understand why such things were being asked of him. He seemed a little intimidated by how tough and strong our hero was. Kang Hyun couldn't understand why we were all gathered here and continued to stare at him in silence. Eventually, he reached out his hand towards the normal core to destroy it and continue his mission in the dungeon. He asked you to make way for him, if that was all the warriors wanted to ask him. Everyone was surprised that the guy wasn't going to collect magic crystals from those corpses, to which the guy briefly replied that he was in a hurry. Of course, the regular fighters were excited about this opportunity because they could get a lot of money for it. Kang Hyun stated that none of that mattered because his main goal was to increase his strength. The team leader took one last look at the guy who indifferently walked past them and continued on his way. He turned to his partners in surprise, wanting to understand who the mystery man was. In the end, the guy decided it didn't make any difference because the most important thing was that they would make a lot of money from it. They decided not to pay much attention to the meeting with this strange man because there were enough of them, but thanks to him they were able to do in one day as much work as they would not have done in a week. One man from the team noted that it could be this very warrior that everyone has been talking about lately. He emphasized that he was talking about someone who had been single-handedly mopping up the dungeon lately, but the leader thought that it was impossible because even if the rumors were true, this dungeon wasn't an F dungeon, but an E-rank dungeon. The guy thought that it was impossible for even Han Se-yeon or Choi Dong-woo to mop up the E-Rang dungeon solo, but he couldn't finish his sentence because a system notification appeared in front of his face. It turned out that the main core of the dungeon had already been destroyed, and the portal to the outside was open. At this time, Kang Hyun himself was sitting on the turned boss monster and was breathing heavily after the battle he had fought. Also, our hero managed to get a book for learning the skill Shroud of Maravlier, which when activated strengthened his skin. He was a little hesitant because Wayne's secret and regeneration were already absorbing quite a bit of mana. Our hero realized that using many skills at once is not always wise, and a prime example of this was Berserk of Bilgon's longsword, whose power is useless without tactics. As much as the young man was in a hurry, he couldn't lose his cool during the first battle when he couldn't handle the giant orc. In any case, Kang Hyun realized that there was no use regretting it anymore and wanted to focus on his main goal, which was to become stronger at any cost. The brave man realized that in order to complete this task, he needed to learn new skills, so he forgot about any doubts. Meanwhile, all the warriors who were trying to clear the dungeon had already gathered near the door and were talking to some other person. It was a journalist who wanted to ask them about a long-standing rumor that someone had been single-handedly mopping up the dungeon lately, and that person had been seen here today. The leader of the group tried to explain that they had nothing to do with it and pointed behind the interviewer's back because from the door just heard in the fighter they needed. Kang Hyun quietly walked out of the portal and didn't realize that there were already so many people waiting for him outside. The guy looked around in amazement and couldn't understand why all these journalists and warriors from the cave were gathered here. The next second, the main character was blinded by the numerical flashes of cameras that wanted to capture the very brave man who single-handedly dealt with all those monsters. All the reporters started prying into the head hero and tried to find out if he was really the right person for them, and the guild members tried to take such a useful warrior to them. Kang Hyun irritably started to reply that he didn't know any rumors and wasn't interested in being a member of any organizations. One of the reporters was unhappy that the guy was being so disrespectful and even hit him with his shoulder. The protagonist could not contain his anger, so he looked at this journalist with a mad look and wondered what he could do to him. The employee of the TV channel immediately had tears in his eyes and did not even know how to respond to the threats of such an intimidating strongman. He finally tried to pull himself together and apologize to Kang Hyun with a trembling voice. After that, the young man silently turned around and left, and all the reporters who had never been able to get information about the hero who bravely went into the dungeon alone. They immediately started talking about how it felt like the guy was ready to crush their co-worker on the spot and started speculating that he was a gangster or a criminal. Meanwhile, the protagonist himself headed to the parking lot as quickly as possible to leave the place. The guy still couldn't get comfortable with the fact that reporters were waiting for him right under the dungeon doors and wasting his time. No sooner had Kang Hyun settled into his new Bentley than someone nearby addressed him again. He turned to this stranger in surprise and immediately inquired who he was. The man asked our hero to take it easy and stated with a smile that he was here to help the young man. The mysterious stranger silently handed the protagonist his business card, not bothering with any explanations. The boy's interest won out, so he took the card in his hands and began to read what it said. There were only 2 inscriptions stating that the man's name was Song Young-ho and he was a member of the Ability Users Association. The employee then began to explain that their organization had been watching our hero for some time and wanted him to join them, promising full support from their side. Song Young-ho didn't insist on an immediate response, so Kang Hyun could contact them whenever he wanted. Eventually, the man did not bother our hero anymore and bowing bade him farewell. The young man did not respond to this in any way and continued to scrutinize the business card, which she did not let out of her hands. He was aware that the Ability Users Association, unlike the guild that only pursued selfish interest, favored the right of the awakened. Kang Hyun was actually a little surprised because he had never heard of them luring people of hers into their organization. The guy decided not to worry much about it because that stranger told him he could get in touch whenever he wanted. At this time, a girl who was in this store with her mom pointed her finger at the main character, calling him a monster. He didn't pay attention to it at all and continued to eat quietly to recover from the dungeon. Right now, the guy's biggest problem was mana, because he's spending too much of it on Wayne's secret technique and regeneration, so there's almost nothing left. For this reason, it wasn't that he couldn't use Maravlir's Shroud, but even his normal attack skills lacked energy. The protagonist decided to look for a solution to this problem and dig up some artifacts for himself. To do so, he pulled out his phone and went to the auction, but so far he hadn't found anything useful there. The guy wanted to find at least 4 items, regardless of type, but didn't want to buy something cheap to boost just 1 or 2 stats. In the end, flipping through the tape, Kang Hyun finally found something interesting to look at. Among all the posts, he found an interesting article about where to find mana rings. The next day, the protagonist immediately traveled to Konami, where there was an E-rang dungeon called Goblin Village. If you defeat the local shamans, there is a high probability of getting a ring that will increase magical power by 1 or 2 points, but sometimes even +4 will fall out. If you kill the dungeon boss, the Great Goblin Shaman, you can get a ring with good stats, and a couple people who knew about this place were just recruiting a farming party to make some money. But recently, these people have been forced out by some types claiming this place as their own, and the government doesn't care about such things as long as the monsters don't get out. The user who published this post was hoping that at least by seeing this post, some guild would head over to this place to sort things out. Kang Hyun carefully read the comments where they only wrote that it was easier to forget about this place because all the fighting was useless. After a while, the guy finally reached the right door and was surprised that no one was guarding the entrance. He decided not to give it too much thought and just decided to go inside. Without any incident, the protagonist was able to quickly pass through the portal to move to the Goblin Village. At the other end of the teleporter was a dense forest that looked rather deserted. It turned out that the young man wasn't the only one here after all, and someone irritatedly asked who dared to come here. Kang Hyun was being scrutinized by 3 fighters who seemed to have come here just to make a buck. One of them noted that the guy had some pretty nice equipment and was already planning that they could make some money if they sold it. His comrade immediately rejoiced at this, that such a nice bonus had unexpectedly come to them. The girl recalled with a chuckle that she had already mentioned that she had dreamt about a pig today, which was a good sign. The bandit turned to the protagonist and asked if he had heard any rumors that this place actually belonged to the Bait Guild. Obviously, Kang Hyun wasn't afraid of some petty thieves, so he asked what this information should give him. Then they explained that when you enter someone else's territory, you have to pay, and suggested that the young man give everything he had, and then maybe they would spare him. The very next second, their comrade flew between the guy and the girl, who couldn't resist the power of our hero at all. It crashed to the ground with a clatter and flew off into the bushes nearby as the bandits continued to stand still, realizing what had now happened. They turned around abruptly, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of such a horrific scene before them. Meanwhile, the protagonist unwaveringly continued to stand still and waited to see what his opponents would do next. The bandits couldn't figure out who they had just encountered, but they were going to avenge their comrade anyway. Guy 1 swiftly rushed forward, his sword soaring through the air, leaving a silvery trail behind him, ready to rain down a crushing blow on his opponent. Such an attack wasn't a problem for Kang Hyun because his abilities allowed him to stop it with just one palm. In the next second, the protagonist squeezed his hand with all his might and simply shattered the blade into small pieces. He didn't give his opponent a chance to realize what had just happened, threw him aside because of all his strength. At this moment, Kang Hyun stated that he liked people like these brave bandits. He reasoned that it was not shameful to kick such people, but even enjoyable. Suddenly, someone else used a magic blast and directed it towards our hero who was dealing with his opponent. The guy's armor was enough to keep him safe from the blast, so he only felt a slight jolt to his back. Of course, the main character was very angry that someone had allowed such a thing to happen and immediately looked at the person who did it. It turned out to be a gang girl who had tried to stop Kang Hyun this way, but he was only thinking about the fact that he had only just now learned that this skill was a long-range skill. The guy finally looked away from his victim and thanked the bandit for teaching him something. He ran swiftly up to the girl and suddenly squeezed her hand tightly. Our hero declared with burning eyes that he could also impart some knowledge to her, and meanwhile the girl herself didn't even have time to do anything about it because of fear and shock. Kang Hyun began to concentrate the mana in his hand little by little and noted that things would look much more spectacular this way. The next moment, the forest was filled with the bandit's heart-rending scream, a mixture of rage and unbearable pain. Thus, our hero simply tore to pieces the arm of his last opponent, because of which she was now lying on the floor and shaking from incredible pain. The guy looked at the bandit with disgust and emphasized that this was still flowers. He then shifted his gaze and wondered who the rest of the group of fighters that had come literally out of nowhere were. From the faces of all these strangers, one could immediately deduce that they were not particularly happy about Kang Hyun's presence. One of them had already reached into his inventory to pull out his weapon and asked why some stranger dared to trespass on their territory. This guy with a smirk advised our hero not to even think about getting out of here alive. Kang Hyun was surprised by this development because he hadn't expected that he would have to fight someone else. The boy's eyes lit up with madness again, and he was glad to meet these people, for he was just in need of a guide. In fact, the training completely changed the life of everyone who passed it, because the dungeons lived by a single law, so only the strongest survived here. Also, all this work forced the resort to brutality because you couldn't do it any other way here. But the bandit leader was, of course, most attracted by the opportunity to make money. Until last year, he was nothing more than the dregs of society, but now his life has taken on new colors. Among other things, the guy managed to win a position as the leader of one of the most influential guilds. The bandit was sure that as long as he was in the dungeon, he had nothing to fear, so he began to the protagonist. The guild leader's self-confidence was what ruined him because Kang Hyun was already about to teach him a lesson. In the next second, the guy with the broken face was already lying on the ground and didn't seem to be so confident in his abilities anymore. After a while, the protagonist had already dealt with every guild member who tried to block his path. Still, he got stabbed, but still managed to deal with all the enemies even without a weapon. The guy didn't care about such injuries anymore, so he silently pulled the sharp blade from his body. He then turned to the defeated bandits and gave them 5 seconds to line up. Kang Hyun licked the knife like a true madman and explained that there was going to be an interview for the role of a guide right now. All guild members had to obey our hero, who had already drawn conclusions from this particular little dialogue. After a rigorous selection process, the guy chose a thug named Kim Seonu and asked his partners to applaud him. The bandits couldn't tell if the protagonist was being completely serious, so they didn't follow his orders. Kang Hyun started threatening their leader with a knife, so he immediately obeyed and started clapping his hands. The bandit then asked what would happen to everyone else he didn't choose to be the main character. For a few seconds, he wondered what he would do with this group of villains. The guy asked if they all promised to live righteous lives from now on and to stop doing bad things, and in every way they affirmed that they would be good from now on. Eventually, he started beating up the thugs again because he had absolutely no faith in what they were saying. Our hero believed that deception was commonplace for the killer, so he proceeded to massacre the gang leader while the others watched in horror. Kim Sunwoo, who was chosen by Kang Hyun, chickened in fear as he watched this horrible sight. Kang Hyun, after dealing with all the bandits, took his new guide with him and went to explore the dungeon. It can't really be said that all dungeons are like this, but individual types may well reach the size of an entire city. Our hero remarked that the place was very huge, beginning to suspect that the young man was in one of his circles, but the latter objected to such accusations. Kim Sung explained that he was just taking the best route to avoid the monsters, but Kang Hyun didn't appreciate that kind of approach. The guy ended up pointing a gun at his guide and that he was getting bored because it would have been a lot more fun with monsters. The young man was eager to lead his new leader to the monsters immediately, but the protagonist thought it was madness in the pitch darkness, and Kim Sung was left wondering what they wanted him to do. Kang Hyun decided that they could set up a shelter right there and asked if his partner had any food to eat. Pretty soon they made a fire, and our hero could not wait for food, and the guide wondered why he had so many swords. Meanwhile, fragrant ramen was boiling in the woks, its aroma enveloping everything around. It had been a long time since our hero had eaten something like this, so he quickly grabbed the food with his bare hands, and Kim Sunwoo was surprised that he wasn't hurt at all. The guy also told his partner to treat himself, but that seemed pretty weird because he didn't even cook that dinner. While the guys were eating hot ramen, Kang Hyun decided to ask how old the young man was. The guide replied that he was 25 years old, at which point the guy asked if he had gone to college before he awakened. The protagonist felt that the student could have just continued to study and not gotten involved with the gang. Kim Sonu explained that the problem was a lack of money, and tuition costs were rising and piling up, so he worked a lot of part-time jobs. In addition, his father's business went bankrupt, causing the family to become poorer. In the end, Kang Hyun didn't appreciate such a sob story and started threatening his guide again, even though he himself asked about the young man's life. He ordered the young man to keep quiet and keep eating because they still had to get ready for bed. Having finished with dinner, our heroes put out the fire and laid down in their sleeping bags to rest. As it turns out, Kim Sunwoo was still awake and waiting for the main character to fall asleep. The boy quickly jumped up from his makeshift resting place and prepared to execute his plan. He cautiously watched the sleeping Kang Hyun, who was scaring him even in his sleep. In the bandit's mind, memories of the main character brutally beating all of his comrades immediately came to mind. Anyway, the guy realized that he couldn't get revenge on Kang Hyun, so he decided to just run away. Slowly, he began to drift away, trying not to make a single sound so as not to wake up the guy who literally had him hostage. It turned out that our hero had heard everything, so he asked where his guide was going. Kim Sunwoo tried to lie that there was something he needed to do, but he wasn't very good at it. In the end, Kang Hyun allowed the young man to do all his business right there. The guy also warned that the guide would simply die if he tried to escape, emphasizing his serious intentions. Already in the morning, they traveled to the right place where the main core goblin village was located. The protagonist felt that Kim sung because he already smelled the concentration of magic power in one place. In fact, the young man couldn't understand what Kang Hyun was talking about, and he was surprised because he thought his partner was feeling it too. In the end, the guy called the guide a dumbass, since he doesn't even understand such simple things. Kim Sonu was desperately trying to be calm because he was sure that it would all be over very soon. The young man was just sure that in a place where there were so many monsters, our hero would simply die and he himself would escape. In the Goblin Village, all the monsters are centered around the core, but every now and then they send out scouting parties and the Bayo Guild attacks them specifically. The guide realized that they hadn't run into any groups yet, so it was safe to conclude that everyone was now in the village. He wanted to see how Kang Hyun was going to survive in the E-Rang dungeon. The protagonist was only glad for the opportunity to fight because he already considered himself a master goblin slicer. The guy ran at the huge crowd of monsters that were about to pounce on him. A predatory gleam flashed in his eyes that betrayed a desire to slaughter each of them. Suddenly, the brave warrior felt some strange jolt to his back that nearly knocked him off his feet. Kang Hyun turned back in a flash to see what had caused this. Turns out it was Kim Sonu, who had already escaped and yelled that he wasn't happy about the encounter and hoped they would never see each other again. For a while, the protagonist continued to stand still and watch his guide rapidly flee into the forest. The guy was especially worried about it because you're sure that Kim Sonu won't get out of here alive anyway. After running a fair distance away, the young man stopped near a tree for a little rest and to calm down. He was 100% sure that no matter how much of a monster Kang Hyun was, there was still no way he could get out of here. At this moment, notifications appeared in front of the young man's eyes that the core had already been extracted and the dungeon portal had been activated to exit. The guy couldn't believe that the main character had managed to do that, and thought it was just a dream. He was aware that in this dungeon, all monsters in this dungeon were around a central core. There were no regular cores. Kim Seonu froze in front of the portal that led to the exit and couldn't understand how Kang Hyun had cleared this entire dungeon so quickly in solo. For some more time, the lad reread the notices before his eyes in awe. He absolutely could not guess how the protagonist managed to overcome the goblin's numerical advantage. The young man assumed that Kang Hyun had scorched his opponents with fire, but that was far from the case. Kim Sonu realized that he was a strong warrior, but he was still clueless as to what exactly he was capable of. He rejoiced that our hero might just have great strength and fortitude, though that wasn't the only key to success. Indeed, despite the numerical wounds, the warrior continued to stand on his feet and fight the remaining enemies. But in any case, against the crowd, it is important to be able to competently keep the defense and not to tremble before the onslaught of enemies. If you withstand all attacks and get to the boss via the direct path, this outcome is quite possible. This was how Kang Hyun was able to reach the goblin shaman who was the main boss of this dungeon. Kim Sonu still doubted his hunches because this is a dangerous strategy and even one moment of procrastination could lead to failure. From the beginning, he thought our hero was good at fighting, but now he was even more scared because he didn't realize who they were messing with. Now the young man was certain that this warrior definitely possessed unimaginable power. Kang Hyun was so resilient that he was able to go at the boss with hand goals, only to finally mop up this dungeon. By defeating all these monsters, the brave man once again confirmed his thought that brute force was the best tool. As a result, for going through this entire dungeon, the guy got a magic crystal and a goblin shaman ring that increased magical power. Our hero immediately tried on his new artifact and rejoiced that he had managed to achieve his goal after all. He didn't have anything else to do this month, so he stepped out of the portal and contemplated swatting Sona now. Moving into the real world, the guy marveled at what had been waiting for him to come out all this time. It turned out there was a crowd of people several times larger than previous rival groups. The protagonist thought they had decided their entire guild was going to pile on him and was surprised that it was all just for him alone. The guy started to scrutinize this whole crowd of thugs to find the right person for himself. As a result, he did see Kim Sona, who had obviously brought all these people here. Kang Hyun immediately started warming up and stated that he could handle all the enemies in just 30 minutes. Suddenly, someone in the crowd announced that there had been a slight misunderstanding between them. The man who stepped forward explained that they had no intention of fighting and had come here to negotiate, apologizing for the guild members treating the noble warrior so badly. He introduced himself as Jong Il-hyun, the head of the Bait Guild, and asked what the guy's own name was. The leader reached out his hand to Kang Hyun, but he wasn't going to make contact because he didn't trust the bandits at all. Our hero asked the man to stop being nice and finally get to the point, but this behavior was starting to annoy Jong Il-hyun. The guild leader felt that it would be hard for him to communicate with such a person, so he decided to say everything straightforwardly. It turns out that everyone is here to invite Kang Hyun into the mafia, guaranteeing everyone's respect and support with resources as well as a position of leadership. Jong Il-hyun's main goal was to get this strong man at any cost, because with his help, they would be able to grow to one of the strongest guilds. The boy remained silent, only sighed heavily, and in that sigh, he read all his emotions about the proposal. In the end, Kang Hyun replied briefly that he didn't want to join the organization, but the leader wasn't going to give up because he had guessed this outcome from the beginning. The head of the guild handed our hero his business card, which gleamed gold in the sun. The guy held the business card in his hands for a few seconds and scrutinized it. To fully demonstrate his intentions, our hero tore the business card into small pieces. He recognized that he wasn't the greatest guy, but he still wasn't going to join such scum. The protagonist felt that such third-rate rabble dared not recruit him into their pathetic organization. Kang Hyun, sensing the guild leader's rage, smirked and offered him a normal fight. The man continued to keep his cool and reiterated that they had come to make a deal, so he suggested that the guy discuss it all another time if he introduced himself. The young man rudely sent all the bandits away and was outraged that they had crawled out like cockroaches from all over the place, which was why he was now in this situation. Jong Il-hyun made sure that this fighter was somehow abnormal. In turn, Kim Seonu even admired him a bit. At this moment, the young man turned around and abruptly saw the shadow of his superior's figure in front of him. Meanwhile, the main character had already managed to get into his car and thought about what had just happened to him. He noticed that a full 100 from the guild had gathered there, so he might as well pop there given his depleted mana. The guy only now realized that he had even forgotten about Sona because of that freak Jong Il-hyun. Kang Hyun decided that he could go home now because he would definitely still have a chance to finish off the traitor the next time he saw him. At the same time, the battered leader of one of the squads was telling Jong Il-hyun about the guildmaster who had volunteered to see our hero off. The guild leader asked Kim Sunwoo with coldness in his voice if it was all true. There was no way the young man could explain his action, so the leader reached for his sword. The subordinate began to suspect what the boss was about to do, causing him to shake and unable to utter a word. He started begging for mercy and promised to do whatever it took to get Jong Il-hyun to have mercy on him. The guild leader inquired if the guy really wanted to live that much and then reiterated that he was willing to do any task to regain his trust back. Suddenly, Kim Sonu felt a sharp pain and realized that all his begging was useless. It turned out that the boss didn't even have a thought of mercy for the young man who was already bleeding because of the sword in his chest. Jong Yi-hyun was very displeased that a traitor like this wretched worm was hoping to live after his horrible deed. He jerked the blade out of Kim Seong's wound, causing blood to spray around him, and then kicked him with his boot, tossing his body away like a piece of junk. The young man definitely did not expect to be treated in such a manner and tried to address the guild members last, but unfortunately, he was already flying into the portal. Little by little, he began to fade into obscurity, and the doors behind him began to close. The doors slammed shut with a clatter, burying Kim Sona forever in the icy darkness. For a while, all the guild members stood still and watched as the portal to the dungeon turned into ash and scattered around. The silence was broken by Jong Yi-hyun, who, holding his sword in his hands, turned to his deputy. Now the guild leader was only interested in the question that concerned the identity of the protagonist. It turns out that the man had already introduced surveillance to Kang Hyun, who was just on his way to his home. A white car was already speeding behind the guy, with one of Bates' agents sitting in it. Jong Yi-hyun was furious that some guy dared to reject his lucrative offer. Now he thought our hero had better be as impenetrable as his arrogance to remain whole. The boss was already thinking about how the guy would sing when he found out something bad had happened to his loved ones. The man simply decided to use the language of force if in other ways the protagonist did not understand his terms. Meanwhile, Hyun and Ayan didn't realize that the hunt for them had already begun and planned with dinner while paying their mom's hospital bills in parallel. They didn't hesitate long and went to a barbecue restaurant to have dinner together. In fact, the girl was still surprised that an unemployed college graduate could afford to buy beef so often. The protagonist didn't see it as something amazing because he didn't see anything else he could spend his money on. The sister decided to help her big brother out a bit and offered to fry him some meat. Kang Hyun inquired if she had been to the hospital and asked about their mother's condition. The girl said that according to the doctor, she is already on the mend and will probably wake up soon. Kang Ah-hyun immediately noticed that even a cold-blooded guy like her brother smiled when he heard the good news. She noted that the young man hadn't smiled in a long time and had been walking around with a scowl lately, which wasn't like him at all. The protagonist didn't see the problem because he remembered that he smiled a lot, but the younger sister immediately emphasized that she wasn't talking about his psychotic smile. Suddenly, Kang Hyun grabbed his stomach because he felt some strange sensations in it. He said he had to make an emergency trip to the restroom, but the girl said the meat was just about ready. The boy understood this perfectly well, but he was too huffy, so he paid no attention to his sister's words. Having disposed of all important matters, the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was payback for the 2 days he had spent in the dungeon. When he came out of the restroom, he immediately noticed something that caught his attention. Kang Hyun was greatly surprised because he saw some unfamiliar man standing next to their table. When the sister saw our hero, she immediately pointed in his direction as if this stranger was looking for him. The weirdo then quickly turned around and bowed to the young man in greeting. In the end, the strange man, without saying a word, simply left the place, and the girl never took her eyes off him. The protagonist thought his sister was just picking on the boys, but she was sure it was his acquaintance. The boy asked in surprise if it was really about him, but in the meantime, Kang Ayan held out a note that she was asked to give to her brother. For his part, Kang Hyun felt that if it was someone he knew, he wouldn't leave so immediately and would at least say hello. He finally fell abruptly silent as he read into what was written in that cryptic note. It turned out to be a letter from the head of the Bait Guild, reminding him of an invitation for the young man. After eating at the restaurant, our heroes headed home, but Kang Hyun also wanted to stop by the convenience store. My sister immediately thought the guy wanted to grab another beer, but that's not what he was going for at all. The girl was still thirsty, so she was only going to buy one for herself and get drunk alone. Her older brother didn't really want to let her in by herself, so he asked Aeon herself to go home while he ran to the store. In just a few minutes, the young man was in the right place and quickly made the purchases he needed. The main character was walking down a devastated street and thought about all the events that had been happening to him lately. He was afraid of what shenanigans these baities might be up to and afraid that they might eat at his family. The young man was already thinking that he should stop going to the dungeon for now and stay at home, but he also realized that he wouldn't be able to control Ayun during her working hours. At that moment, the flow of his thoughts was interrupted by the sound of the phone ringing. His father's name popped up on the screen, which made Kang Hyun tense up a bit. The man immediately inquired if his son was home, but the man replied that he had gone out for a while. Turns out that Dad called to deliver the incredibly wonderful news that Mom had finally woken up. Kang Hyun excitedly asked if she was okay, and the man explained that there's still some care needed for his mother, but she'll definitely get better. Our hero immediately breathed a sigh of relief because there was one less problem in his life. Meanwhile, the father reported that someone had come to visit his mother and introduced himself as a friend of the young man. The guy had no idea at all who it could be, because he had no such friends who could come to the hospital. The man himself also vaguely remembered the name, but finally called this visitor Yong Il-hyun. He also added that the man asked to say hi to his son and assumed it was some friend from the neighborhood because he couldn't recall seeing the guy before. Little by little, the protagonist began to realize the situation he was in. Kang Hyun became furious when he realized that the Bait Guild really wanted to use his family for pressure. Events now shift to the next morning at the school for the awakened. At the entrance, An Mayeon had just met up with her friend who, wondering why this girl was a little late. Afterward, the acquaintances began a casual conversation about how their weekend had gone. The girls were interrupted by some other man who had been standing off to the side watching them the whole time. It turned out to be Ms. Shin Sona who decided to share her coffee. The female staff members immediately said that she shouldn't have bothered so much, but the guild leader explained that she was only doing it because she wanted to. After that, the girl bowed and wished her subordinates a good day. The friends were a bit perplexed, so they continued to stare after Shin Sona for a few seconds. They found it a bit odd that the leader was always in armor, but that didn't change the fact that she was a good person. One of the girls started to open her coffee and kept talking about how everyone was special, but Sona was like a real angel. She chuckled at the fact that An Mayeon definitely had something to say when it came to special people. The staffer immediately thought of the school's two worst students, one of whom broke his opponent's arm during sparring, and the other who still looked like a real thug at registration. An Mayeon had a hard time talking about it because that person literally appeared in her nightmares too because he looked like a fierce orc. Suddenly behind her back, she felt the very sensation that had been haunting her for a very long time. The girl quickly turned around to check what was the source of this heavy atmosphere. In the back, she saw the main character looking very bad after learning that his family was in danger again. An Mayeon was so scared that she simply couldn't take her eyes off her biggest fear. In turn, the young man continued to look at her with his devastated gaze, which really looked too creepy. Eventually, the female staff members couldn't take it anymore and yelled so loudly that the whole school definitely heard it. They were about to call the police because they were afraid that Kang Hyun, who hadn't even said anything yet, would hurt them. The protagonist kept reaching out to them to stop all this screaming and explain why here, but by doing so only made things worse. An Mayeon instantly calmed down when she heard the guy talking about Mr. Kim Il-hyun. Because of all the emotions and worries, it was pretty hard for the guy to talk, but eventually he was able to explain that he was looking for the head instructor. He believed that this was the man he needed to protect his family from his enemies. The friends were even more surprised because they could not even guess what happened to our hero. Eventually, the girl was able to calm her fear and tried to explain where Kim Il-hyun was. Turns out he only occasionally performs instructional duties, so he's not at school right now. Events moved to the office where the instructor himself was working, who was now presenting his report that the level of the dungeons continued to rise, so it was more important to bring in people with abilities. Their conference was interrupted by a knock on the door, which surprised Kim Il-hyun because he wasn't expecting visitors. He immediately informed the employee that their meeting was still going on, but it seemed this guy was too excited about something important. The subordinate explained that they had a little commotion in the reception area because an acquaintance of the deputy came into the office. Kim Il-hyun was even more surprised to hear such unexpected news and even tensed up a bit because he began to guess who it could be. Eventually, they met with this guest and went to the meeting room to discuss all the problems. Obviously, it was the main character, but the instructor didn't expect them to meet like this when she talked about them seeing each other very soon. Now, Kim Il-hyun asked what business his former student had come to see him about. The young man replied briefly that he would require the services of an instructor, and he was about to listen to what had happened. Sipping a drink from his cup, Kim Yi-hyun asked his student to elaborate on everything that had happened to him. Kang Hyun was finally able to share that the people from the Bait Guild started pestering his loved ones to push him around. He explained that he needed someone who could protect his family while the guy himself got rid of those rats. The instructor was shocked by such news, so he asked what the young man had done. He himself was aware that the guild had quite a bad reputation, but there was no evidence as such against them, so there was nothing they could do. In turn, the protagonist has already decided that he will deal with these bandits with the ends because it will only be to the benefit of the others. Kim Yi-hyun suspected that he wasn't chosen just because he belonged to the Dangun Guild, and the guy confirmed his speculation because he simply thought his instructor was the strongest person. The teacher had suggested An Yu-song because he was also a capable martial artist, but the young man wouldn't trust his family to such a psychopath, and he didn't have his number. In the end, Kang Hyun asked the instructor to protect his family for just 1 week, for which he promised to pay generously. The instructor hesitated for a moment, clearly uncomfortable with the possible impression of bragging. He said that he already earns quite a lot, even much more than the protagonist imagined, because he holds the position of deputy guild leader. That's why, if a guy does want something from an instructor, you need to offer something more interesting, not money. After thinking for a bit, Kang Hyun came to a shocking conclusion about his acquaintance's desires. He thought that Kim Yi-hyun had hinted that he wanted to get his hands on the young man's body, but the instructor certainly hadn't planned something like that. The teacher was even afraid to imagine what else our hero could think of, so he decided to assume something like a business deal himself. He asked to meet with their leader if everything went well, because that way they could help the guy at the guild level. Of course, our hero agreed to such conditions, so already 5 guards were on duty outside and inside his parents' room. There are also 5 security guards patrolling at his younger sister's place of employment for reasonable cause. Kang Hyun appreciated such a responsible approach to this case, but Kim Yi-hyun felt it was better to be reassured so that nothing would happen. The guys were already standing near the Bait Guild building, and the instructor wasn't sure if our hero really needed to go there alone because there were definitely quite a few people inside. The young man thought for a few seconds but immediately compared their organization to the Dangun Guild, which was larger. Kim Yi-hyun immediately emphasized that the strength of the group was not determined by the size of the building, but let's just say that these guys had taken over quite a few dungeons. He believed that such results of their work accurately signified something and showed their strength. Plus, Kang Hyun contacted them as soon as he got the note, so they probably gathered all the forces they have, making a surprise attack likely to work. The protagonist immediately remembered how he had called the number on the letter in a panic. Still, that call was inevitable because the safety of the guy's family came first, and because of that, he was able to buy time to hire an instructor. After finishing this conversation, Kang Hyun handed his partner some small object, asking him to keep it. Kim Yi-hyun had no idea what our hero had passed on to him and even started to get a little worried. The guy was already in a hurry to get out of the car and go on his mission, so he asked his companion to park the car at the house. He asked not to speculate and added that he couldn't explain everything yet, but he would be back alive and well by tomorrow. The protagonist didn't want to waste any more of his time and left Kim Yi-hyun alone with his speculation. It wasn't long before Kang Hyun found himself outside the Bait Guild's main office building. Jong Yi-hyun had been waiting all this time for the guy to arrive, so he greeted him with a smile. Behind his back was a considerable army of guild members that could attack our hero at any moment. Kang Hyun laughed when he saw that the leader of the organization was so wary of his strength. He immediately noted that there seemed to be too many people meeting here and assumed that they were all going to give him a test. The leader still continued to hold his smile as well and emphasized that Mr. Kang Hyun was now part of the Bait family, causing all of its members to come to greet him. Hearing all of this, the main character literally couldn't contain his laughter, causing Jong Yi-hyun to look at him indignantly and stop his speech. Kang Hyun became furious when he heard that such thugs could say anything at all about family. He wondered if the guild leader knew what would result if the syllables of the word were reversed. The main character explained with madness in his voice that you could make up the word joka, meaning shackles, if you changed the kajak a little bit, which meant family. The guy didn't feel sorry for himself at all, so he activated Lion's Roar of Fury to begin with, and then prepared to use Magic Blast. He directed all of his strength into the floor, something that all of the guild members had definitely not expected, so they were unable to react to such an attack in time. For his part, Kang Hyun was enjoying the fact that his plan seemed to be starting to work. All the warriors were trying to dodge the shards that were flying in different directions, and once again made sure that the main character was somehow insane. No one around could understand what this young man was doing, because from the outside this punch looked quite strange. Eventually, after a while, everyone started screaming in fear because the floor beneath their feet started to collapse little by little. Jung Il-hyun also began to guess about the head character's zdum, causing him to once again call him crazy. Beneath them was a metal rebar. Its intertwining could cushion the fall, saving the guild members from imminent doom. The protagonist was well aware of this fact, so he prepared to destroy this metal mesh as well. In an instant, he used the secret Wayne technique, the power of a giant, and an ability called One Strike, Two Halves. Only a few blows were enough to destroy the bandit's only hope of any salvation. At that time, all the guild members tried to flee somewhere for cover, but there was too little time left. Eventually, the floor beneath their feet did collapse, and they fell helplessly into a room that was in the basement of their office. All the warriors were now definitely unable to fight, because they were lying mixed with asphalt debris that just crushed them. The main character also fell down, but his strength was enough to keep him unharmed. He finally used Maravlir's Shroud, which had performed quite well during his first test. Kang Hyun immediately heard the voice of the guild leader behind his back, who had also managed to survive this fall. The boy watched cautiously to see what the bait leader would want to do. The man asked our hero to be prudent before it was too late, and there was a chance to become good partners after all. The protagonist thought he was being completely delusional because Jung Il-hyun himself had crossed the line a long time ago. The guild leader began to guess that the young man didn't like the fact that they were visiting his family, so he apologized for that and advised Kang Hyun to think hard again. He was sure that by joining forces, they could even overthrow Dangun and show the nosy Hanzayeon where she belonged. The man asked if our hero realized the depth of those words, but the man boldly replied that he only realized the depth of his dementia. Then the leader began to threaten that there were over 200 of his subordinates inside this building alone, and there were many times that number all over the country. Jung Il-hyun stressed that they were missing only one thing, the face of their organization. He was looking for a strong man who would lead the people, and then the guild could even go beyond Korea, expand to the whole world. The protagonist had no respect for the head of bait, so he spat right in his face. For a few seconds, there was a sepulchral silence between them that did not bode well. To Kang Hyun, all of these plans sounded as delusional as possible, so he suggested that the leader record all of his wants on video to make all of YouTube laugh. Meanwhile, Jung Il-hyun still hasn't commented on this situation in any way and only gently wiped the saliva from his cheek. In the end, he literally started shaking with anger, but still such an act was expected on the part of the main character. The leader of the organization concluded that such low-grade scum was incapable of understanding his great designs. For a few seconds, our hero continued to stand still and watch as his opponent simply began to drop insults in his direction over his refusal to join the organization. Kang Hyun had a hard time holding back his laughter because the man looked rather pathetic from the outside. Then he decided to ask the guys who stayed upstairs if they had heard all the nonsense their leader was talking in complete seriousness. The guy kept laughing with Jung Il-hyun to get him emotional and called the man a medieval nobleman. Our hero managed it quite well because the guild leader had already become ash purple from the rage that overflowed him. The man realized that there was no way he could sway Kang Hyun to his side, so he ordered his subordinates to kill him right now. The mages on one side immediately began to follow their leader's orders and used block magic and confusion against the young man. The warriors on the other side also pointed their scepters towards the protagonist, using darkness and perception breakdown spells. Kang Hyun continued to stand still, despite the large amount of magic rays flying towards him. The guy quickly used a lion's roar of rage that removed all debuffs. The ring of strong mind protected him from mental attacks. In the next second, all the opponents froze because they felt that their performance and morale had been drastically lowered. Chung Yi-hyun couldn't understand why his subordinates had stopped abruptly and irritably looked up to find out the reason. He shouted for them to start doing his bidding and finally finish this guy off. Hearing their enraged leader, all the warriors quickly regained their senses and began concentrating mana again to attack our hero. Kang Hyun was only happy that some more weaklings would try to defeat him. He'd just like to see how the Shroud of Miravlir would stand up to magic. A violent explosion sounded, and everyone watched carefully to see if he had managed to deal with the young man. All the guild members realized that he could still survive, so they rushed to the mage's aid. More and more members of the organization began to descend from above to definitely prevent Kang Hyun from escaping. All of them were heading straight for the epicenter of the explosion. The magicians had already prepared new attacks. It turned out that the protagonist was completely unharmed and with a few precise blows destroyed every enemy in his path. Chung Yi-hyun couldn't hold back any longer, so a low, animalistic growl escaped from his throat. Meanwhile, the protagonist began to inhale full lungs of air again to use the lion's roar of fury. He yelled for everyone to attack him again, and the explosions were so strong that they hit the building itself. After a while, the smoke cleared, and the charred hull of the guild's main base could be seen behind it. Kang Hyun tried to calm his breathing after dealing with another group of opponents again. Numerous corpses of warriors lay around who were also unable to resist the young man. Despite such a fierce fight, the protagonist continued to stand on his feet and was ready to continue the confrontation. Jong Yi-hyun panicked, causing him to laugh nervously, and asked what Kang Hyun's problem was. He pointed his finger at him and confidently stated that our hero was also a murderer, just like everyone else in their organization. The protagonist was not at all affected by such pressure on his sense of justice, and he himself believed that the leader should be willing to die himself if he was already bent on killing people. Jong Yi-hyun wasn't scared of threats from the guy because he was sure that Kang Hyun was the one who was going to die here. Meanwhile, the shards beneath my feet began to shake strangely as if an unknown force wanted to lift them. The guild leader had already seen that our hero was running low, so he decided to use his powers to finally finish him off. A large number of tentacles erupted from the ground and bound Kang Hyun in an instant. The young man wanted to say that he wouldn't be taken in by such a trick, but he didn't even realize that he also had an opponent behind him. The next second, the protagonist saw his reflection in the blade that had pierced through his body. Kang Hyun froze, his eyes empty from such a sharp pain because even he hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. Now the guy realized that his end had come, although he had been able to hold out against so many opponents for quite some time. In turn, Jong Yi-hyun, with a smile on his face, praised his deputy who had so successfully attacked their main target and asked him to leave the guy behind so he could personally finish him off. The deputy, leaving the sword in the protagonist's body, took a step back so the boss could do his thing. The guild leader was still surprised that our hero had received so many wounds, but continued to breathe, showing incredible resilience, and was ready to trade all his staff for such a fighter. He needed to give up such a desire anyway, because beasts that couldn't be controlled were completely useless. The man asked if Kang Hyun wanted to say something last, but the man only wished he could choke on it every time he ate a gukbap. Jong Yi-hyun was no longer at all surprised that Kang Hyun had decided to ruffle his feathers until the very end. He finally decided to proceed to massacre the protagonist and took him firmly by the head. As it turned out, the guild leader chose the cruelest path and intended to literally burn out Kang Hyun's face, not giving him the slightest chance for mercy. The guy couldn't stand such terrible pain, so he screamed furiously, feeling his skin begin to burn. Jong Yi-hyun didn't react in any way to the heartbreaking screams behind his back and indifferently lit a cigarette. He asked his subordinate how they were doing, and the latter reported that there were over 30 dead and about 50 wounded. The guild leader wasn't at all pleased that they had suffered such serious losses because of just one person. He asked the employee to at least remove the equipment from our hero because it looked pretty good and could make up for some of the losses. Suddenly, one of the guild members shrieked strangely somehow and called out to the leader. He exclaimed with shock in his voice that Kang Hyun's body suddenly disappeared as if it had vanished into thin air right before their eyes. It was evening, and our hero had already returned to his rebirth point and received a death penalty. Kang Ayan was surprised to see her brother, who was still not supposed to be home. The girl immediately noted that her older brother was somehow delayed in his assignment. Judging from where the guy came out from, she concluded that he had managed to die after all, but Kang Hyun didn't explain anything and only asked if they had anything to eat. The younger sister was in no hurry to let our hero pass on because she noticed one infuriating detail. It turns out that the young man once again forgot to take off his shoes and soiled the floors of their apartment, so he had to apologize to Ayan. This isn't the first time the girl has asked Kang Hyun to take off his armor after he resurrects because she makes sure their house is clean. The events are moved 2 days into the future to the territory of one of the dungeons. These doors also belong to the Bait Guild and led to Keika Gorge, so they were guarded by members of the organization. The guys were very bored because no one comes to them lately because everyone has already heard about their guild's affairs. One of the guards still couldn't understand why everyone was so afraid of losing their gear. Suddenly, he jumped up from his seat and tensed because he heard someone approaching them. It was some mysterious person who seemed to be trying to hide his identity. The strange stranger was in gear, but the balaclava on his head was most eye-catching. He stopped in front of the entrance and silently continued to stare at the 2 guild guards of the Bait Guild. The guys looked at each other puzzled and couldn't understand what kind of crazy person had come to them. Meanwhile, the protagonist realized after his spontaneous performance that his actions were no different from throwing eggs at a rock. Sure, it's nice to have an infinite number of eggs, but there was no way to puff away the resurrection penalty every time. That was why the guy came to the conclusion that it would be much easier to eliminate all the guild members individually. He decided to invade every dungeon of the Bait Guild and mop them up one by one. Thus, the brave man found the first victims for himself and was already massacring the last enemy when he suddenly began to apologize. Kang Hyun was surprised by this behavior and wondered what this guy had done wrong to now ask for forgiveness. The terrified guild warrior replied that he himself didn't know what his fault was. The protagonist was infuriated by such a response, so he shoved the guy aside with all his might and ordered him not to apologize without knowing the reason for it. As he fell to the ground, the guild member noticed that Kang Hyun had also thrown him a blank piece of paper for some reason. He handed the lad a pen to the sole survivor and ordered him to write down where else to find the dungeons the guild owned. Our hero promised that he would spare the guard if he completed this rather simple task. While Bait's participant was describing all the places he knew, Kang Hyun decided to ask another question. He wondered how the organization hadn't been caught yet, despite the fact that they'd killed so many people already, but every time they'd cleaned up their tails so perfectly. The guy suspected that they could have bribed even the police, but the usual subordinate didn't know enough to own such details. He assumed it was all because the guild was more likely to occupy dungeons that didn't have any security cameras. After a while, a member of the organization handed our hero a sheet on which he wrote out all the known information. For a few seconds, Kang Hyun scrutinized the information he received about the Bait Guild's domain. He then called the guy a smart ass for the work he had done and extended his hand to him. It seems that the protagonist wasn't actually going to spare the guild representative, so he began to concentrate mana in his hand. The young man used a magic blast to instantly vaporize the last Bait member in this dungeon. Kang Hyun now realized that it was also undesirable for him to leave his tails behind so as not to reveal his identity. After all, he had left the bodies of all the defeated opponents behind him, and he was definitely not going to stop his revenge on Jong Il-hyun. At the same time, news spread across the internet that it was as if monsters had broken free in the building of a popular guild. Jong Il-hyun was incredibly angry with me because there were such rumors about his organization. All the while, he was monitoring the news on the internet and continued to sit at the computer in his office. The man was not content to have to use such an excuse to cover up the incident with that deranged man, as he called our hero. At this point, a co-worker burst in on him who was very agitated and wanted to report a problem. Before the subordinate could say anything at all, Jong Il-hyun threw something heavy at his head. It turned out to be an ashtray, which now fell to the floor with a clatter. The boss, who was already in a lousy mood, wondered who let the guy just walk in like that. The employee immediately bowed low and apologized to his supervisor for such unacceptable behavior. Turns out he just wanted to report that the weirdo had reappeared. Jong Yi-hyun couldn't believe that the bastard who had robbed all the dungeons and killed hundreds of guild members was still active. The man couldn't understand what this inadequate man was up to and was worried about him showing up at such an inopportune time. In the end, he ordered to increase the dungeon guards from now on and send every single person there to sleep in shifts. Meanwhile, the officer, who was still bleeding from the blow to the head, had accepted the order and was about to leave to carry out the order. After this tense conversation, Jong Yi-hyun sat down at his workstation again and continued to ponder over the recent events. Kang Hyun, who had caused so much commotion in their organization, was still in the guild leader's mind. It had been 5 days since the guy was attacked, after which his body disappeared somewhere, and 2 days later the attacks on their dungeons began. The man came to the conclusion that it all looked too suspicious because of the large number of coincidences, so he thought that the protagonist definitely had an accomplice without realizing the truth. He couldn't only understand how the guy was able to hide his body with some skill, so they had too little information to retaliate. Eventually, Jong Yi-hyun had to pull out his phone to make a not-so-pleasant call. He listened to the long beeps for a while until the right person picked up. The familiar disrespected the man, but the man needed to keep his emotions in check to avoid losing his ally. The guild leader said that he needed some help, causing the person on the other end to chuckle and wonder what was wrong. This guy even allowed himself to laugh off the fact that the news lately was only talking about the bait guild. He decided to stop being impertinent and wondered what he could get for this help because he had more money. Jong Yi-hyun then briefly replied that his acquaintance could participate in a rather exciting battle. The man knew of this brazen man's fondness for heated fights, and the debauchee they needed was a special person. It turns out that all this time, the guild leader had been talking to Yusun, who seemed to have already agreed to his proposal. The guy still decided to fall for all these stories and verified Jong Yi-hyun's words on his own. Night fell, and the fighter traveled to an abandoned factory where one of Bait's dungeons was located. The young man was also given one guard to assist him to accurately deal with their unknown enemy. Yusong was getting bored, so he asked what his partner's name was, who replied that he was Kim Iru. The guy ended up saying that he really didn't care about the co-worker at all, so he wasn't going to remember his name. He already couldn't wait for an unusual opponent to show up here, and he already doubted that he would come here. The guy starts threatening because he's not going to have any fun at all if he waits so long for nothing. The guild representative didn't respond to Yuson's words in any way and made that he wasn't here at all. The young man finally saw someone approaching them, so he was immediately wary. It turned out to be the main character after all, who continued to hide behind a balaclava. A smirk immediately appeared on Yuson's face because he was already anticipating an interesting battle. He tensed up greatly because it was the first time his sixth sense ability had reacted so strongly to an opponent. All the time before, it had only vaguely tinkled, but now it was yelling suggestively, which meant intense danger. Accepted that if he didn't want to die right here, he needed to run away from this monster immediately. For his part, Kang Hyun took a close look at his new rival and seemed to start suspecting something. The young man couldn't understand at all how his comrade from the awakened school was here. And Yusong abruptly froze, his body tensed up because this was a voice he would definitely recognize among thousands of strangers. He made sure it was his friend, so he asked in surprise what the protagonist was doing here. Kang Hyun didn't confirm anything, but the guy himself had already guessed everything. Yusong realized that his acquaintance was the one who had cut through all these guys, and was surprised that he was doing something like this in his spare time. The protagonist immediately remembered that the instructor had said that there was clearly someone bigger behind the guild, and his friend was quite suitable for such a position because he was from a rich family. He did not trifle and immediately presented the sword to the throat of his already comrade, who certainly did not expect in such an encounter. Kang Hyun definitely didn't appreciate the fact that the guy appeared to be able to work for bait. In fact, Yusun was a bit offended by his comrade putting him on the same level as some trash. The protagonist only got angrier because he couldn't understand why the young man was in this place then. The guy pointed behind his back where his partner was standing and explained to Kang Hyun that this guild belonged to Jong Yi-hyun. He couldn't resist some thug clinging to his pride, begging for help because it was too much fun. Now Kang Hyun understood Yusong's motives and wasn't at all surprised by his action. Our hero had no further claims on his comrade, so he simply asked him to stay out of the way. He went forward to deal with the guard and suggested that Yusun eat together sometime. The guy didn't pay much attention to these words because he realized he didn't even know his acquaintance's number. He also didn't suspect that Yusun didn't waste any time and was already about to attack him from the back. In the next instant, they clashed their weapons, but the protagonist was able to defend himself against the sudden attack. Kang Hyun's eyes immediately filled with rage because he definitely didn't expect such a setup from his friend. The unpredictable young man only laughed and explained that it was all too boring. The protagonist boiled with rage over this behavior of Yusun and was going to teach him a lesson. The next instant, they clashed their weapons, and the situation between them grew more and more heated. Kang Hyun thought that the young man might as well let his buddy into the dungeon. But Yusun still wasn't going to give up that easily, though you could tell by the look on his face that he was starting to get a little nervous. Our hero decided to go all out, so he used the giant strength and Wayne's secret technique. He jerked forward sharply, blade flashing through the air, the tip aiming straight at his comrade. No hesitation, no regret. Kang Hyun's opponent rushed to the side, his reflexes working perfectly, so the blade whistled a centimeter away from the target. The blade slid down his cheek, leaving a thin streak of blood, but excitement, not fear, flashed in the boy's eyes. Yusun immediately noted that his partner had become an even bigger monster than he had been in high school. He wasn't at all afraid of the fact that the guy had gotten stronger and tougher, because it only added unpredictability to their fierce fight. The young man continued to laugh madly and land numerical blows on the protagonist whose defenses were impenetrable. In fact, Kang Hyun wasn't this development at all because this fight only hindered him. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly and put more effort into ending this pointless conflict quickly. Still, he couldn't manage to do anything useful because the opponent was quite strong. In truth, Kang Hyun was starting to get a little bit of a taste for it, because it had been a long time since he had experienced such a thrill of battle. Yusun had noticed that enjoying expression on his face as well, and was now certain that his comrade was enjoying this battle as well. He offered to the bedroom to enjoy this the opportunity, but did not notice that a guild guard from the guild had decided to intervene. The guys froze abruptly, their eyes widening with shock as they noticed a guy with a sword drawn rapidly approaching. Kim Iru was just hoping to be generously rewarded if he helped his partner, but he didn't even realize what was already flying at him was Yu. The madman was not happy that the young man had decided to meddle in their affairs, so he took his life with one precise blow. The mangled body fell to the dust, and the scarlet arc of blood hung in the air for another second. Yusun finally stopped for at least a second and stopped attacking the protagonist. He had come to be furious that some scarecrow dared to pry when their fun was in full swing. Meanwhile, the protagonist immediately noted that these guys weren't like allies at all because Yusun killed the guard without any hesitation. In turn, the guy himself exhaled tiredly and was in no hurry to continue their duel. He stated that even the fighting mood was gone, although he really wanted to fight Kang Hyun properly. In fact, the young man still wanted it, but also could not allow our hero to hate him. Yusun didn't even realize that he was already too late with his concerns because he was already unrealistically pissing off his friend. He ignored it and wondered if our hero had already realized what a jerk Jong Yi-hyun was. The guy said that the guild leader was the illegitimate son of the chairman of a large company, which was why he was acting so arrogant. Kang Hyun immediately thought of how this was all like the plot of some drama, but he wasn't going to stop just because his main enemy was from a powerful family. If he could be frightened like that, the guy wouldn't even start, so he asked his comrade not to waste time on useless conversations and go home to sleep. Yusun immediately tried to stop his acquaintance and emphasized that one should be able to listen to the end. The guy grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder and informed him with a smile on his face that he wanted to join his team. He was eager to see how pissed off Jong Yi-hyun would be, so they did their best for that night. One could infer from the reaction of the bait leader that the boys had succeeded after all. He was rattling his desk because news had come in that 3 more dungeons had been looted, and An Yu-song wasn't even answering his phone. Jong Yi-hyun called all his subordinates useless scum who can't do anything properly. The employee listened to all the cries about how the boss didn't understand why he was paying all these idiots who couldn't take down some one weakling anyway. After this little tantrum, the man did calm down and tried to catch his breath to give his next instructions. He ordered his deputy to gather all the members of the guild and have everyone here by 8 o'clock tomorrow. The staff member was apprehensive because he wasn't sure how to get a lot of warriors together. Jung Il-hyun didn't care at all, even if the reason for their absence would be illness, death of a relative, or something else, because either way, everyone should gather here. The deputy also reported that more and more people have been leaving the guild lately, causing many to be unreachable. The boss wasn't going to spare his subordinates, so he ordered them to take their kin hostage and just threaten them. The employee kept standing his ground anyway because it's a volatile situation in Bait right now, and if ordered to threaten his own when there are already a lot of people leaving, no one knows what could happen. The guild leader started to lose his temper again because he couldn't deal with all the problems that had so suddenly come upon him. He was distracted by the fact that his phone suddenly received an incoming call from a subscriber whose number was hidden. The person on the other end immediately started talking about how Jung Il-hyun seemed to be having a lot of troubles lately. The man immediately thought the voice sounded familiar, so he calmed down because it might be even simpler than he expected. Meanwhile, everyone on the internet was wondering what happened to the Bait Guild because no one had seen them in the dungeons lately. The protagonist and his partner have been watching this and have already seen the effects of their efforts, even though they've only been at it for a week. They came out of yet another dungeon, and Kang Hyun stated that it was past time to put an end to this. Yusin actually regretted it because the whole process was a lot of fun, and then wondered what the guild's finale would be. The guy thought about it for a while, but came to the conclusion that he could share his thoughts on it. He wanted to make sure no one could hear his plans, so he moved closer to his friend to speak as quietly as possible. In a whisper, our hero detailed what he had in store for the Bait Guild. Even An Yusong, despite his insane character, thought that his comrade had lost his mind after all. The very next day, Jung Il-hyun received a note from a noble brigand inviting him to meet in the dungeon of the Forest of Disruins on Mount Sososan. With anger, he clutched the piece of paper in his hands and was about to see what this man could do in the clear field. The man was looking forward to seeing that insolent face he was going to take off his skull and hang in his office. Meanwhile, all the fighters were discussing the fact that they really didn't want to go on this mission, but no one knew what to switch with them in case of refusal. Jung Il-hyun heard all this talk and still couldn't believe that he had to take such scum with him on the case. But he was most angry at the very scumbag who was making him so tense. The man immediately recalled the events when he received an incoming call while standing in the middle of a trashed office. His acquaintance on the other end of the line explained that he had called to lend a hand if needed. The guild leader at this moment was incredibly excited because he didn't know how to contact this person, so he asked Anna Yusin for help. He even chuckled and remarked that this guy had made a very timely call. Jung Il-hyun promised to repay the help, and his father would also take care of everything, but the acquaintance didn't seem to particularly like that detail. This mysterious guy didn't understand who was going to take care of who, and concluded that the man just didn't understand him. In the end, he simply hung up the phone, cutting off the Bait leader's last hopes. Jung Il-hyun was very angry at his acquaintance and thought that he had behaved worse than even An Yusong himself. He was so angry that he had just burned the letter in his hands, and now he wanted to observe how much longer his buddy would last. Now events shift to a building that just happened to house a mysterious guy who was intimately acquainted with guild leader Bait. The subordinate reported to him that the organization had already summoned all its members, and even Jung Il-hyun personally came to the meeting. He thought that they were supposedly allies, so it would be possible to send some help after all. Mr. Choi Min-jun himself wasn't worried about it at all and continued to sip his hot coffee. He thought that everything was going fine, so there was no reason to support this trash anymore, but his assistant realized that if Jung Il-hyun died, his father would definitely not be left out. It seems the guy really didn't like it when someone brought up Jong San-soo, the father of his acquaintance, so he decided to teach his subordinate a lesson. The fighter had no time to react to the attack of his superior, who decided to straddle his neck with his strength. He helplessly tried to break free from that grip, and Choi Min-jun watched his agony indifferently. The guy asked if his subordinate really thought he should grovel before some old man. Gasping, the thug tried to explain that he wasn't talking about that at all and apologized to his boss. A deep breath and the tension finally subsided, so Choi Min-jun decided to spare his assistant. Immediately, he loosened his tentacles so the guy slumped helplessly on the couch. The terrified subordinate grabbed his throat and tried to regain his breath after choking so sharply. Choi Min-jun ordered him to go do his work, bringing in new sites for them to fund. At the same time, the Bait Guild group entered the D-rank dungeon, the Forest of Disruptions, just as the note from the noble bandit said. The leader of the organization asked what time it was. His assistant replied that it was already 6 hours and 3 minutes. He was very angry because their mysterious enemy had called them here himself, and now he wasn't even showing up, so everyone began to suspect that they had only simply wasted their time. In any case, Jung Yi-hyun ordered everyone to be on guard because they don't know how many enemies are here or if there's an ambush. Suddenly, the assistant saw something ahead and asked the leader to pay attention to it. Everyone looked closely and saw in the middle of the field some thick cloud of dust of unknown origin. Everyone in the guild became very tense because no one knew what they should expect from this apparition. In the end, it turned out to be the main character leading a whole pack of wolves. Kang Hun's eyes blazed with madness as he eagerly waited to see how the enemies would react to his resurrection. Everyone was shocked when they saw a familiar face in front of them and thought it was a double. It was hard for Jung Il-hyun to realize that the guy was actually alive because he had seen his corpse with his own eyes. Meanwhile, the main character noted that they hadn't seen him in a while and reached into his huge bag. Eventually, the young man pulled something out of there and stated that he had a little gift here. In his hands, Kang Hyun held a cute puppy that looked as harmless as possible and literally fit in his one. All of the guild members realized that it was a baby disruption and were very humbled by such a beast. Meanwhile, the protagonist accelerated to throw this puppy right into the crowd of his rivals. He didn't spare any strength, so the beast flew towards them at an incredibly high speed. All the fighters were shocked that the young man had acted like a real psycho and allowed such behavior with an adorable creature. One of them couldn't stand by after all and threw his weapon to the ground in time to help the doggy. He ran forward and already prepared to catch the poor puppy. Meanwhile, the baby disruption himself couldn't understand what was even happening to him. Eventually, he did land right into the arms of the sturdy man who had been so concerned about his fate. The warrior exhaled in relief and was now glad that he had managed to save the beast after all. The rest of the guild members also couldn't take their eyes off the cutest creature because they couldn't fight their desire to pet it. They were very displeased that the protagonist was doing this to a living being, but Jung Il-hyun ordered all of his subordinates to shut their mouths. The guild leader now realized that he had messed with a true psycho who was willing to do anything. Looking at the bag, he realized that the guy had decided to steal the baby raptors to get their attention. Of course, the bloody evil disruptions weren't going to just hand over their kids. Now all of them and rushed after the main character, who at full speed flew straight into the crowd of his enemies. Kang Hyun didn't change his mind and threw forward an entire bag that was filled to the top with cubs. Now the warriors looked up in surprise and watched as the helpless pups were on the verge of crashing to the ground. Everyone prepared to save a few more lives of the little disruptions that were falling on them like rain. Apparently, the protagonist took advantage of the fact that he managed to distract all of his opponents and jumped high up to attack his target. He tried to land a crushing blow on Jung Il-hyun, but he managed to jump aside in time. At the same time, the huge wolves had already reached the people from whom they needed to take their children and were about to tear them into small pieces. They were literally attacking from all sides, so it would be very difficult for the guild warriors to stand against such a pack. The leader of the organization had to be the first to take the hit, but he managed to make a fire shield in time. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun had managed to slip between the enemies unnoticed, so he was now heading towards the portal without any problems. Jung Il-hyun realized that he would have to let the guy go after all, because his life was more important at the moment. Eventually, he had completely burned the muzzle of one of the disruptions and could now watch what his most important enemy was doing. It was very well thought out, because these wolves are already difficult to deal with because of their invisibility, but our hero also destroyed the entire formation with his sudden burst. The boss began to shake with anger again with his whole body because he realized that his defeat was inevitable. He finally made the decision to retreat and ordered all of his men to leave the dungeon now. The warriors who were in the back row were very happy about this fact because they were the first to run for the exit. Most of them were already thinking about leaving the guild tomorrow because the situation was getting worse. Turns out it wasn't that simple, because waiting for them at the exit was Yusun, who was hardly here with good intentions. Everyone froze in a stupor because they couldn't figure out what to do next, but in the meantime, the guy pulled out his mace to deal with his opponents. So far, no one had thought to counter in any way, so our hero's ally was able to swing for his first strike with no problem. Yusun continued to skillfully wield his mace left and right, destroying every opponent in his path. The young man's crazed eyes only occasionally flashed in the streams of blood he left behind after each slain guild member. Jong Il-hyun watched in shock as his acquaintance sided with the enemy and began destroying his men. The man couldn't believe that this guy had betrayed the guild and couldn't even understand at what point it had happened. He was already sure it was a failure, but he was still desperately trying to find some way to escape. Carefully looking around at all the chaos that was going on around him, Jong Il-hyun tried to think of some plan of action for himself. His eyes darted wildly from side to side. His breathing became ragged. Panic clutched his throat, not letting go for a second. Looking in the other direction, the man only saw the way Kang Hyun and Yusong were brutally killing all of his allies. He still continued to stand like a stumbling block because it seemed that nothing could be done here. In the end, Jong Il-hyun came to the conclusion that it was worth using extreme measures if things had already turned out this way. He clenched his fist tightly and began to use my fire, burning his own body. Meanwhile, the guild members were thrown back by the powerful blows, unable to fight back, only moaning in pain, taking blow after blow. In turn, the protagonist was absolutely not going to stop, so everyone who fell under his hand was very unlucky. He was surprised that there were so many warriors, as if they were some kind of cockroaches. The guy wanted to complain about how tired he was already, but he suddenly heard an enraged Jong Il-hyun behind his back. Kang Hyun was even a little startled by the surprise, so he abruptly turned back around. The guild leader decided to literally set his entire body on fire because he already realized that this was the end for him anyway. He used self-immolation and thus was going to take his main enemy with him. At the last moment, the young man managed to put his arm out to defend himself, but it was all useless. The explosion came suddenly, and everyone scattered, fleeing from the wave of fire that tore down everything in its path. This new one is dangerous to Jong Il-hyun's own life because of the colossal power, but he didn't mind sacrificing himself if he could get Kang Hyun. It seems the man's plan wasn't that perfect, so in the flames he was able to make out his opponent, who was still alive. From the flames, the hand of our hero reached out to him, who was not going to give up so easily. The guy was all flaming, his skin burned in many places, but he still grabbed Jong Il-hyun to deliver the final blow. The guild leader was stunned. His mind refused to understand what was happening because even at the cost of his own life, victory seemed impossible. In turn, the protagonist was frustrated that it was all the abilities of his seemingly immensely powerful opponent. He didn't waste any more time and struck at Jong Il-hyun, who no longer had any strength at all to resist in any way. The bait leader immediately coughed up blood because the wound inflicted was too serious. Kang Hyun didn't stop there and kicked the man with all his might, causing him to fly off to the side, crashing into one of the dead wolves' bodies. Hunched over, he sat in the dust, groaning, clutching his injured side as every movement caused a new wave of excruciating pain. The young man motioned for his rival to sit here and watch him take out the others. He emphasized that after everything that happened, they can't just part ways peacefully, so now Jong Il-hyun will watch all of his henchmen die one by one. With a single leap, the protagonist rushed forward and, raising a cloud of dust around him, began mowing down all the remaining members of the Bait Guild. Hearing the screams of his subordinates, the leader realized that they had all come to an end. Everything was blown out of proportion just because they got involved with someone scum who turned out to be a real psycho. In despair, the man began to laugh quietly because there was definitely nothing else to do in a situation like this. After only a second, his quiet laugh suddenly turned into an uncontrollable tantrum. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun had already dealt with everyone, so the only things lying on the field were breathless bodies and a pile of magic crystals smeared in blood. In the other direction also lay the dead Disrupins, who had never managed to protect their babies. Kang Hyun and his companion walked over to the last survivor, Jong Il-hyun, who was still laughing hysterically. His eyes became glassy and empty, reflecting only the hopelessness of his situation. Yusun was surprised that this scumbag kept laughing, and our hero asked to just leave the man alone because it was already clear that he had literally lost his mind. The only thoughts in the guild leader's mind were that it was finally over. But then the thought flashed through his mind that there was still some chance of salvation. Zhang Yihyun thought that it was impossible that he would really come to such a meaningless end. The protagonist immediately saw that it seemed that his enemy hadn't completely lost his mind yet and still wasn't going to give up. The head of Bait gritted his teeth tightly because he realized that he simply couldn't die right here and now. He immediately recalled that his fate had been rather hard since he was a child due to the fact that he was an illegitimate child, a bastard from his mistress. Outsiders were closer to him than his siblings, who looked at him as if he was nothing, but at the same time he was constantly being drawn into power struggles, even though he clearly wouldn't get anything in them. The father probably felt sorry for his son, so he gave him support, but for the other kids it was just an excuse to bite harder. But one day the world turned upside down, the usual laws collapsed, people woke up in a new reality where everything became different. Training appeared, cruel and merciless. Many could not stand it and broke down, so only a few could make it to the end. Awakened and dungeons where there were not yet stalwart leaders to rule over all the people appeared. Thus the world returned to the ancient law, where force decided everything, the weak were left behind, and only the most adapted survived. The man went on to say that it was at that moment that he felt it was his chance to make a difference in his life, but Kang Hyun wasn't going to listen to him and struck a fatal blow. He felt the cold blade on his neck and realized that this was the moment his life was cut short after all. After that, his head hit the ground with a thud and rolled to the side. The protagonist, who was still holding the sword tightly in his hands, exhaled calmly because he had now definitely accomplished all his plans. He was surprised that villains start talking a lot before they die, but Yusong thought it was okay to listen to Jang Yi-hyun's last words for a bit. Anyway, the guy thanked his friend for his help because it wasn't even his business, but then he was only doing it for fun. Yuson asked with a smile on his face what our hero's impressions were after he was able to pull off this whole scam. His question hung in the air. He wanted to know how the guy felt about accomplishing his revenge. In fact, Kang Hyun didn't even know how to answer that question because he had already heard of people saying that when a month was accomplished, a person usually felt empty. He himself thought he was just taking out the garbage that belonged in a landfill, so the sensation was no different than when you pull a stuck piece of wax out of your ear. Kang Hyun didn't seem to have done anything serious, but he felt somewhat relieved. He finally decided to end the subject and inquired about what they were going to do with all this stuff, but Yusun wasn't interested because he had enough money as it was. The young man was surprised that his comrade really wasn't interested, and independently began to examine various weapons, of which there were quite a few. For a second, the protagonist wondered if he really needed that much money. He still didn't worry much about financial matters because what he was getting from the dungeon sweep was enough. But now the guy realized that he couldn't protect what was precious with his power and finances alone. That's why he came to the conclusion that it wouldn't hurt to make some money in order to gain power. Meanwhile, in the real world, night had already fallen, and our heroes, after leaving the dungeon, watched as the door began to slowly dissolve into thin air. Yusun noted that it was now definitely possible to declare that the end of their mission had come. The protagonist was quite serious, so he thought about talking over his ideas with his comrade. The guy wanted to talk about the fact that he was thinking about starting a guild, but Yusun didn't even bother to finish listening and immediately agreed to any suggestions. Kang Hyun emphasized that he wasn't even finished yet, but the friend already felt that the guild this particular guy would create would definitely be fun. There was already a smile on our hero's face here because he didn't even offer his buddy to join his organization. Yusun wasn't going to believe the guy's words because it was obvious he was only probing the ground. Back then, no one suspected that a small guild created by two men as a joke would become the most famous guild in Korea, certainly in a bad way. Now the events moved to the office of the chairman of a large company who just learned the terrible news about Jang Hyun. Jong San-soo yelled at his subordinate who had the responsibility of promoting his son, so he blatantly violated their agreement. Choi Min-jun sat with his back to his boss and didn't seem to react in any way to his furious yelling. He finally turned around and smiled indifferently because he wasn't worried about the situation at all. He thought the old man was joking when he spoke of some violation of their treaty. It was hard for Jong Sansu to contain his emotions, seeing the guy making a fool of himself even in such a serious situation when it had already been a week since the connection with his son and guild members had been lost. The guy didn't seem to see this as a problem at all and was even enjoying the whole situation, so he couldn't hold back the smirk on his face at all. The chairman couldn't believe that he didn't care that much about Jong Il-hyun's fate. Choi Min-jun was actually not surprised that a scum without any abilities who was made guildhead on a whim ended his life like this. Besides, he'd already more than earned his money, so he wasn't interested in anything else. Jong San-soo turned purple when he heard that the man who was supposed to protect his son was so irresponsible with his assignment. He finally decided to act tough, so he ordered all his men to attack this guy and just finish him off. In the next second, all the staff members drew their weapons and were about to attack Choi Min-jun, who didn't even seem to be about to tense up in any way. The guy didn't even fully open his eyes because he was so confident in his abilities. He used his powers and used his tentacles to grab each opponent by the neck. No one had time to react to this sudden attack, so Choi Min-jun squeezed his extra limbs harder to strangle each fighter. Now Choi Min-jun continued to sit relaxed because there was no one else in the room who could attack him. He asked Chairman Chon to listen carefully and explain that they had a contract and he has fulfilled it to the best of his ability. Threatening with his powers, the fellow inquired what claim there could be to him if all was accomplished. Jong San-soo was very scared because he realized that he still wouldn't be able to resist such power. Without averting his gaze, Choi Min-jun emphasized that if such a thing happened even one more time, he wouldn't just let it go. The chairman finally replied that he understood everything because he had no other choice. A kind smile reappeared on Choi Min-jun's face, and the desire to interrupt everyone in this room vanished in an instant. He also let go of all the chairman's staff, who now slumped to the floor in one fell swoop. The guy was happy that they had come to an agreement as a result and was now waiting for the promised money for the rest of the day. Choi Min-jun thought for a second, and curiosity flashed in his eyes, wanting to know who this mysterious strongman who had managed to defeat Jong Il-hyun was. Eventually, the Bait Guild fell, and such a sudden disappearance of a huge organization gave rise to many rumors and speculations. Of course, the media and adventurers created a frenzy, causing the community to experience a number of upheavals. But with the rise of new guilds and talented awakened ones, bait began to pop up less and less often, and then got lost among other news. Now the events shift to a restaurant that was outside the city limits. Our hero and his friend were discussing the fact that, in theory, no problems are expected because all the annoying flies are eliminated, and the guy himself is well pumped up in the battle. Thanks to Yusun's connections, it was possible to sell off the rest of the loot without any problems, so the boys now had the pleasure of sampling various expensive dishes. The young man thought it was pretty cool, but for some reason, Kang Hyun still had an unhappy expression on his face. The protagonist explained that the whole problem was the title he got during that battle. This status, called Cruel Destroyer of Uz, gave 2 extra points of strength and hostility to Disrupins, but also now the holder causes an instinctive sense of fear in those around him. The guy has been under unreal stress because of the way he's been reacting lately, and the misunderstandings are only getting worse because of this title. Yusun advised our hero not to worry about it because even without any misunderstandings, he looked like a creepy dude. At that moment, the main character's phone received an incoming call from Kim Il-hyun from Dangun. The boy once again called the instructor by the wrong name, but here he never tired of correcting him. Kim Il-hyun asked if the guy remembered the agreement they'd talked about before the showdown with Bait. In fact, the young man had no idea what his friend was talking about because he had already forgotten about their agreement. The instructor wasn't particularly surprised by the young man's answer because he suspected that things would turn out this way. He reminded him that the boy had to meet with their guild leader, and he wanted to organize it as soon as possible. Events now shift to the main Dangan building, where the meeting itself was to take place. The protagonist was even a little worried, so he asked some questions along the way. The young man wasn't entirely sure if they could really take Yusun with them, from whom there was no telling what to expect. Kim Il-hyun indifferently replied that the leader had given the okay, so the 2 comrades could stay. For his part, the guy was unhappy that Kang Hyun addressed him like he was a thing, and added that they already knew Han Seon Nuna. He explained that they had managed to meet at some cultural event. The protagonist realized that his friend was also from a wealthy, influential background and thought that he was the only one left out of the loop with his training. After some time, they reached the reception area where the guild leader was already waiting for them. Han Se-young immediately replied loudly that visitors could go inside. Kim Yi-hyun opened the door and stepped to the side, letting the guys into the meeting room. The guy was a little surprised when he stepped inside because he didn't expect to see such a beauty here. The leader, with a warm, friendly smile, greeted the guys she'd been wanting to see for a while and introduced herself. She and the protagonist shook hands, and the girl immediately mentioned that she had already heard a lot about him from Ah-hyun. Meanwhile, the deputy decided to leave them alone, and the leader thanked him for the job he had done. Han Se-young pointed to the couch and motioned for her guests to sit down so they could talk comfortably. Kang Hyun thanked the Dangun Guild again for their help and promised that he would definitely repay the favor. The girl thought it was not at all difficult for their organization, so she asked our hero not to worry about these details. The guy immediately emphasized that he couldn't do that because he hated being in debt, causing him to directly ask why he was called here. Han Se-young's voice suddenly sounded tough, and she offered to cut to the chase, and the protagonist immediately picked up on it because they're both busy people. In fact, the guild leader had assumed that they would have tea first, but since the young man had said so, she didn't refuse. Her penetrating gaze slid over the hero's face, as if trying to read the hidden thoughts, to unravel the essence behind his stony expression. Eventually, the leader approached the guy to talk over her proposal. The girl asked interestedly if Kang Hyun would like to join the Dangun Guild. Of course, the protagonist immediately refused because he had completely different plans for life. An awkward silence hung between them because now there were basically no topics left for them to talk about. Yusong tried to lighten the mood somehow and noted how quick the response was, as if Kang Hyun had cut off that sentence. Han Se-young smiled softly because everything was fine, and she understood that our hero had just given a clear answer, outlining his position. The guy immediately began to explain that he wouldn't mind repaying, but in some other way, so if any help was needed in any way, the guild could be contacted. The girl reiterated that our hero should not strain himself, for it was not a bad deal for them either, as they now had a strong awakened one in their debt. The protagonist was skeptical because he still couldn't figure out how he could even help the guild in the first place in the top. The Dangun head decided to end the topic for now and inquired about the lad's thoughts on how long this lull would last. In fact, the young man did not even think about the fact that now and the truth is a kind of lull. He agreed that a world where dungeons had sprung up and crime was rampant was indeed a powder keg world. Kang Hyun came to the conclusion that this was what the girl was trying to ask him. If you compare this all to the 8th stage of learning, the current world is truly in the calm before the storm. Eventually, our hero replied that he had no idea at all, and worrying about it wasn't going to solve the problem anyway. He also added that they still had 5 more years before connecting to the Haken dimension, but it seems Han Se-young had a different view on all of this. The girl reported that they only had 3 years before the threat, so time was quite short. The protagonist asked why the leader felt that way, but she couldn't tell all the aspects. Han Se-young hinted that there was one entity who knew everything thoroughly, and they had an awakened one who could dialogue with her. The guy immediately began to suspect that it was about the measurement administrator, but he didn't even think about the fact that there was a person who was able to communicate with him. The leader assumed that the protagonist himself had already noticed that the difficulty level of the dungeons was only increasing, causing the level of the awakened to simply not keep up with that increase. Yusun still also kept calm, so he said that what doesn't kill a hero makes him stronger. He brought up the fact that firearms don't kill monsters as an example, but Kang Hyun hadn't even realized this before, so he only now realized why there were no awakened ones with firearms. Then a comrade pointed out that crossbows and bows are still afloat because there are many theories about it. Han Se-young only confirmed that only those who are active in the new environment can become as strong as our brave man. She allowed that Kang Hyun could very well become a hero, but he thought it would be too hard, and besides, he wasn't a particularly kind person. The protagonist recalled the way he had dealt with the Bait Guild, but the girls didn't care about that garbage at all. The guy was surprised that Han Se-hyun had such a strange reaction to his rather cruel act. In fact, the girl still felt that these people would not help in any way in the matter of saving humanity, so they did not deserve to be protected. She said with a frightening expression on her face that a person like Kang Hyun is more useful than hundreds of such scum, and that the world is not protected by saints, but by the strong. After the meeting, Kim Ye-hyun returned to the meeting room to talk to the guild leader. He knocked briefly for propriety and entered at once. The supervisor was sitting at her desk. Her look showed that she had indeed been expecting him. The girl asked if the deputy had already seen the guests off, and he confirmed, adding that he had even personally put them in the car. The instructor asked how it went and wanted to know what her impression of a great meeting was. Han Se-young leaned on the table and said disappointedly, this was definitely not what she expected from this man. The assistant leader immediately began to guess what she was hinting at, and the girl, without even listening to him, confirmed his guess with a smile. It appeared that she noticed Kang Hyun's eyes twitch when she talked about the administrator, though it was only for a moment. Taking this fact into consideration, Head Dangun concluded that this fellow had clearly completed his training. At this time, there was another new dungeon in town that was too different from all the previous ones. In fact, an E-rank dungeon and a D-rank dungeon, although they differed in one letter, but the difference between them was enormous. Sure, the strength and number of monsters increased, but the most obvious change was also the variety of enemies in the dungeon. For example, the D-rank dungeon, Danos' lab, where all the monsters that Kang Hyun had managed to meet were gathered. It wasn't a problem for the guy, but he immediately noticed that the variety of opponents in this place was right off the charts. After dealing with another group of monsters, the protagonist continued to walk forward through uncharted corridors. He reflected on the fact that originally the monsters, no matter if it was a boss or an ordinary warrior, were all of the same type, so fighting them was easy, but when all the opponents were different, you had to sweat it out. The boy froze in place as his new opponent came as a surprise. It turned out to be a giant ogre chimera urge that was even bigger than the orc chieftain. The monster roared with anger when he saw that someone dared to enter his territory. The protagonist thought this monster was molded from what was there because he saw an orc with a goblin head mascara in front of him. Eventually, the guy got an idea of what he could do with a monster like that. Kang Hyun suggested that the ogre chimera join his guild because they had just had a bet with An Yun Song on who would be the first to bring in a newcomer. The monster didn't seem to particularly appreciate such an offer from our hero, so he swung his huge sledgehammer. He mercilessly hit the place where Kang Hyun stood, not giving him any chance of survival. The guy managed to jump up in time, so he was able to survive this fatal blow. The protagonist grinned because the monster could have just turned him down and not acted so rude. Or growled loudly again because he was pissed off that the outsider didn't die with one blow. Lips contorted in a grin, saliva flew at Hyun with a suspicious tinge, even a drop could carry a threat. This looked rather disgusting to Kang Hyun, so he began to concentrate the magic blast in his hand. In just a second, a loud thud sounded, and the huge monster was lost in the cloud whir. The young man turned around to see what was left after their quick fight. As it turned out, his opponent's saliva was acidic and corroded even the walls of the dungeon. Our hero also noticed that the pelt was clearly not of the simple kind on this creature, and their weight classes were too different. In any case, thanks to his bright head, Kang Hyun already knew how he was going to win this fight. His eyes sparkled, and he decided that the best idea would be to pick up the huge organ hammer. It turned out that other warriors had already entered the dungeon, who had heard someone else's piercing cries and already assumed it was someone hunting. In any case, the man felt that wasn't the most important problem right now. He advised his comrade to also concentrate on what was in front of them. At one point, several groups of awakened ones met here at once and decided to mop up this dungeon. Shin Sona, who had also somehow ended up in this place, was watching the strangers carefully but didn't say anything for now. The man chuckled with pleasure because he liked these places for the fact that such beauties could be found here. His comrade still paid no attention to the strangers because he thought the sounds were too strange. The second awakened one kept saying that it was just the sounds of someone's hunting, unaware of the protagonist. Kang Hyun dragged the huge hammer behind him and sniffed because he could smell something. Finally, all the warriors who were gathered here finally noticed the strange guy who was slowly walking through the corridors of the dungeon. The main character was still going on and on quietly about how he could smell something. A mad laughter escaped his lips as he felt the useless, worthless villains he could easily kill. No one present could figure out who the madman was, and they also noticed the huge hammer behind his back. They all didn't know what to do in this situation and just watched as the strange guy came closer and closer to them. They certainly didn't expect the protagonist to abruptly Zane to hit them with his weapon. In the end, it worked out somehow. The young man just hit the ceiling above him with the hammer. Shards sprinkled from the ceiling. All the people instinctively raised their hands, trying to protect themselves. In turn, the protagonist still continued to stand as he did, holding his weapon above his head. The man thought he was out of his mind to be waving such a thing around in a tight space. Suddenly, he tensed up because he noticed that Kang Hyun was already planning something completely different. Eventually, the hammer came down just a few centimeters away from the group of awakened ones. They managed to jump back at the last moment, but now they were even more surprised by the madness of the young man, who did not think at all about the consequences of his actions. For a few seconds, Kang Hyun continued to stand still and didn't touch his new weapon again. For a while, the guy stood there contemplating what he should do next. He finally came to the conclusion that the hammer was too bulky, so it was too inconvenient to use it as a primary weapon. The guy decided he'd better put the weapon away in his inventory for now. Now everyone was even more puzzled because they couldn't understand what all these actions on the part of the strange stranger were for. The man was stunned because the brave man had started off so spectacularly that he even began to anticipate something interesting, but it looked like nothing of the sort was going to happen. Then he made the decision to attack first because he thought our hero was some unarmed weakling. This warrior definitely didn't suspect that the hammer was far from being Kang Hyun's only weapon. As a result, one good kick to the head was enough for the guy to knock the defiant opponent to the ground. The cocky man didn't seem to have expected to face such a strong opponent. After such a sudden attack, the man simply could not stay on his feet and fell to the ground unconscious. All of his allies watched in shock and froze in fear when they saw what had been done to the strongest with him. The protagonist was not going to stop at what he started and grabbed his opponent by the hair. He put his sword to the man's throat and in his ominous voice ordered the criminals to give up everything they had. The remaining warriors were shocked by this behavior of Kang Hyun's and made sure that he was indeed some kind of crazy person. They realized that standing by was not an option because their leader was in danger. In the end, all the fighters rushed to attack Kang Hyun. Only one Shin Sona continued to stand still in bewilderment. Our hero was surprised that they were attacking, even though he had a hostage, and thought that people had nothing sacred left. The guy asked what the battered man's name was, and the man replied in a shaky voice that his name was Kim Gusik. He decided to change his plan of action, so he quickly tossed his sword aside. The protagonist decided not to maim his hostage, so all he did was grab him by his privates, which was enough to cause memorable pain. One of the bandits' allies was about to avenge their leader, but stopped abruptly when he saw what their rival was about to do. It turns out that Kang Hyun decided to use Kim Gusik himself as his weapon and took down another opponent. Tears flowed from the bandit's eyes because of the incredible pain, after which he simply lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys stopped abruptly because they saw that another of their comrades had fallen. For a few seconds, they watched in bewilderment as their friend fell to the ground and could not believe that our hero had defeated him in such a strange way. Even Kang Hyun himself was surprised by this outcome because he didn't expect it to really work. He boldly turned to the other opponents and offered them a taste of Terrain de la Goussique as well. The guy began to slowly approach the remaining bandits, who were no longer so bravely raring to fight. In a trembling voice, they tried to order our hero not to come any closer, but it all looked too pathetic. They froze in horror, paralyzed with fear as the psycho approached faster and faster. Shin Sona, who was the only one not fighting, tensely and uninterruptedly watched the bloody fight, analyzing each blow. Having dealt with all the bandits, the protagonist stood for a while looking at their breathless bodies. He came to the conclusion that it was some kind of minor D-rank dungeon sweeping party, but despite their weakness, they still took up a lot of his time. It was then that the girl finally found the courage to reach out to her savior. Shin Sona bowed low and thanked him for his help because it was thanks to the guy that she avoided trouble. The young man himself asked her not to bow because fighting with bandits was not a problem for him at all and even brought pleasure. Then the beauty introduced herself to our hero and inquired how she should better address the much-respected savior. Kang Hyun became very embarrassed when he heard himself being addressed like that, and he said his name in response. Shin Sona decided to respectfully call the guy exactly Mr. anyway, and wanted to ask him something. She inquired curiously about what it would take to become as strong as the main character. The girl's serious look made it clear that she was very determined and was not going to back down. In turn, the guy looked at Shin Sung with astonishment and didn't even know how to answer such a strange question. It was a historic moment when two of Korea's worst scum were joined by a third, but their next adventures will be told in the future. In fact, such a question took the protagonist by surprise because he never thought about how he managed to become stronger. He didn't find it difficult at all because he thought it was enough just to make an effort, as he himself had always done. Shin Sona definitely didn't expect such an answer, but now she hoped that if she tried her best, it would work out. Kang Hyun immediately added that not all efforts can roll, so you have to literally try to the death. It was these words that seemed to make the girl stop and sink into her own thoughts. In turn, the young man thought that it sounded rather strange to hear words about death from the mouth of someone who could resurrect. After saying that, he considered the conversation finished and calmly placed the decision on the fate of all the bandits in Shin Sung's hands. The girl silently continued to stare at the back of the protagonist, who was walking further and further down the long corridors of the dungeon. Kang Hyun turned the first corner, but it was clear from his hesitant steps that he was in no hurry to leave. He abruptly turned around and asked if Shin Sona could get out of the dungeon on her own, but she wasn't sure of her strength. The protagonist thought that people are supposed to ask for help in situations like this, but the girl never did so. He admitted that he'd like to help, but he's not ready to head out just yet because he's here for the cleanup. The girl then suggested that she could personally accompany the young man to the end of the dungeon. It seems like it was definitely not in Kang Hyun's plans that he would suddenly have a new partner. Our hero thought that the girl was about to try to death and at once explained that he did not mean it at all. The girl immediately stopped the guy and emphasized that it wasn't like that at all. She knew her limit very well, so she was going to quietly follow the guy and collect magic stones, not interfering in the battle at all. Of course, she was going to give everything she collected to the protagonist, but he still thought it was too dangerous. Shin Sona assured her that she could take care of herself, so the guy thought about taking her along after all. In the end, the young man still decided not to leave his new acquaintance alone and calmly offered her to follow him. After a while, they walked further and dealt with another group of monsters. Kang Hyun easily shook the corpses off his blade, and the girl stood behind him as promised. When the battle was over, she noted that the main character had already done a good job. That was why Shin Sona, nudging her small dagger, confidently offered to take on the entire job of gathering the necessary materials. With confident movements, she cut through the carcasses of the monsters to find the very cherished magic crystals deep within their bodies. Watching her actions, Kang Hyun made sure that the girl would be able to stand up for herself, just as she had said she would before. She also has stealth skills, but when combat begins, she acts as support and shoots from the rear without getting in the way. On top of all this, Shin Sona had taken on the whole frantic job of collecting magic stones, so our hero was increasingly wondering about her usefulness. The guy wondered what she was going to do now because, judging by the energy he felt up ahead, the boss's room was next, so it was going to get real dangerous. The girl confidently declared that she has already decided everything for herself, so she will follow to the very end. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of their faces that the main core of the dungeon had already been removed and the exit portal was open. The protagonist was surprised to read this message and couldn't understand who had decided to climb ahead of him. Then he noticed one extremely important detail that immediately alarmed him and made him inwardly tense up. The guy suddenly realized that he could still feel his boss's energy, and it seemed really strange and disturbing. Now all that remained in Kang Hyun's mind was the thought that there had been a breakthrough in this dungeon. At the same time, the news was already talking about Korea's first D-rank dungeon breakout, but as it turned out, there were dozens of such incidents occurring simultaneously within Seoul's borders. However, this wave is different from the previous two incidents because, according to experts, it is nothing but a planned terrorist attack. There was already a commotion in all the organizations of the Awakened Ones because everyone was preparing for a very serious battle. One of the leaders, without waiting for his aid, was already putting on his battle gear. It was the head of the Alliance of Ability Users named Choi Dongwoo who had already finished his preparations to fight against the monster Breakthrough. The employee was surprised that the leader was working so fast, but still decided to report the information from the latest reports. He reported that among the dungeons where the breakthrough had occurred, there was a D-rank dungeon, much to his superior's surprise. Choi Dongwoo immediately asked where it was, and the guy explained that one had to go to Suwon, Kyoto, where the doors to Dion's lab opened. The man immediately thought of the fact that he had just put off sweeping this place due to the difficulty, and it ended up working out like this. He asked if there were any major guilds nearby, and the assistant reported that there was a Hangyol guild, but its main forces were now elsewhere. The leader then ordered to prepare 50 elite fighters to go to the parlor, while the rest were to divide into teams and go to the remaining dungeons. Events now shifted to the Dangun Guild office, where everyone was already aware of the recent events. Han Seung asked her assistant what the situation was, and he reported that the leader of the Alliance of Ability Users had personally gone to defend Dion's lab with his elite fighters. The girl didn't think they'd make it in time and was surprised that there weren't any guilds nearby capable of taking over the defense. Kim Yi-hyun explained that besides the Hangyol Guild, there are only small organizations that won't do anything. However, there was also a report that one Awakened One was massacring the monsters that appeared in this place with great speed. The instructor immediately smiled and described this person as a man with a huge sword and muscles. He added that the man had such an evil face that he could be mistaken for a monster, which was too much like Kang Hyun. A smile also appeared on Han Seoyeon's face because she was beginning to guess that it was their acquaintance who was working at the place and could be relied on. It turned out that the main character really attracted a lot of attention because he dealt with all the enemies alone. All the warriors who had gathered near this dungeon thought that this guy was some kind of abnormal. None of them could believe that Kang Hyun really was only an ability user. One of the fighters dared to address our hero and thanked him for helping them survive. He wondered how they could repay their savior, but the man only mumbled something to himself indistinctly. The boy visibly tensed up, not knowing what to expect from such a powerful man, but he still questioned what he was saying. With eyes burning with anger, Kang Hyun ordered him to leave immediately if he was unwilling to die at the hands of their enemies. The warrior couldn't understand why the protagonist was yelling at him because there weren't any opponents nearby yet. In fact, the guy clearly felt that it was far from over. He realized that the rift never closed, so the danger was definitely not over. All these details clearly hinted that the boss himself would soon emerge from the depths. Kang Hyun decided to warn everyone that the boss is coming, so if everyone stays here, they definitely will. No one seemed to fully believe that it was really about to happen. The young man realized that the protagonist was completely serious, and it made his throat constrict and he swallowed saliva nervously. He asked their savior to wait a bit because they were all ability users as well and could at least help in some way. The tired Kang Hyun wouldn't be particularly happy about such a suggestion, so he decided to explain the situation to this warrior a bit. The warrior was completely confused and now waited to see what the experienced Awakened One had to say, hoping to get some clarity. The guy inquired as to how many bosses this fighter had on his account, but he couldn't answer that question coherently. The protagonist began to press him with his oppressive aura and ordered him to go to the shelter again because they would all just get in the way. The fighter tried to object in some way, but it was too bad, and meanwhile all his comrades could not understand what was going on. No one could understand who this man was and why he allowed himself to speak so defiantly and arrogantly. Even his power didn't give him the right to behave in such a manner, but he was still afraid of such an aggressive Awakened One. The protagonist really inspired fear with his appearance, as if at any second he could destroy anyone who dared to block his way. In the end, all the warriors decided that they had better listen to Kang Hyun after all and went into hiding. Now Kang Hyun watched as everyone obeyed him and cleared the battlefield for him. He sighed heavily and irritably, for he realized how much time had already been wasted on these entreaties. It turned out that there was only one Shin Sona left, who turned out to be a pretty stubborn girl. She tried to explain her decision somehow, but it was too difficult when you're facing a furious Kang Hyun. Unfortunately, even such a brave girl couldn't resist the main character's sinister aura, so she simply kept silent. It wasn't that bad, because the guy actually wouldn't mind using her skills. Shin Sona was greatly surprised when she heard that he wanted her to also participate in the boss fight, so she didn't immediately understand his requests. Our hero asked his partner to cover for him, but before doing so, to find a place where she could hide. He quietly inquired if the girl would really be able to help him in this way, and then his grim mask began to fall little by little. She definitely didn't expect Kang Hyun to approach her with such a request, but she still agreed to be his partner. The next moment, a dark energy began to condense around the rupture, signaling that the boss was about to come out. From the gaping gap in space, several frighteningly huge monsters began to slowly emerge, each of them emitting dangerous power. The protagonist wasn't scared at all and continued to stand firmly in place, waiting for their fight to begin. He was actually a little surprised to realize that not just one monster had appeared in front of him, but several at once. The guy thought it was the 4 heavenly kings from Buddhism, but then he realized that there were only 3 opponents. He scrutinized each monster for a while, wondering what to do next. Kang Hyun realized that each of them was no weaker than the Erg he had recently fought, so it would not be an easy task. It turned out that they hadn't seen the main opponents yet, because the main boss showed up a second later. First, a bone arm slowly crawled out from a mysterious gap in space. Following the hand, a sinister skull with empty eye sockets, from which emanated a dim flicker of unearthly light, slowly crawled out of the crevice. The mysterious skeleton swiftly rose into the air above its other monstrous partners. It turns out that this monster could speak human language and immediately noted that there were some rather unusual buildings around. The protagonist froze from shock because he could not have expected that his frightening opponent would suddenly speak in a speech he could understand. At the same time, the skeleton had just noticed that there was a single person standing among the slain monsters who didn't seem at all frightened by his appearance. He wondered mockingly if the young man really intended to stand in his way alone. The young man defiantly replied that that was exactly what he was going to do, reaching for a weapon in his inventory. The next moment, the silence was broken by the deafening rumble of a hammer, which crashed to the ground with force, shattering the asphalt into cracks and splinters. Kang Hyun didn't think much about his plan and was going to break this skeleton's head to finish him off quickly. The boss was surprised that he had managed to meet such a daring creature, but he also thought that our hero's body could be of use to him. The monster wanted to warn the guy about something else, but he wasn't going to listen to all these useless speeches here. The protagonist, with a confident smile, offered his opponent a fair one-on-one fight so that his minions would stay away and not interfere. The entire monster team was silent for a few seconds, but finally their leader refused such an offer. The guy was disappointed by this response and realized that he had only hoped in vain for such a show. He was not discouraged, so he gripped his weapon tighter to teach his opponents a lesson. Kang Hyun brought the hammer above his head and already prepared to attack first. He resolutely threw himself forward at the opponents who were definitely confident in their strength. In the same instant, all the monsters rushed at the protagonist with fury, realizing that he was the one who posed the greatest threat and had to be stopped immediately. Kang Hyun still continued to run at them, preparing for the strongest blow. He also began to draw in a lungful of air to use one of his abilities. A moment later, the guy shouted loudly to activate the lion's roar of fury. The monsters abruptly felt that all their strength had suddenly disappeared somewhere. They hardly realized that such a thing could have happened to them just because of some scream. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun realized that now was the perfect time for action and jumped high up to strike first. With a burning look and a crazy grin, the guy declared that each of his opponents would get it now. The first one was hit on the head by a giant in knight's armor who got caught by the protagonist. Brave was beginning to get more and more of a taste of battle, so he was going to deal with each enemy in turn. He gave another blow to the monster's head, but the monster couldn't resist Kang Hyun's strength in any way. The boss was unhappy with the way the battle was progressing, but still stood by without helping his allies. He even couldn't help but laugh when he saw the incredible power the main character fought with. The skeleton couldn't feel any outgoing flow of magic from the guy, so he concluded that he was only doing all of this because of pure physical strength. For a second, the monster thought about the fact that he would even feel a little sorry for killing such a talent. Then the boss thought he should capture this strong, brave man and make him his slave. Meanwhile, the skeleton subordinates didn't know what to do with the protagonist, who proved to be too strong even for them. The Urg's head could not withstand the crushing blow, and scarlet blood gushed from under the heavy knight's helmet in thin streams. Eventually, the metal helmet on the monster's head shattered into small shards, leaving it completely unprotected. The enemy was now completely disoriented and unable to keep his balance, staggering under his own weight. The monster collapsed to the ground with a clatter, its partners still hesitant to intervene in this tense battle. In turn, Kang Hyun's entire body trembled with tension as the unbearable weight of the huge hammer finally made itself felt. At the same time, the skeleton hovering in the air and scrutinizing what was happening slowly raised its bony hand. He used his mind control ability and directed all his powers at the protagonist. Suddenly, a disturbing sensation swept over him, as if someone else's will had completely subjugated his body and mind. His eyes immediately dimmed, as if someone had ripped all the spark of life out of them, leaving only emptiness and darkness. The skeleton in waiting continued to net in the air and watch carefully to see if his spell worked. His eyes flashed with a greedy and triumphant fire, barely noticing the guy finally losing control of himself. The boss was confident that his opponent was now under his complete control. He greeted the protagonist, who was now among a number of his controlled slaves. The monster ordered Kang Hyun to bow his head to him and show his loyalty. Suddenly, the protagonist began to raise his arm, as if he could control his body after all. The skeleton was very surprised because he certainly hadn't ordered the guy to do such an action. The young man, despite the pressure the skeleton was putting on him, managed to resist its influence and, with defiance, showed his enemy an obscene gesture. The Ring of Strong Mind helped even against such a powerful spell, so the protagonist could continue the fight without any problems. The boss concluded that the young man was protected by some unknown object that apparently blocked his attempts to fully possess him. He regretted that it didn't work out in the end, and then Kang Hyun was attacked by a half-tiger. The guy realized that he had no way to retreat, so he had to use Muravlir's shroud. The protagonist received a powerful blow from his opponent, but he managed to group himself in time to avoid getting any early ones. It crashed at full speed into the nearest building, and immediately afterward there was an explosion, sending debris and a cloud of dust flying apart. The monsters stood waiting for a while, watching to see if they could even manage to damage their opponent a little. Suddenly, a sharp arrow that appeared out of nowhere stabbed into the tiger's head. The skeleton was stunned, not expecting an outsider to intervene in their fight, and for a moment his attention was diverted away from the protagonist. He was beginning to guess that the guy had allies after all, but they still weren't visible nearby. The boss remained confident that the intrusion of an outsider was not a threat, and felt that there was nothing he needed to worry about. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun, who was able to survive such a collision, was happy that Sona was fitting such a good timing. In fact, the skeleton was stunned to see that the guy was left completely unharmed after being hit by one of his slaves. Kang Hyun seemed like he wasn't going to waste a second and was already ready for a decisive counterattack, intending to strike his opponent. In the next second, the guy rushed forward, his movements fast and precise. His fingers dug into the handle of the hammer, and the tendons in his arms strained to precisely hold that power. After a moment, the warrior swiftly covered the remaining distance to his opponent, and gathering all the strength in his hands, brought his heavy hammer to strike. In addition, Kang Hyun thought that the hitting point was just perfect, so the victory was his. The tiger, which still hadn't recovered from the arrow hit, didn't have time to react to such a lightning-fast attack. Eventually, the monster, as well as his partner, received a fatal blow to the head. The raptor shrieked in pain, but was already too exhausted to do anything in response. After that, his body went limp and he collapsed unconsciously on the cold ground. The protagonist did not even suspect that the last of the monsters had prepared an insidious attack and was about to strike him with its poisonous sting. Kang Hyun sensed something wrong and quickly turned around to see what was going on behind his back. The guy didn't have time to react to the swift attack, and a sharp, venomous sting mercilessly pierced his chest. Despite the searing pain that rapidly spread through his body from the point of impact, he struggled to hold on, not letting himself fall. Our hero then decided to throw his weapons on the ground and embark on another plan of action. He swiftly grabbed the last opponent by the tail and, gathering his remaining strength, put all his power into a dash. The huge lizard realized in the same instant that it had made a serious mistake and was in a vulnerable position. Kang Hyun lifted his opponent above his head with incredible effort, as if he didn't weigh hundreds of kilograms at all. The guy slammed the lizard's body against the ground with incredible force, completely robbing it of any hope of escape. After that, he lightning fast reached into his inventory to pull out his primary weapon. While the monster was trying to get to his feet, the guy was already flying at him with his blade. The lizard turned around and realized it was too late to try anything. In his last moments, all he saw was the approaching madman and his sharp sword, which gleamed brightly before his eyes. A second later, splashes of scarlet blood flew in different directions, flooding the ground around them. Finally, the protagonist calmed down, stopping his blade, which was now covered in the bright blood of his enemy. Skeleton definitely didn't expect all of his subordinates to fall so quickly, so he wasn't so confident in his own strength anymore. Kang Hyun stood victoriously over his opponents and now awaited the battle with the main boss. He wiped the blood from his lips, though it was useless, and now turned to his remaining opponent. The guy with his usual distraught look emphasized that there was now only a skeleton left. The protagonist felt absolutely no fear of this formidable creature and mockingly called it a bald head, not hiding his contempt. Skeleton was sure he was only bluffing, but he was already starting to get a little worried because the young man wasn't an easy one. He thought that a person who couldn't even cast magic anymore would definitely not be able to fight such a powerful being. Kang Hyun was not at all pleased that his opponent saw his main weakness. The guy definitely had a magic power deficit, causing his regeneration to be at its limit as well. The most annoying part for our hero was that the boss, while in the air, remained out of reach and all his efforts were futile. He didn't have the strength to jump to his opponent or throw something, so the only option was to use giant force, which was also problematic. Suddenly, the young man felt a sharp pain in his heart, which was a disturbing reminder of how much his body had been depleted in this battle. Blood flowed from his nose, but the protagonist couldn't understand what was happening to his body. Finally, his chest clenched in pain and he let out a non-stop cough. In addition, Kang Hyun couldn't stay on his feet because there was a slippery pool of blood under his feet. Because of all these factors, our hero just couldn't stay on his feet and fell down, which looked pretty pathetic. His body was increasingly disobeying him, but the guy couldn't understand why it had all happened so suddenly. The skeleton wondered if Kang Hyun had now realized that he was a helpless little man after all. He explained that that sting attack earlier was for a reason, and now the guy was feeling the effects of it. The boss smiled triumphantly and added that he just couldn't resist using poison against his main rival. Kang Hyun continued to lie helplessly and bleed, realizing that he had made such an obvious mistake. In the end, he still found the strength to stand up, but the boss was already convinced that the young man had no chance of winning and offered to give him the antidote if he became a slave. A smirk immediately appeared on the protagonist's face because his opponent did not suspect that he was not afraid of death. He stated that he would crack the skull's head anyway and use the remaining pieces to put together puzzles. His eyes lit up with rage again, and there was new strength to finish off this monster after all. Kang Hyun was going to use his remaining magic power to get rid of the poison and then move on to an active attack. The guy decided to use his last trump card, which was hidden in Bilgan's longsword, which increased his strength but also reduced his ability to think straight, so the consequences were unpredictable. He ordered the skeleton to finally attack him since the monster was already bitching against him. The Supreme Being was still amazed that some ordinary man was so desperate and brave. Suddenly, behind the protagonist's back, someone said that this was already enough. It turned out that Choi Dongwoo, the representative of the Ability User Alliance, had already arrived on the scene. This warrior thought that the young man had already done an impressive job, whoever he was. The rest of the details of the case, however, the Alliance has promised to take full charge. Kang Hyun realized that the person in front of him was the one who had managed to fully complete his training. He couldn't believe that he had met such an almost legendary warrior in such a setting. The man realized that the boy's wounds looked very serious, so he suggested that he get some rest. The main character tried to stop Choi Dongwoo, believing that he could still participate in the fight. A sharp pain pierced him like lightning. He froze, the words stuck in his throat, and his muscles petrified from the sudden agony. The young man dropped to his knees and began to breathe heavily, so it was obvious that he was no longer able to wield his weapon. Kang Hyun came to the bitter truth that it was still a bit difficult to work alone. He collapsed onto his back without strength and exhaled heavily from immense fatigue after all these events. Paradaran thought about the fact that the head of the alliance showed up here as if he were the main character. The events moved to a local hospital where Kang Hyun has been injured. The young man woke up abruptly and was now trying to figure out where he was even. Kang Ah-hyun had been in the ward the entire time and looked surprised when her older brother opened his eyes. She looked at our hero for a few seconds to make sure he had come to his senses. The boy was unhappy that every time he opened his eyes, his little sister's ugly face appeared in front of him. Ah-hyun actually thought it was a waste of money for the hospital because her brother could just die and be revived. At this point, the protagonist remembered about that very dungeon and asked about the monster breakthrough, so the girl said that she didn't know the details, but everything was definitely under control. She was very surprised when she was informed that Kang Hyun was in the hospital, and after arriving here, she saw that the leader of the Ability User Alliance was here. Kang Hyun himself also didn't expect that Choi Dongwoo was the one who personally delivered him here. Memories of a strange man giving him a business card with this organization immediately popped into his head. Our hero immediately tensed up because he suspected that he now owed them. At this moment, the younger sister still asked Kang Hyun to be more careful during all fights. She realized that the young man had a unique ability, but no one knew at what point he might die. Kang Hyun wasn't happy with this treatment of him because he definitely wasn't dying of his own accord, and there was very little pleasant about the process. Suddenly, the guy noticed that his sister reacted strangely to his words. It seemed like the girl was about to cry, but she tried to hold back her tears. The protagonist could never have imagined that Aeon cared so much about him. He was even a little confused because he didn't expect his little sister to have such feelings, and he promised to try to take care of his life. Next, the events unfolded at the main office of the Ability Users Alliance, where everyone was talking about Kang Hyun, who was quite bright. The leader of the organization hadn't heard of this guy before, but he remembered that his assistant seemed to have contacted the man at some point. The employee couldn't understand why the boss then personally took this warrior to the hospital and even paid his hospital bills. Choi Dongwoo only gave a short laugh before explaining his sudden act. He explained to his subordinate that at that moment he was lucky enough to witness the birth of a hero, so the rare chance to do him a favor could not be missed. A picture of Kang Hyun shouting about how he would definitely surpass Choi Dongwoo sat in the man's imagination. The man decided to forget about it for now and get on with discussing other problems. He asked his assistant what had happened to the escaped lich. Meanwhile, the head doctor said that Kang Hyun's examination showed no abnormalities, and his recovery rate is really amazing. For this reason, the guy had already been discharged, causing his sister to be very surprised because she didn't understand what the leader of the Alliance of Ability Users was paying for then. He noted that actually the resurrection penalty was much higher and suddenly heard someone looking for him among the patients. Kang Hyun turned around and saw some unfamiliar man on the administration, so he asked the girl to go first and decided to talk to the stranger himself. The girl who was sitting at the reception tried to inform the visitor that the person he needed was not here, but he did not give up. The man sighed heavily because he was upset that he was late, but he didn't realize at all that the same guy was standing behind him. The protagonist didn't bother to introduce himself in any way and directly asked who the stranger was. Kang Hyun carefully looked with his piercing gaze at this gentleman who still didn't know what to answer. The man couldn't believe he was so lucky, and the young man only confirmed that he was the same Kang Hyun. Finally, the stranger came to his senses and began digging through the pockets of his jacket. He introduced himself as Shin Taegil and held out a business card that informed that he belonged to the security department, the Ability User Division. The protagonist was rather surprised that he was sought out by such a person. The young man couldn't understand why it was that suddenly the government was interested in him. After that, they decided to go to a barbecue restaurant to discuss the whole situation in detail. Kang Hyun was worried that it was too expensive here, but the man assured that it wasn't a problem. The guy laughed because he had always wondered where the taxes he personally paid went, and here they were so suddenly coming back to him. Eventually, he got to the main topic of the fact that he was indeed being asked to join the department. Shin Toggle immediately emphasized that they wouldn't push for it because it was just a suggestion. Our hero thought that becoming a civil servant was a pretty good idea. The man explained that first and foremost, this is not just a public servant position because their organization was created to prepare themselves as much as possible for a rapidly changing future. The government knows that taking control of all ability users won't work anyway. In the meantime, the number of awakened continues to grow and cannot be controlled by force, and the feud clearly does not bode well. That's why, instead of hostility, they are trying to build a relationship where at least mutually beneficial support between all users is possible. Kang Hyun immediately inquired about the benefits, and Shin Toggle told him that of course they would provide so much money that the guy could work comfortably and not deny himself anything. Also, if something happens to the employee, they will ensure that their family members are paid accordingly, as well as provide everything they need. In the end, our hero agreed that the conditions were pretty good, but it also meant that you'd have to work hard. The man didn't deny such assumptions, but organizing them certainly didn't require the impossible. He added that the lad will be given full freedom of action, but he should be ready to support them from time to time. It turns out that Choi Dongwoo, the leader of the Ability Users Alliance, and the leader of the Dangun Guild, Han Seon, are already cooperating with them on these terms. The protagonist was increasingly attracted to such cooperation because you can work on two fronts at once. He finally decided to try his hand at it and accepted the offer from Shin Taegil. Now the events shift to Suwon, Gyeonggi-do. These just happened to be at the Dian's lab. Here was our hero walking around who would have loved to get here by car, but no one knew what else was going to happen in the neighborhood. Even here, the guy was able to meet a man who immediately recognized him and called out to him. It turned out to be Shin Sona, who was walking from somewhere with a bag in her hands. The main character still continued to have trouble remembering names, so he named the girl Shin Soy. She corrected the young man's mistake, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The girl didn't explain anything and just handed Kang Hyun the very package in her hands. It turned out that it was filled to the brim with the collected magic crystals that Shin Sona had gathered during the dungeon sweep. Shin Sona apologized for broadcasting this so late because she was going to give it all at once, but unfortunately, the main character was unconscious. The guy was quite surprised by this because he suspected that his partner had been waiting here all this time, not even knowing if he was coming back. The girl directly confirmed his speculation, and Kang Hyun immediately thought that it was very ingenuous. He felt a little embarrassed because Shin Sona could keep it all, but that one couldn't break her promise. In fact, the protagonist did not refuse such a gift and thanked his partner for her help. The young man was about to leave, and all he could think about was that he wanted to see his car. It seemed like the girl wasn't going to let him go so easily, so she called out to Kang Hyun-san. The protagonist turned around and saw that the girl had bowed sharply to him for some reason. It turns out that Shin Sona still wanted the honorable master to take her as a disciple. The guy froze, his eyebrows creeping upward because this request caught him off guard. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest with the city, another dungeon appeared, Kirka Settlement, which belonged to the F rank. Here was the one escaped lich who never thought the humans would actually corner him. He saw some man approaching him, which immediately made him tense up. It was Choi Min-jun who seemed to be looking for the D-rank dungeon boss, Lich Daeons. The skeleton started to get even more nervous because he couldn't figure out who it was at all. The guy asked the monster not to get so worked up and emphasized that he wasn't an enemy at all. The shocking revelation was that Choi Min-jun was the one who freed this boss. The young man wondered enigmatically what the lich was going to do. He wondered if the monster was going to take his outstretched helping hand. At the same time, the protagonist decided to meet his new student at a restaurant. Shin Sona also introduced herself to her partner and stated that she was excited to meet him. An Yusong was surprised because he definitely didn't expect there to be any additions to their team. He used to think that his comrade had no friends, so he wouldn't be able to recruit even one person, but it turned out to be not like that at all. The guy was very angry that his friend was talking about him in a similar vein and revealed that he even had a couple buddies who did so. Eventually, our hero got to thinking that maybe Yusun was a little right. In any case, Kang Hyun is the first to bring a new person to their team, so she wins the argument over which comrade should give him a treat. It was no problem for An Yu-song because he was always treating his friend to a meal. But he also mentioned that whoever wanted to join their guild still had to pass a test, so he suggested going to the dungeon. Shin-sona was quite serious, so she immediately agreed to such an assignment. The protagonist was not particularly happy about such an idea because he suspected that his comrade was just itching for fists. After the restaurant, they immediately went to a D-rank dungeon called Harpy Cliff. It wasn't long before the whole team had already reached the boss Harpy, who was trying to dig into them with his clawed paws. All 3 members of the team have already dealt with quite a few opponents, so they only have the main Harpy to defeat. Shin-sona was acting quite confidently, so she had already set her sights on her target. The next moment, her fingers unclenched, the bowstring clapped resoundingly, and the arrow soared into the air with a piercing whistle, cutting through the wind. The monster definitely didn't expect his opponents to act so fast. The guys watched as their main target just started falling to the floor, proving the skill of their new partner. In the end, An Yu-sung agreed that it was good to have a rangefinder on the team. The protagonist asked his comrade's opinion and asked if the girl had passed the test. The guy had already forgotten that he had set up the test, causing Kang Hyun to have to remind why they were here on his own. Meanwhile, Shin-sona had already pulled out her dagger to begin the standard sweep of the bodies of defeated opponents. The guys didn't understand why the girl was doing this, and she explained that she wanted to collect all the magic crystals. Our hero pointed out that he didn't necessarily need to pick at that little thing because it was too tiring, but his partner wasn't listening to him. The girl noted that it was okay because she enjoyed doing the collection of materials. Yusun was only glad of such an initiative from the new girl because it was also money that should not be thrown around, especially if you are a beggar. Kang Hyun couldn't understand what his buddy was getting at because he personally just liked earning more from dungeon cores. The protagonist asked how the guy himself earns, but the guy replied that he had too much money to think about such things. Suddenly, the young man was distracted from their conversation because he sensed something amiss. He immediately reached into his inventory for his weapon and wondered if his comrade felt that same strange sensation, and Yu-song immediately concentrated to hear what his inner gut was telling him. Eventually, he realized that there really was something wrong with this dungeon. Shin-sona alone didn't suspect anything, and because of that, she couldn't understand why the guys were so abruptly silent. The protagonist closed his eyes to get a better understanding of where the threat was coming from. It struck in an unknown direction, where the intruder was most likely hiding. It turns out that the enemy had been invisible the whole time and showed up when he received a hard punch right in the face. After this attack, the stranger simply fell to the ground and now posed no threat. In just a second, he was unconscious and only mumbled something unintelligible to himself. Kang Hyun couldn't figure out who else it was, and Yu-song noted that this guy was pretty good at hiding. The young man immediately started talking about how he had a pretty good sense of smell, but even he couldn't spot this enemy until it got that close. The problem was that he didn't feel the bloodlust, so he assumed that wasn't why the stranger was here, but our hero still didn't like the whole situation. Yu-song kept thinking that this guy could have just been passing by, so Kang Hyun might not have attacked so immediately. In any case, sneaking up on a hunter in a dungeon was bad form, so this stranger was lying dormant in an absolutely well-deserved way. In fact, the guy had some inkling about this sudden encounter with the stranger after all. He immediately recalled the moment when he and Shin Taegil had made a pact to cooperate with the department. After that, the protagonist asked to be contacted immediately when any of his came up. The man immediately apologized because it turned out that such a case already existed. He asked if Kang Hyun knew about the recent terrorist attack in the dungeon, and then he immediately remembered that someone had deliberately provoked the breach. Shin Taegil then revealed that they had already gotten on the tail of these people and were now tracking the villains. That's why they are planning a large-scale raid in the near future, and that's when Kang Hyun's help will be needed. Meanwhile, our heroes were already trying to wake up the detained stranger with some suspiciously golden liquid. They didn't hesitate and tied up this guy who now had no way to get out. The main character asked with a smirk on his face if it was true that their hostage had already woken up. The stranger immediately tried to figure out how he ended up bound. Eventually, he wondered who the people around him were in general and what they were letting themselves in for. Only now did the guy smell the horrible odor of the liquid they had been poured on their face. He couldn't stand such a nasty stench and was afraid to even speculate on its origin. Kang Hyun explained that in general, they wanted to pour water on the hostage, but they were short on drinking water. For this reason, they had to use the urine of a slain harpy, which is where the disgusting aroma came from. The boy listened in bewilderment to the story of just how these cruel people had decided to wake him up. He called our heroes insane because they decided to use such strange methods. Periodically, the villain would interrupt because he couldn't contain his gagging urges. Kang Hyun didn't care at all about his condition because it was past time to answer some questions. He asked to be level with the detainee and looked directly into his eyes. The protagonist immediately turned on his sinister aura to also mentally pressure this guy. He speculated that this particular stranger could have been the terrorist who had organized the dungeon breach. The guy immediately laughed when he heard such an assumption from Kang Hyun. What really offended him was that their organization was now being called terrorists. The villain believed that ordinary people didn't understand anything because it was all done for one great purpose. The protagonist somehow didn't care about all their ingenious goals, so he ordered the stranger to spill everything he knows, and then he might let him go alive. Apparently, the guy was so obsessed with the ideas of their organization that he wouldn't tell important information even after torture. He was sure that the rest of the humans wouldn't be able to interfere with their main mission anyway. It's only been a few hours, and the battered villain begs for Kang Hyun to stop, promising that he'll tell everything. The guy emphasized that he wasn't in any hurry at all, but the alleged terrorist still had a lot of teeth left. After a showdown with the suspect, our heroes did make it out of the dungeon. Shin Tae-gil was already there waiting for them, to whom Kang Hyun informed them that they had managed to catch the terrorist. The protagonist didn't bother to explain anything and simply held out the detained villain to his allies. The villain was so afraid of the protagonist that he begged the civil servants to arrest him to save himself from such a pervert. The department leader asked what had happened to the man, but the boy would not tell the truth and assumed he had been attacked by a harpy. Either way, the rest of the officers moved closer to pick up the suspect and take care of everything else. Shin Tae-gil thanked the young man for his cooperation that had paid off so quickly. At this point, Yusun, who was apparently familiar with Mr. Official, entered the conversation. The man also said goodbye to the guy, so our hero immediately concluded that they had met before. The department leader then explained that they also offered Mr. Anu Yusun a contract, but he declined. The young man himself explained that he simply had no interest in such things, and Kang Hyun noted in his thoughts that he lacked some basic politeness as well. Shin Tae-gil realized that the time was already late, and also there were strangers here. For all these reasons, he suggested that our heroes talk over the rest of the details tomorrow. As promised, they met at the office to discuss information about the terrorist, whose name was Jung Young-sik. Stealth was his unique ability, and apparently he plays an important role in his organization. Thanks to all this information, they've managed to find the villain's base, and a large-scale cleanup operation is planned in 2 weeks. Kang Hyun was surprised that there would be such a long wait and wondered why it would take so long to prepare. Shin Tae-gil then explained that recently, the C-rank gate was activated in China for the first time in the world. Our hero heard about it on the news, but it turns out there is information that the media is keeping quiet about. The leader of the department said with the utmost seriousness in his voice that more than 1,000 men were involved in the sweep, but most of them were killed. The guy was rather surprised when he heard this information because it was very strange. Shin Tae-gil had heard that he had been able to single-handedly defend D-rank dungeons, so he should realize that the dungeon's danger increased exponentially with rank. Our hero immediately began to remember what they said about how the number of people needed for a sweep doubles as the rank increases. The leader then began to talk about how they had acted on the basic theory of dungeons in China, but still suffered a full-scale collapse. That's why they are going to create a group of elite to tackle this rather difficult task. All these strong wars will have to mop up the Vanandi forest and destroy the C-rank gate in Kanam. Kang Hyun asked if there was any need for a sweep at all, because obviously the Chinese would be doing it. He didn't understand the point of them getting involved in a case like this, and Shin Tae-gil noted that the guy was surprisingly knowledgeable. In the end, the leader said that the problem was that no one had managed to destroy even one ordinary core of this dungeon yet. At this rate, if nothing is done, a breakthrough will happen within 2 weeks. After that, a monster will appear that can take the lives of hundreds of people in the heart of Seoul. Hearing such a warning, the protagonist cast aside all his doubts because the situation was indeed very serious. Shin Toggle emphasized that it is because of all these factors that preparation is needed, and their experts believe that there will be even more casualties than the first sweep attempt. The guy immediately remembered the fact that he was given full freedom of action, and participation in this mission was extremely important. The leader understood what he was getting at, so he immediately warned that the rules did not allow our hero to go alone. It was for this reason that he asked the protagonist to organize his guild to put together his own team. Shin Toggle was well aware that the young man was a loner, but for the sake of the country's well-being, one might concede a bit of that. Naturally, the organization will undertake all formal procedures and provide all necessary support. Kang Hyun realized that none of this would be easy, but at the same time, he realized that a lot depended on it. Besides, their small team was going to start their own guild anyway, but now someone else could do everything for them, which was a pretty big deal. The protagonist did not waste time and immediately met with his partners to discuss the creation of his organization. To begin with, he offered to come up with a name for the guild, but Shin Sona and An Yusong didn't seem particularly eager, and their eyes read incomprehension. The guy couldn't understand why they were in such a hurry because so far there were only 3 of them. Kang Hyun emphasized that everything needs to be resolved now and recalled how they met with that man from the government a couple days ago. He recounted their conversation in full, and Yusun was very surprised when he heard about S-Rang's dungeon sweep. The guy was immediately happy because he was already hoping for fun, and Shin Sona wasn't surprised because our hero was the kind of person who could spin even the government. Kang Hyun really disliked the fact that the girl kept calling him master, but the girl wanted to observe formalities because she was still his student. The protagonist decided not to waste time on this argument and coughed to give all the details. In any case, they were now at a stage that would determine the future of their guild, so we should start by discussing their politics. First, the members of their organization should not get into conflicts over some nonsense. After saying that, Kang Hyun looked carefully at his comrade, who couldn't understand why such attention was being paid to him. Secondly, everyone in the guild should always get what they deserve. Yusun guessed that it was about both good and bad things, and our hero explained that of course they couldn't become bandits, but they didn't want to be fools either. And now the protagonist decided to move on to the third and final point, which was that they had to be the strongest. Now he wondered how his comrades would appreciate all these rules. An Yusong immediately noted that it all sounded pretty good, but he wasn't completely sure about just the first point. Shin Sona also liked everything, so she wanted to try her best to seal it in the deepest depths of her heart. The newly minted leader realized that this question had been exhausted and asked if the guys had any ideas for a name. The young man immediately suggested a vulgar name, but our hero did not want to use the mat. Kang Hyun then walked over to the girl and asked if she had any ideas. For a while, Shin Sona seriously wondered what they should name the organization. With the most serious expression possible, she suggested to be called Kang Hyun's Mighty Bunch. By this, the guy realized that he had only asked in vain. The protagonist sighed heavily and realized that he would have to think of an idea on his own. Yusun laughed at his friend and emphasized that this is the fate of a leader. It wasn't long before the guy showed off his sketches and asked his fellow players for their opinions. The partners considered Kang Hyun's option for a while and eventually concluded that it looked pretty good. It is late evening and now the events are moving to one of the bars in town. In it, Choi Min-jun was resting, who had just learned that Jong Young-sik had been caught after all. That certainly didn't seem to be in the guy's plans, so he pondered for a while, staring into his glass. He realized that this subordinate was no fighter, but his stealth abilities were indispensable. It was for this reason that their plan to break through the Haiji plains was completely carried out. Choi Min-jun asked his assistant in a threatening voice who did it, but the assistant didn't immediately realize what she meant. He repeated his question and inquired as to who had managed to catch Jong Young-sik. At that time, the girl revealed that it was an ability user named Kang Hyun. Sipping his drink, the boss wondered if he'd heard that name before. He remembered that this man had dealt with the mutant Keika in training for the Awakened last April. Then in a massive breach of Daeon's labs, he was able to single-handedly tackle the boss. The guy was incredibly angry that the protagonist was messing up all his cards over and over again. Then he inquired about his other business, and the girl informed him that they still needed time because there was a problem finding test subjects. Choi Min-jun noted that this was too bad and ordered his subordinates to speed up. He emphasized threateningly that the assistant must do his bidding unless, of course, she herself wanted to become one of the test subjects. She didn't object to anything because she understood perfectly well what her boss was capable of. It wasn't long before the news swept across the internet that a team had already been set up to mop up the C-rank Les Venandi dungeon. Its first members were the Dangun Guild, which was rather predictable. Second were the Ability Users Alliance, who were also renowned for their successes. Next up was the Hwaryong Guild, about whom there were some not-so-great comments on the internet. Another top organization called the Eternity Guild also joined, which only emphasized the seriousness of the matter. In addition to all of them, there was a Guild of Guardians on the team, about whom not much was known. The Black Knights Guild, who stood out strongly among the others, also joined. Last to arrive, however, were our heroes, who were a little late, but confidently announced that they would also be participating in the sweep under the flag of the new Badass Guild. People would later call the events of that day the Badass Guild's first prank because they dared to be late for their first meeting, but after the 50th, no one would be surprised anymore.